스무고개 양들을 새는 틈에 둥둥둥둥 둥둥둥둥 나만의 달처럼 떠오르네 별들이 가득 어둠 속에 비로소 누르겠어 Because of you 너 때문에 잠 못 들어 매일 밤 새고 있잖아 해를 다 쓰고도 시간이 더 필요해 난 온종일 아픔만 했어 너에겐 티 한 번 못 내 이건 다 비밀 피어나는 스무고개 양들을 새는 틈에 비로소 누르겠어 Because of you 너 때문에 잠 못 들어 매일 밤 새고 있잖아 해를 다 쓰고도 시간이 더 필요해 난 너는 꿈에도 모를 거야 너 때문에 흘러간 시간들 그 속에 스쳐간 생각들 하루조차 모자랐어 근데 이유는 나 하나라서 난 너무도 행복한 고민이래 Because of you 너 때문에 잠 못 들어 매일 밤 새고 있잖아 해를 다 쓰고도 시간이 더 필요해 너 때문에 너 때문에 너 때문에 너 때문에 너 때문에 Because of you
Close my eyes 들려오는 바람의 노래에 귀 기울여봐 It's alright 두려워 말고 널 내게 맡겨봐 And come with me tonight 모두가 잠든 이 밤에 비밀스레 열린 dreamy wonderland 한 걸음 가까이 떨리는 맘을 숨길 수가 없어 난 그곳으로 가 Ooh. 하늘 위 깊은 곳으로 낯을 올려 난 구름의 바람을 타고 멀리 멀리 기억한 경 그곳으로 나를 데려가 자유로운 뱃사금 Just imagine Just imagine Just imagine 한여름 밤의 꿈처럼 달콤한 dreamy wonderland 내 입가에 정해진 숨결 마법처럼 사라진 yesterday 날 스치던 포근한 물결 다시 한번 눈 감으면 see it, feel it 모두가 잠든 이 밤에 비밀스레 열린 dreamy wonderland 한 걸음 가까이 떨리는 맘을 숨길 수가 없어 난 그곳으로 가 Ooh. 하늘 위 깊은 곳으로 낯을 올려 난 구름의 바람을 타고 멀리 멀리 기억한 경 그곳으로 나를 데려가 자유로운 뱃사금 Just imagine Just imagine Just
네 앞에서 no way 날 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah you are the only thing I need I can feel 뭐라고 해도 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 노래 나의 미래 노래다면 내래 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 나로 나의 긴 시간 어제와 내일 또 지나 어디까지 갈까 한계치 몰라 무한한 루머 열린 꿈 미래를 꿰뚫어 볼 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부터까지 feel so good 난 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 노래 나의 미래 노래다면 내래 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제의 난 새로운 너를 만나 You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 노래 나의 미래 노래다면 내래 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 남아있는 너의 온기와 너만의 향기 함께 있던 그 같은 공간도 난 지우고 있어 All I can do is try 우리만의 시간 뒤돌려봐도 없어지지는 않아 따뜻한 그 미소 너무 좋았던 말도 두 눈을 감아봐도 Don't wanna let you go baby Please don't get nobody It's so good baby 곁에 있어 너의 발빛처럼 아무리 찾아도 About you yeah only you
Hello, hello.
널 한번 붙잡아봐 one last time 바람이 불어와 모두 밝히게
Oi, 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 oi. How's everyone doing?
차가워지는 너의 마음 상처만 남긴 너만 보면 먼저 말하고 싶은 내 goodbye 길을 잃어 어쩔 수가 없어 그만하고 싶은 난
All right, let's get the stream up. As you can tell, I am. I still have a very stuffy nose and a cough, but we're feeling better. But excuse my sniffles and coughing throughout the stream today. I'll try not to do it straight up into the mic.
Yeah, well, I almost see him as like a mini Nat, you know, the emotional leader, the guy in the
Let's
front,
get
quality
this
Saturday.
stream up.
He's been such a standout personality and generally managed to catch
There we
him
go.
ahead of this match.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Fat BB and also Echo for translation. Now Fat BB, you and Billy, you guys are familiar with each other. So what would it mean for you to be able to beat a fellow CN team to advance to the playoffs?
其实岁费 BB 你们跟 BLG 是非常
Now that Sliggy has put himself into the furnace, who's gonna did he put himself into the furnace? Is that what he said?
兄弟队伍，然后去挺过瑞士轮，进入到淘汰赛，意味是什么样的呢？
其实我们不管对手是谁，我们都会做好自己，专注好每一把比赛吧。
Actually, no matter who we face, we just want to lock in our like game and matchup and try our best to win every matchup.
Okay, lock in.
Doesn't
Lock
care.
In. Okay, good luck today.
Doesn't care that it's Wisey.
He's definitely going to be locked in, maybe standing up as well, maybe screaming some obscenities on
That's
the
what he
other
said
side.
in his
But
pickems,
two,
that he's gonna
very,
throw himself in the
calm,
furnace.
cool, collected players, and will be Russia and Spring. What a exciting head-to-head.
Oh yeah, these are two of
Yeah,
the
Mind Freak as a
best
conductor
Swiss
works.
players in the Swiss stage so far. A combination of just incredible play, especially from Russia on this Harbor pick on Icebox. It's hard to frag out on Harbor on any map, but he is putting up comparable numbers.
Russia and Spring. This is a good matchup to highlight.
Dump all of his util and just become a rifle at that point. He's like, finally, I've been unleashed. I don't have to use util anymore. I've done all my waves. Now I can shoot back. And I mean, it's working.
Hey, what's up, Tron?
Is there one that you think has what it takes to overcome the other? Who do you favor in this matchup, Mel?
I mean, I feel like the obvious answer is Spring, but we do see
Even how they've been playing at Toronto, Spring for sure, but
controller really, and I'm really interested to see
when
what
Russia
he
pops
brings
off,
because it's such a
he's
close
always
head-to-head.
been
I mean,
above in
these stats
CN.
cannot get closer.
No, not at all. But I think the way that they sort of frag out is a little bit different. You're going to see Rusha with the team a lot. He's not going to do a lot of lurking, but he's getting like 3Ks consistently. Like he can dominate a site on a hit, in a post plant, all of these things where Spring.
Honestly,
again,
this
we're
one's
more
hard to call. I picked
type
Wolves
player,
in my
like
VLR
a lot of
pick'ems
maps of solo anchoring sites and also
for day 5.
He might
I
be
picked
my
Wolves
favorite
just because
Harbor
they've been
player
doing
of
so
all
well.
time. Is that
All
yeah,
time.
genuinely all time?
Dang.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
that's
absolutely
pretty high. High
love
remarks.
his Harbor so much, and of course this will also be a very familiar matchup for Russia, and our very own Jen managed to catch his insight on Wolves a little bit earlier.
But I mean,
Hey
Billy
guys,
Billy
it's
was the
Jen
better
with
team
Russia and also Vera for translation.
in
Now,
China.
Russia, the last time you faced the Wolves, you guys came out on top, but it seems like Wolves have improved a lot in Masters. So what are your expectations for today?
上一次面对到狼队是 BOG 获胜了嘛？但是狼队在来到多伦多大师赛之后，好像进步了非常多。
Will PRX win today? I picked him, but it's a tough match for sure.
我觉得狼队确实进步了非常多，但是我们也进步了很多，所以
But I think they can
希
win.
望今天可以给观众带来一个精彩的比赛。
So Wolves, they indeed like made a lot of progress coming to Masters Toronto, but so do we. So what matters is that I hope we can deliver a good match today for all the audience.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can't wait to see it.
Might catch the start of PRX Team Liquid. It saddens me that the eliminations between both my teams. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a big fan favorite matchup, right? PRX and Nats.
Because we asked you which one of our squads did you think was going to make.
I mean, this is not
playoffs,
surprising.
and
Wolves
you,
has been
53.2%
so
of
impressive
you
at
said
Toronto.
Wolves.
I mean, it's close, but Wolves taking it here sort of. I think
Where are you hoping gets
speaks to
chosen
how much
fourth for
work
the order
they've
out of
done on
playoffs
the
teams and won't be
Toronto
stuck with
stage
Gen
so
G?
far, right? I think they've actually won over a lot of fans. Their close game against Sentinels with taking down Heretics. I really like what this team is.
Honestly, I'm kind of down for a G2 Gen G match.
Fans at this point, surely if they're gonna take them down,
I'm down for a G2 Gen G match. If Gen G is truly playing at their peak, which so far they are, I don't think you necessarily want to hope for them to get a weaker matchup. I think you because I think they do better when they play up to their competition. But I also am a big Fnatic believer, so I don't want that. So it would be hilarious though if RRQ was fourth. It would be so funny.
If you start losing, you know.
And I think that's a testament to Sufat's leadership, the fact that he saw that and he's like, hey, like this is what I need out of you. He's trying to bring him out onto the stage, and what better time than today to do it against your fellow Chinese.
Should I be worried for Sentinels? Yes. I mean, like, they're not a bad team. They're just not looking really strong.
You couldn't pick, so you had to choose the VCT China logo.
Yes,
that makes sense.
Damn, Yinsu picked PRX over Team Liquid? Damn.
Yeah, but one of them's also
The VCT China logo, that's so funny.
Yeah, you know, it's true. It's true. Honestly,
What's the drink?
I really like WOL's
It's
chances here.
Theraflu
I think compared to the last
cold
matchup,
medicine
I'm expecting
with
Juice to win
honey.
I'm also expecting
Put some honey in
a
it.
ton of late round situations, and that is where my guy
Achilles got both of the matches yesterday correct.
in a big way.
Yeah, you guys were in different directions, so I'm excited for this.
I think
head-to-head.
I'm exactly with Paper Thin. I think all three of us were 6-0 until yesterday, and then I was with Paper Thin, and Achilles was. Achilles believed in the Wolves.
You are about to witness the final fight for playoffs. Day 5 of Masters Toronto starts right here, right now.
All right. I should probably take my vitamins too. Oh, was it Jen who was tied? I thought Paper Thin was too. Maybe not. Insu's been a paper girl. I mean, true, but Insu's also a big Nats fan. Understandably so. And I mean, it's just a tough one. PRX Nats is sorry to the rest of Liquid, but like in terms of fandom, it's PRX versus Nats, and that's a tough choice. That's a tough choice.
So many international events we've been on the same tournament and we never faced each other. I knew that this moment was gonna happen one day.
Have they never played against each other?
To the players. But on the next match, door attack.
Also, apparently Penny is fully signed, yeah? Already.
There's no more second chances.
He wasn't signed as a emergency stand-in.
So I guess I need to take you out.
So I guess he's already kind of more or less confirmed for stage 2 if he does well.
Their own game, and you need to force your own play style.
PRX traditionally not afraid to get weird.
If PRX is playing at their best, and if another team's scared of us, we are doing something right.
Yeah, I guess they've never played against each other, yeah. Yeah, I didn't catch up with the post-match conferences yesterday, unfortunately.
Wolves now find themselves at match point.
Supposedly Penny's on the contract database. That's what Tanmay was saying. I didn't check the database yet myself, but sounds like he's like officially signed as a 6-man, not just for like not as a. It's not like a cider situation where Riot allowed it for this tournament.
When you in game leader 嘛，我是指挥嘛，所以我会跟大家说，就是由我。
When you hear my calls, block out everything else, just lock in and execute. That's sick. CFAT's really growing on me as an IGO. Like as a leader. Are they planning on running a 6-man roster, or do you just need to be signed fully? No, because I think there is a clause for emergency subs in the case of something that's out of your control. But I think the intention, it seems like the implication is that Team Liquid was always intending to go to a 6-man roster. That's what it seems like. Or maybe they were even, you know, going to make a roster change, who knows. But there's no point in reading into it too much, but I think that just quells the whole, like, why are they allowed to play as a 6-man once Nats is back? Which, by the way, even that isn't also a problem, because I'm pretty sure Cider would have been allowed to play for FPX as well. It's just they chose not to. Like, he was still with them for the rest of the tournament. So, I think, you know, that's just allowed, but seems like the implication is that Penny was fully signed. No idea, though. Paper Thin got day 3 PRX Gen G wrong. Oh.
The gloves are coming off today.
They absolutely are. We got VCTCN stage 1.5 in the house right now.
Stage 1.5. Ascent. Damn. Ascent split pearl, dude. What a.
We're going to be starting things off on Ascent now.
What a freaking map pool.
Like I was saying in the matchups yesterday, it's really a map of who can make the least mistakes. Really fundamental Valorant are going to get played here, so that's a great first map to start on, and also going to Split for the second.
Yeah, Split will definitely be fun to see in terms of what we've seen, especially especially with Wolves liking that map and going for a lot of these slow plays, the lurks. But in terms of Ascent in the pool, I just love that immediately we're getting a test map.
See, let me pull up their matches so far.
Because the last time they faced each other, they didn't want to go to Ascent. Ascent was map 5.
Right.
We didn't even get to see it. And Icebox gets banned this time around as well. You gotta think about maybe
Neither of them
there's
have,
some game plans.
no,
but
one of
also
them
the
played
fact
Split,
that
right?
they haven't
Did Billy
played
play
in so
Split?
long. I know they did
It's
play
true.
against each other,
No,
but they had
Split
to
was
wait the
banned against
longest
them.
before arriving to Master Toronto.
It was
very true. All
Wolves
these
against
things going
Sentinels.
through their heads,
Oh,
but I
right,
don't
the
know,
Split
I
was
think
really
I'd be
good,
paying
actually.
Icebox too if
Yeah.
Rush's Harbor was an option.
No, I remember
to
that
play
now.
against.
Especially considering the performance against
That's
Sentinel,
a-
it makes total complete sense.
I mean,
On
Billy
Ascent
Billy's
here, it
traditionally
was
pretty good on
map
Split
5 the
too,
last time
so
they saw each other, and now
interesting.
Into map 1, you have to wonder, what are these teams going to pull out, especially
아, 네.
the team that
감기를
picks
좀
the
심하게
map. Are we
걸려가지고
gonna see a competent
어제는
matchup?
방송
Are we gonna
쉬고
see
오늘
a player
돌아왔습니다.
take over that normally doesn't? Anything could happen here on the international stage.
Yeah, especially when you have two teams with such a history facing off against each other on the domestic stage. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday with Pacific rematches.
No, it
but
was Zachary.
there are so
Apparently, Penny
many
was signed like
extra
ahead
layers
of the
mind
event fully.
games,
Not that they.
understandings, and
There's no
playing
way
to
they would
those,
have scrambled a
tendencies
contract
that
and
you
it got
expect from
approved to be on the global
And we don't
contract
even
database
have to
before,
worry about what
like,
they're
once
going
Nats
to play,
arrived.
Because they never adopted any Tejo things on this map. There's no many things that
But
they need to change.
like, I am pretty sure even before like at Copenhagen, obviously the rules could have changed over the years,
Yeah,
but
it absolutely lights out, and it makes sense,
I'm
right?
pretty
You've got a
sure
guy like
Cider would have been
Royce
allowed to
that's
play.
gonna
It's just
be
FPX chose not to.
I stand
So
by it.
I think the
Ascent
rules
is
around
just
the emergency subs are
best map for a jet player, for
fairly
your duelist
flexible.
player. It really is the map where I think.
But yeah, I mean,
your
I
individual
guess I can check the global
shine
contract
more
database right
than
now,
any
but
other.
And then why is
I think it's more just invocation. Thank you, Yessa, by the way, for the hydrate.
I kind of have to wonder, you know, with the history behind Nav and Juicy having played together before, yes, it was years ago, but knowing those duelist tendencies, even that can shine through. The smallest of details can make or break the difference today.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that BLG are going to know about Wolves is that on all the maps they play, really, they love taking mid control because they want to make sure they're
Yeah,
always
Penny
keeping their
is
options open
signed.
for mid-round pivots. This time, Wolves are going to be starting things over on the defense side, so that won't
I don't know. I don't know if
This is
back
the
then though we
call
didn't
that
have
makes
the
that
whole
they are
contract
so
database, so I don't know. Maybe
dominated
Cider
by
would have
the
been
fact that their
technically
win streak
signed
is
as well.
crazy at
I don't
this
know.
point, but Wolves know this. They know how to play against.
I mean,
Assault.
it's
At that point,
Tanmay
at
was
this
just
point,
reporting
they've
on
had
it. I
experience
don't
in
know
Tejo. I
what
wonder if
that
they're gonna make
Liquid
some
has not
changes.
referenced it at all, so
The neon is something that's
it could just be that he was like signed as a trial.
Billy are familiar with, but something that
It could just be that they
really
figured,
aren't.
okay, this is
Really
a good
don't see
chance
this,
to sign someone
especially in
anyway.
Americas. This is something that's
Who
completely
knows?
different,
He could
and I
just
wonder if
leave
that will shift
afterwards.
their
We have no
focus maybe
idea.
towards A main control. Although their mid control is strong, I equally believe that A main is something
That's
that
true. That's
Wolves
true.
is
They
gonna
were
have
also
to
just
focus on.
assuming that he
100%,
wasn't Nats
because,
wasn't
you
going
know,
to be able to make it, which is the
Billy
safe
Billy Gaming
assumption.
is able to just run exec plays with YZ's Neon. You're just not going to be able to really stop this guy from getting into your sight. Again, Billy Gaming have been very successful when playing post plant, so don't let them on your sight.
This match will be the definition of friendly fire. And speaking of fire, bringing the heat in the caster booth, it is Uber and Wyatt.
This is the 9th time that Wolves and Billy have
Dude, that
faced off
jacket is
against
fire on
their
Uber.
rosters. This one, of course,
Holy,
has the
he
stakes
owns it so
ratcheted
well.
Up to 11. They've got to go against each
What the
other.
heck?
Two teams intimately familiar with one another for a spot in the playoffs. So to make it to our next phase of play, we'll go home empty-handed.
It was just during that qualifying run for both these teams that they exchanged clean sweep victories. It was Wolves that knocked Billy into that lower.
CJRS was always a sixth man. He was a content creator, but he was always signed as a sixth man. Like he was always on, because that was the year when everybody needed a sixth man. There was a sixth man was a requirement for VCT partnership in the first year.
High highs and sometimes low lows because they play a risky play style.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, chat, I don't think we should discuss it too much. I don't think there's any point in reading into it too much. I just thought it was interesting. We'll find out after the tournament about Penny and Team Liquid.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I do think it was stupid that people were like complaining that Liquid's allowed to do that at all, because like technically that's a disadvantage for them to like try to juggle the sixth man anyway. So it's like, I think that's dumb to complain about, but we'll figure it out.
Start on the defense side. We will try and build that big lead with this double sentinel comp to try and lock you out of the map.
It's bold from Billy to pick this.
I still can't believe they won yesterday. Anytime Heretics got some hope. Yeah. I mean, really well played from Wolves.
Map. So how many rounds will it require for Billy on this attack to be able to switch over to that second half, be able to close?
Well, people are only complaining because they won. And because now people are like, wow, like, how are they allowed to play with such a good player like Penny? Like, nobody was even talking about Penny, which I thought was shocking, by the way. I kept saying I thought Penny was gonna do fine individually, but like, there wasn't much talk about Penny to begin with. But now that they've won, it's like people are like, wow, why are they allowed to do that? And it's like, dude, 6-man rosters in general never work. You're going to complain about someone suddenly running a 6-man roster last minute with someone new that nobody was talking about?
Rare that we've had two teams from China in the playoffs bracket. No one expected.
Yeah, exactly. If they lost, like, no one would have said anything.
They might be able to make it against all odds, defying all of those expectations here.
Time to descend into beautiful, inscrutable Chinese Valorant, folks. Make some noise, Toronto. Let's get this one started.
All right. We got Double Senti, Cypher Lock. Good old classic at this point. And then the Neon. So K9 and Neff have to go kind of big for Billy to get anything done on attack. So far, they're very thorough. See, this is where you have to watch out, because you're always going to have to slow down before executing again. So you have to wait for you have to really watch out for the flood. The Wolves already have good position. They already had 3 people on site.
Levius is trapped here at Switch. Spring will step up to the
Rough start.
And all things considered, that's a pretty clean start.
My pride today, Wolves and PRX.
YU connecting some great shots, swinging out from the back on that right side. Crucially,
T11 Bangkok was exactly. It's the new meta, apparently.
YU also kind of ensuring with that swing out that no one could trade onto Sufa, who was wide out in the open.
Stupefies.
He's just copying the
vibes. Okay, respected.
The boaster.
The timing is he's spoken about how much he admires some of these top tier IGL's mainstays. Valorant boaster too of the best that he was acknowledging earlier.
He hopes to join their ranks.
I'm scared Billy with some. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be easy for Wolves, but
And now I do want to talk about the importance of winning the pistol round here.
from what we've seen so far, like, Wolves should win. But if Billy wins, I think it's purely off of individuals. I think it's purely off of like YZ plus Rushia or something.
Try and route the attackers, force them to want to avoid the op, and then run into all of that stack.
Funnel them into the util.
Yeah, you want them to be running into the trips, and it's going to be so dangerous for YZ. Playing Neon against 4 tripwires could be an agonizing experience.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's good. It's really good against the Neon.
Definitely have what it takes to slow that Neon down, provide that stopping power. 0 Point does reveal some defenders here, but nothing out of the ordinary as far as
huge 0 Point though.
40 seconds on the ticker.
They don't go for that after tagging.
See them already prioritizing, trying to get some orbs.
Cypher?
To death. You are going to want that null command against.
I guess they weren't ready for it, so they just figure the trips will come back anyway. Let's go A. I mean, you're on with classics no matter where you go. You just gotta hope you have a numbers advantage. Trying to play the numbers, I think. That might work out, actually. Huge push in through windows. They are playing this real well. Holy.
has a chance to intervene. But Billy dispersed themselves around the site, and even
okay, K9.
the drop on Sufat, he can't convert.
Oh my god.
One health, one singular point of health.
Dude, both of them are one shot. Oh, he's so dead.
I like that.
No shot. Dude, he's gonna call him out. He's gonna call the bluff.
The shock darts expended.
Now he has to think about heaven. Oh my god. Dude, that is holy, dude. Rushia is a magician.
That little play in the 2 versus 2. That underhanded flash up from
Dude, the flash up for the window setup was so good. But even before that, the no fear, yeah, this right here was so good. Where they keep baiting for YZ, and then YZ can slide in a relay bolt. You're going through a choke point, but you're maximizing it because it's short range anyway with the classics. And they don't slow down, they don't hesitate. Levius just throws his body out there. That was really good. It starts with that, the entry through window. Oh, Billy's actually playing real well against Double Senti.
That's a YZ moment early on. 8 HP. What if I go for more anti-eco kills?
7 more than he needs.
No, I think he didn't bounce it. I think he didn't bounce because he bounced it the first time, but it like didn't actually clear the corner, but he probably thought it did. And he was like, huh? So then he just shock darts far.
BLG had fully denied that. Cannot believe
I mean, either way, it's unlucky. It's unlucky for Sufat. That first start should have killed. But Rushia just barely stays alive in the corner.
Pretty strong bonus because Billy already have a stupid big economy on account of just winning that.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Feel like they're going up against opponents. This is a full buy.
Without an economy running, there's no op prospects for Juicy just yet.
I think Wolves have run it before, though.
Big damage wise, he dinked down to 10 as he tentatively inches into mid.
Oh no, they ran a Teo comp in stage 1. But I think it's just Teo being gone. Cypherlock was pretty common before that. Plus, you have a pretty good inkling that YC's going to play Neon. So
Paper mache walls like this if you want to get the spam down mid.
a little mix of both, I think.
That left side wall.
Because Billy's been running the Neon.
Against potential spam from Sealfat. Sealfat not shoulder.
They ran it against Trace. Oh, in the Evolution or whatever.
Does have juicy
the UWC qualifier thing. Dude, what is that?
Finds the time absolutely perfectly. And there's a refresh of the dark cover in B main, so Billy.
Chad, I'm telling you though, seriously, like you. It all feels like luck. Like smoke spams and wall spams all feel like luck, but even in ranked, like you just have to do it more and more to like get a good feel for timings and stuff. Obviously, in ranked, it's like you're playing against different people every time, but most people have this similar tendencies.
A couple of deadlock trips. There are multiple Wolves players there.
K-Knight can't convert. Sealfat's able to get away or not. Gotta respect how close K-Knight was, but Juicy at least gets involved. Here from main, that A presence has been neutralized in the dying seconds of the round.
The fact that this came down to still a 2v2 is actually so good for Billy. K-Knight died a little early for their liking, but
Juicy has multiple flashes to try and get out of this dark cover as soon as the molly
bit of an early nano swarm.
Playing anti shouldn't get blinded up.
Turret, of course, firing at that clone. Foray here from Tree. Juicy makes a bit of noise, but the door is shut.
Yeah, they've split up. He has to break it.
Door is down, but it is time that has been bled off the clock.
I don't like this from Wolves, but you have 2 flashes. That's the big part. Oh,
Runs into his line. Lysor, the veteran, on the site.
He's got the read.
Gives it a tap.
Oh, dude. He's so back.
No stranger to criticism. Lysor's had his fair share of the last couple of days, but in his 4th consecutive global.
Wasn't he the one who killed the Miniboo in the last second yesterday?
Said in the press conference that he's just blocking out the criticism.
Who?
His team is still behind him. He still has that self-belief. He comes up in a round of the utmost importance. I can't believe that BLG were able to get that so close. It was bizarre. Late in the round, they got so spread across the map.
Dude, that was a sick flick from Lysor.
And it feels like Wolves coming in a little bit cold right now with the aim.
No, this is his thing. This is Lysor's thing. He does it in China too. He just stands up and he just stands there, not so menacingly.
Hard fought round.
It's so great.
It was costly. Does Billy have that economic base to play off of? Had to be a gate crash out there for Juicy, lest he suppressed by the 0 point.
Look, you can see right now that they've got YU over towards that A side, all the trips over at B. That's standard play when you're facing down a null command.
Dangerous here. Hunter's Fury now coming out from
and wait.
Trying to dodge away from those blasts.
Oh, I thought they were gonna combo it with the Gravnet. Doesn't matter.
Lysor is having one. Last couple of rounds, 4 kills for him. Big impact.
He's had enough of the chatter on.
Oh no, I remember that. I remember that, Yugi boy.
He's stepping up.
That was from Spring. I think that was Spring.
Trying to even things up. That Spring caught alone in the corner.
There's another potential double up for the defenders here, though. Wangy was going to be. What is this?
Oh.
Okay.
Dude, Lysor's feeling it.
Trying to play ahead of it. Gets rid of Lysor, but can he save his compatriot? Whoa, Rushia.
Nope.
Too late to save him for the cocoon. Wisey has to play through 3. Has the spike to hand at least. The time is not on his side.
Who is this guy and where is Lysor?
Where will he attempt to go, or at this point,
home.
Probably just save. Yeah.
Apparently, Siufat was telling Lysor in like the press conference that like what matters is that we believe in you, which is great. And good leadership.
That you get just from winning the
oh, look at that cake.
Early, which has applied so much pressure to Wolves, just knowing coming into every single round that their economy is hanging in the balance. It's on the line. They could get eco'd at any time.
Yeah, but that's what Double Sentinel does, though. That's what Double Senti does, is it forces you to play slow. I mean, you have to go... Well, you can try to go fast clears, but right now, I think you have to give credit to Wolves because they're playing slightly forward. So...
Okay, we are limbering up.
So good.
Okay, next time I saw with a bit of feeling. Yeah, a bit more. I need some more movement out there. You know what
That's his thing, though, dude. I will say I am slightly annoyed that none of the casters recognize that that's his thing. That's like his trademark.
Around 6 now.
You watch any of their games, it happens at least once a map.
A little disconnected.
But the thing is like they're playing like slightly forward positions, right? Which is how you should play Double Senti, because otherwise you have no information. But Billy are hoping that they play passive, and then they can just go in and like fight these sections away from the traps. Billy's, I mean, Wolves is just playing good Double Senti, and Billy's kind of making the poor assumption. But now they're pushing up because there's no contact on Tree.
Great execution and pretty cheaply done. Just
the funny thing is he does it even if he yeah, no, exactly. If they like win a good round, even if it's not him, he just stands up. I love it. It's so good.
Being earned.
That was the right pivot attempt from Wolves to get a couple players in main, so you could try to isolate the one guy on that split in the for the 4-1 hit, but Arusha crucially just...
Honestly, I think I would get more annoyed if my opponent just stood up instead of like instead of like an actual pop-off.
Probably doesn't want to swing on this one. Firing squad looking straight at him. And Billy get an important attack.
That might tilt me more.
Just as their economy was starting to founder.
Unfortunately, too, in that moment, I think Lysor was pushed up
timeout?
Close to B main on the minimap. So
Wolves timeout or Billy?
It actually caught onto him.
Probably Wolves. Probably called it right off the rip, but I don't know.
Going off. And that just allowed BLG to sprint through Tree, get into the site for free. Could have slowed them down a bit, maybe helped with that fight.
Because you already gave over 3, right?
Not going to be the case. This is going to force them into a timeout here.
It's a real red light show.
Yeah.
The Wolves is, of course, they really want to stack up these defense side rounds. That's naturally why they choose to start on that side of the map.
I mean, again, I will always argue that you actually don't need an immense amount of rounds on defense. I think defense is actually harder to play for Double Senti. You have to get so creative, because once people start reading your positions, it's like it's kind of whatever. I didn't see if Neff had no command.
Just a walk up on mid, pretty standard stuff, but a lot of guns trained on him by Billy. No chance for a trade to come in from Covey.
I would definitely want to give Coach Fade over on Wolves his flowers. There were many moments so far.
He doesn't. Oh, he just used it. That's what it was. You still have lockdown and Hunter's Fury. You don't have anything to counter that, so you got to play one side retake.
And then they go on a run after his timeout. He's given them some great adjustments. Now here, I'm just looking at the economy for
It's just an eco anyway, so Wolves just gonna chill. Probably in the future, probably something they need to do is fight aggressively in A main, and then set up an early Sonic sensor here or something.
With an off in hand last round, Juicy likely would have been able to handle.
Did Spring throw him the Sheriff last second? I'm not exactly sure, because he had just the classic a second ago.
He still has 3.7, so I think you're right.
Maybe trying to give it to the guy who's hitting harder with the aim right now.
Yep.
Which, listen, I think luckily for Wolves is Lysor. If he's waking up and everyone else can get into that form.
What's the Korean translation of Hi-Ho Wolverhampton? Hi-Ho Wolverhampton transcends all languages.
Dangerous Wolves squad.
Undoubtedly the key to the game here for Wolves.
You can't replace it with a translation. Oh shoot, he saw him.
He has to walk through a fragment. Takes a bunch of damage on the way in. Why you?
Dude, they are. So Billy's definitely. They've got their prep against Double Senti on the initial execute.
Billy apart.
But they are just getting wrecked in the aim department.
And he's got 3 guns to get past.
I have the spike.
Dimensional drift just to confirm. Yes, K-Knight is here.
I mean, they know.
Even by the cam, this is a nightmare.
I mean, where are you meant to go, man? Where are you meant to go?
Oh my god.
Another massacre.
Misery.
This
for
time.
K-Knight.
And this time from Wolves. Such patient play off heaven. Spring, I think, tries to dive in a little bit early there, Wyatt. Caught in some of that KO.
They did play the execute well. I didn't say they were fighting well.
Util gets them in there.
Some great pop flashes out of the smoke as well, coming from Juicy. That recon. And you can see even this time
The recon was huge. They're avoiding all the traps as much as they can.
Because we're still trying to deal with trips that are on the site. The cages
But
are
the
making
flood's just too good. I mean, they were prepped for the flood too. It's just the recon friggin' wrecks them.
stuff in the corner. We're already into the next one. Oh my word.
Now you got an op.
Oh, he's just greedy
Oh.
though and gets punished.
That's not bad.
For YZ.
Taking away the op's kind of huge.
Saved in the last round from Lysor.
Yeah, okay, so early forward wall. A little too early considering you still had the one-way. It's a little bit unfortunate. This gives Billy another chance to... They can wait for this and then rotate back B if they want after making some noise. It'll go away around 40 seconds.
I wonder what triggered the use of this barrier here from Lysor. Might have just been arbitrarily thrown out, so it doesn't have much longer to stand. It will be cleared anyway.
They didn't check line.
Caught. YZ wants to go for it. Relay bolt comes in.
Relay bolt's kind of big. Huge hunter streak, dude. The setup for YZ. You didn't check the corner. You didn't check the corner. He spent way too much time in that smoke.
Down to 2.
Look at this now with their sentinel down. Pay attention to YU.
One of them had to go into that smoke faster.
This is going to be a multi-pronged retake. BLG know they need to get proactive, but they're punished for it.
They had to go for it, try and get some more extremity control of this A side, but eventually
Damn.
the Wolves hunt them down. Billy off a decent start, trading, getting the op loose.
Wolves are really good. They're really good at being thorough, like through smokes and walls.
Great little plays there towards Cat. That was some impressive stuff, to be honest. Again, I like that Wolves, when they're recognizing when these splits are coming in, that they need to just be active on one side of it to catch a player off. That was YZ. He was paranoid up, but then he sends in the relay pull, and they get an immediate...
How does he get the headshot on the friggin' rune?
Used to save him.
Recoil there.
When he's stunned. That is just some lightning fast awareness of how to take advantage of the ults and abilities that they have. That was fantastic.
Darren, you with the hydrate. Everybody drink some water. It's not just for me.
At this point, they're throwing another op to Juicy. He went 1 for 1. That was a little greedy. Probably could have just gone out.
Yeah, probably a good idea. You gotta stretch in too. I've been friggin' just curled over like a shrimp the past 2 days because I'm not feeling well.
Fury round, potentially. You've got to account for that server ultimate.
I believe they did get the 0 point onto Juicy in mid, so they know about where this operator is at, and they're going to use this lockdown.
Hey, Sonic Sensor's still there though.
Still, look at the amount of tripwires littered across this site.
The shocks aren't actually
Ooh, the Gravnet slows them down. They can, and the paranoia so they can refill. This is so good from Wolves. They have no idea. Rishi has no idea. Oh, dude, Lysor is carrying. Dude, Wolves are playing double Senti real good. They understand it so well. They understand that they can't actually play with off the trips. Also, they're really utilizing the Gravnet changes. The fact that it's on cooldown now, they use it really aggressively.
Big round, multi-kill, 3K.
Honestly, I think this is the most impressed I've been with Cypherlock on Ascent after the DFM game against T1, actually.
Use that Omen ult to get onto the side. That's always the plan. But Rushi is so far ahead of his team because
Lysor is just giving us hope he's not going to change. What? This is exactly how he's always been. He has pop-off games. He just has stinkers too. What do you mean he's not going to change? He's not changing at all. This is actually par for the course.
Using the time in the round to passively clear some of that Sentinel U2 without offering up anything. This time they run headlong into it.
You just can't be doing that against this comp. They were finding success when they were as you mentioned, taking it a little bit slower and then going for some splits onto the sites. Just a straight up B main rush. I get it. They feel like we have the lockdown, we can force everyone out and then get into the site. They just didn't calculate for the fact that they would be stuck in choke. The lockdown would expire and that would give time for Wolves to flood.
Sound sensor up.
They just didn't realize that there would be such an open window for them to get back in because they would just be absolutely stuck.
Up
Going for
again.
rushes like this against the double senti comp
Or still, rather.
Such a gamble. Such a gamble.
Dude, and the trips are changing every time, right? In mid, it's either here, here, or here.
So far, they are terrifying on those
Now they have the
attacks.
forward sonic sensor. I talked about it earlier in the first time out.
Humbled somewhat.
So if you do this now, you can watch this, and then you can set up the wall after.
Variation on positioning there, a bit further back, but it's pinged out by the looks of things.
What?
Lysol just takes him out of the game instantly.
Okay, so now what you can do is at the minute mark, you can put up a wall here, and you could even just keep Spring. He has Omen ult. Yeah, put the wall there. Oh, he's gonna put it in front of the sonic sensor. That's actually kind of nasty. They can, I mean, the core they'd have to break by peeking out. And then if they heard more info, they could have rotated everyone other than Spring. But you can stay here to double up on the peak as well. No, they can shoot it from main. That's rough. But either way, you still have the sonic sensor. That's going to be hard to read because of the wall. Okay, that smoke's a little bit telling.
Hit a site without being able to obscure any angles.
No smokes left.
Brutal for them.
Contacting to an offline's always dangerous in that situation.
Neon's going to contact. Where's the movement on B? Where's the movement on B? Okay, they drew out the deadlock ult.
Billy have a chance to respond, and they
He's got to go in. You got to move in. Okay, Neff gets in though. That's the whole point. Dude, even that wall spam through the corner, you call?
Now Spring's able to get into Boathouse with that
Neff, you have the spike.
To bolster the beholder, and K-Knight has got to go for it. Caution to the wind prone, and Sufat brings a stabilizing aspect to take Wolves to 7 defense side rounds.
What an advantage that
No, I can see your chat, you good boy.
is for, you know, got on by Lysor, just finding that spam kill early on. That essentially feels like it just ends the round. You're trying to rotate around a scent against an AWP.
Without smokes.
You're cooked in mid. You're so cooked.
There's almost guaranteed that Juicy was going to have another chance to take contact somewhere on the map. He makes a good rotation to mid. And then this is just it's a very haggard sort of last-ditch attempt to go towards the B side. The round is basically won very early on.
You're unsure Lysor doesn't get a kill without Annihilation, but it just pushes them into B. Force BLG's hand.
I mean, 7 already. I mean, Wolves should be golden, honestly. If they have just like 1 or 2 good executes on attack.
We're going to talk about Neff because those null commands are pretty pivotal if you want to play that fast hit style against double senti. Neff has not been developing.
Yeah, but look at this. Because of that, they're now early trip, early wall again.
Has this deep trip that he likes to place again.
Cleared.
Okay, this time they cleared out a lot on B.
They have control of A main because of the barrier mesh.
It's at the same spot Juicy held last round, and he missed the shot. Don't expect that to happen again.
Billy's expecting them to rotate. Dude, Wolves has such a good read. They broke the trip, so they're expecting to rotate over to B. And everyone's just chilling on Wolves. Okay.
The operator taken loose. Lysol steps up and only gets the one, and Spring moves out onto the side. Gotta respect the fragment, at least gets his pound of flesh.
Good execute.
Now, is Sufat in a position to make use of this recon bolt to spray into the side?
Just waiting to see if he even just risk ripping the Hunter's Fury to try and kill the planter in this.
Trevor, can you do a tier list of IGLs I can aim from worst to best?
Going for this. He's the danger player.
Well, I mean, what's the point in that? The only reason you would want to do that is to make fun of people, which is not what I would want to do. Because otherwise, we're like taking a crap at value that we can't know.
Oh, there's a ping, and Russia is handled. Sufat trying to find K-Knight in that direction. He's considering even diving in for this one. Confirms his location. It's K-Knight v Sufat.
Oh, but no time.
Danger, but no
Wow.
time for a defuse.
Billy.
Has to walk away
This
with
great
bragging
buy.
rights and nothing more.
going to keep that Odin. The kills were pretty sick from Wolves. They really
What time is it where you're at, default?
to make the most of this util
6 a.m. That's pretty soon.
Value. Neither player able to break it, so YU gets the kills. But this moment from YZ was really the pivotal one for the attackers. Juicy didn't have a gate crash to escape. YZ perfectly places that relay bolt to punish him.
I mean, Billy need 5.
Look at how he
I think against double sentry on attack because the postman's going to be a nightmare. And it seems like Wolves has a really good grasp on the deadlock changes.
Last round were pretty much perfect.
Juicy has full control of B main. I will say Billy are doing a great job of breaking the
Double
sniper early in this. Yeah, why not? They have
got the money.
So much money.
Last round of the half.
I mean, it allows you to play really aggressive angles.
What a timing.
Gate crash expired, so needs to refresh it. Still an opportunity to take that contact peak, but I don't know how aggressive Levius intends to be here. Juicy might end up walking into his line.
He's going to swing on contact off the turret. But Juicy hears that it's close, so Juicy knows something's up.
Neither player wanting to blink first. It is a stalemate over at B main. Check back in with that one. Levius gets out. Okay, why is he caught inside a Sonic Sensor by the looks of things, but a relay ball catches Lysor in main.
Spring gets that kill? How's he allowed to get that kill?
But Rushi has dealt with him. That's your controller down. Midway through the round, Levius eventually wins.
Dude, Levius might have just won them this round. Well played on the map, though, from Billy. Really well played. They basically were ready to hit all 4 areas. They had people here, here, and here. And once they got contact, they put pressure here, which draws everybody over here. And then you peek in. If you get the pick, you go. Or as long as you stay alive, you go B. So they basically just push the line of scrimmage forward, and then they take turns poking the bear.
Okay, here comes the attack side one first. K-Knight looking to scout, see where this retake might originate from.
I mean, if it's... listen, if it's only 12:30...
And then make the play instantly.
You have until 6, you'll be alright. You can still get some sleep.
Trying to get ahead of the action. It's all Unsufat now. Standout player for Wolves. But can't do enough to give them that 8th round. And then we get to the end of the half, Billy have been able to produce 5 attack side rounds.
Honestly, 5-7? Much, I mean, pretty good for Billy considering how it started. But I think Wolves are fine with it. Honestly, I think...
YZ and Sufat headlining the fight so far between these two. It's a 2-round gap heading into the second half of Ascent. Win and advance, lose and go home. We'll be back after this.
I think Wolves did everything they could, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna go get some hop drops. I'll be right back. Magnesium helps with sleep? I didn't know that. Top 10 Asia cities? Have I been to 10 Asia cities? I mean, I guess if you count all the ones I've been to in Korea, yes. Been to Taipei.
Coming back just ahead of the round 13 of this first map, we've got your Coinbase Econ report for you. A couple of players we really want to highlight as individuals.
Shenzhen, Shanghai, Chengdu,
that is obviously what our
Singapore,
Econ rating is designed to display. just how efficient you
I haven't
are.
been to a lot else of. I've been to Manila, but really I was in the hotel and then the venue.
What to expect is Neon on this ascent attack side.
It's always interesting to me to see YZ on attack with the Econ report because he's so
Sing a lullaby?
crazy
Listen to this
aggro.
halftime
He's
music.
usually getting a lot of kills and dying a lot, so he's rebuying a lot. But in this game, and in many we've seen before, he's still getting enough value out of everything he's spending.
Listen to that
because he's
sultry
getting so
voice.
many great opening kills that his Econ report is always still looking good despite his crazy aggro playstyle.
He actually has the least number of deaths on his team, so less of those rebuys being required. And he's been a big part of being able to dig Juicy out of some of those entrenched off positions. Where
I've been to
they played around it very well. And
Taipei twice. I've always really liked it.
Really the first
Shenzhen
time
was
in this
chill.
entire tournament that Juicy and Spring
I always
are the ones
struggled
that are going to
in
need to
China
activate to win out this
since I
game.
can't speak Chinese, but
Lysor playing so well, IGL Sufa doing it all.
Shenzhen was cool.
individually and leading the team here.
I love
Attention
Busan
devoted as
in
Busan
Korea.
early from Wolves.
I mean, Seoul's great too, but I really love Busan. Oof, that is fast from Wolves. Now you got the door and the wall. You got to get out of there, Wisey. That ain't for you.
Red-handed
Oh.
in his grasp, and YZ takes a little bit too long to find
yeah.
that kill, allows Spring a third.
Took a little too long.
And now he's going to have to do it in a 1v4.
We said his name and Spring has.
Do you think
appeared
Wisey will
in
be
this
the best
round.
player
He
to
is
never win a trophy?
A pivotal 3K. That paranoia connected for an easy
no.
kill on lane to open things up feels absolutely impossible for YZ here. There's no way this should be winnable.
Right, they'll be starting to hound at YZ. In the next few moments, and he knows he has neither the time nor the wherewithal to clear out Wolves. And there's the pistol picked up on the attack side.
And even in just this first round, you're going to see something that will become a consistent theme.
What are you rooting for?
Able to get into the sites.
Rooting for?
You know, I'm not going to say.
I mean,
but if they
Wolves,
get
I
into the
guess,
sites
and
easily,
PRX.
And I get all of the sensitive utility down. Deadlock.
There's so many people that haven't won a trophy, though. I think.
You can get that barrier mesh.
I mean, never. Obviously, who knows what the future holds, but.
In that round, you get your sonic sensors placed as well. Those are the situations where she's going to be high impact on attack, or syncing up some of those grav nets.
And normally the double sentinel composition in the past with Jet was pretty flashlight and had to use that controller util to take map space, but we know that Juicy comes.
Dude, that is a nasty tripwire.
Billy opted for a pretty.
That thing's hard to hear. And then they've got a sonic sensor too.
Maybe look towards mid. Control this space with these more appropriate longer range weapons as Juicy draws a bead.
Why can't they make 16 trophies for everyone? Everyone gets their share. What is this? Participation trophies? What is this? Only the best should get trophies. Forget everybody else. Nobody else matters. Only number one.
BLG side, but they're playing fairly spread at the moment, not going for a gamble stack.
Does K-Knight dare to push ahead of an Owl drone if it comes out? Cam cleared. K-Knight trying to back off.
Oh, you know there's two. Oh, they got scratched up bad.
Now, of course, that smoke over towards that CT side. And we're going to see the walls explode out of B main. Gravnet looks like it did catch up.
Yeah, it caught two.
There it is, Juicy. Eventually catches Neff.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but does he know about
Just going to call the
Rushia?
rest of the team to maneuver towards this A side. Only
He's gonna go check. They gotta check together. Oh, doesn't even matter. And they plant him past the door. This is so good. Okay, well he goes down a bit sooner than you would want, but it was good. He had the ghost. You got information a little bit.
In the site for this expected retake, but what is there to be done? Billy realized it's going to be pretty hard.
The best K-drama series is Nongshin versus whoever is Ramyun there is. What? A little Ramyun off? Dude, they should make a Ramyun K-drama. That's what they should do. Well, at least everyone gets a trophy. Why does everybody need a trophy? Screw that. Why is he going to draw attention? They don't have time, though. Oh, no shot. I mean, that was almost smooth. Yeah, they were hoping to just get more frags. Oh,
This has gotten a bit ugly for Wolves.
and they did. They actually make it. They actually make it happen.
That is a bizarre way to try and exit the round. Things getting so scrambled for Wolves, not playing together, trying to get out tree really late. No one watching the flank that was wide open.
I mean, Sufat was, for a time, watching towards that gelato direction, but like we said, it's a Wisey catch a timing on him. It's a stranger Red Bull clutch, I will admit. Because the way was paved early by Wolves in this round very cleanly.
This was a weird round. I mean, well played by BLG to just go for exit frags. They really positioned themselves well for that, but
round buy has dwindled to a tragic one with a Bucky, a couple pistols. Let's see if Juicy can do something with this Guardian. Grabbing it, they want to catch someone early in B main. Looks like they want to accelerate too, but the Mollies will keep them at bay temporarily.
K-Knight caught here by the Paranoia, up by Logs, and here comes Wolves again with his weaker bonus.
oh, he gets two through the cage.
Wisey faces down the Bucky and comes
Oh my.
best. And that's a gun recovered by Spring. No info on where Rushia is though.
Rushia knows where he's at. Oh, holds his ground.
A higgledy-piggledy little bonus. Weird buy for them.
Everyone stood up after that. I can't blame them. It was a cool B-site execute. Even with the Bucky of Spring teleport into that dark cover while they're swinging out.
Yeah, close your eyes and count some sheep, default. Obi gets some sleep.
So to the very end there, Sufat continuing his reign of terror on this map, swings out instantly. I mean, there's just no good reason they should be winning that, but they
Dude, Sufat's energy is so good.
I know, it's hilarious with Spring teleporting it with a Bucky.
Jackson. Oh my gosh.
Could not agree more. And this is now, this is dangerous for Billy. That's the round where they want to start to build that defense side momentum.
That's a great pause on the coach cam.
10 rounds and a robust economy to boot.
I'm still a little bit stunned that they won that. Remember when Billy took all their guns away?
The Billy hat is kind of nice. It's clean.
Tossed, and they still win with that really bad bonus buy.
It's like two ghosts, a Bucky, Spectres in there. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre scenes, but a fast hit to B that, frankly, Billy just aren't able to respond to adequately. And yeah, they flash themselves up through the smoke. Neff tries to get involved out from defense side spawn. Only able to find the one after Levius kind of paves the way.
Thumbnail cam from the coaches.
They can't springboard off of that into a strong position, and now it's for an outlaw there for YU, maybe reconsidering. But in general, the weaponry is looking pretty darn good. Might be an outlaw for Juicy. Yes.
For a fairly significant buy out of this, but the, bonus cash, or rather round loss bonus, is pretty out of control right now, so BLG can afford to get a fair half buy into this. Recon going to near close mid, broken by.
It is a rough half buy though, because if you lose this, you're just stuck on half buys for 2 rounds.
Just an alarm bot to catch this. K-Knight trying to play on it. Juicy takes that contact. It's going to be traded out. Good enough for Wolves for now.
Big wall.
Shrug off the relay bolt. They're into this B side.
Doesn't really matter that you lost to Euro at this point. You're missing some flashes, but... Oh, he took too much damage though. He took way too much damage. He can't actually go in.
Still 3 rifles active for Wolves, and
They're just buying time for the flank. Might actually work. The flank's pretty fast.
That was such a strange cage from YU. It helped the other team more than it helped him. Double flank coming right now through B main.
Okay, they know.
Fully pivoted towards the site. They could get overwhelmed. This is dangerous. But
Oh, Spring?
Sonic Sensor there in market, I think.
Dude, Spring has been so good.
He's on for 4.
Oh my gosh.
And Billy with that awkward buy. Yeah, we're up. We're on our feet. Blood is flowing. And Wolves are 2 rounds away from stealing Billy's map pick.
Spring started slow on defense, but has
that is rough.
100 miles per hour on attack. He's now tied
Both getting sprayed down there is rough.
Can't believe he was able to get that double spray down. The players rushing out of B main together. Feels like nothing can go wrong for Wolves, even when it starts. When you start seeing them on the precipice.
Spring has been spectacular this tournament.
Down to YZ with the weird cage play. All right, Billy, they're on their full bar.
Yeah, Spring has sprung this entire tournament. He's been playing so well. I mean, almost everybody on most has been playing really well throughout the entire tournament, but like Spring is
Juicy patient on this, suppressed as he was.
I mean, he was relatively disappointing compared to the hype around him.
Juicy barely takes any damage there as well.
Once he had to stick to like the controller role and they kept role swapping, but now he's looking comfy.
Safe to start moving into the site. YZ, he wants to fight right now. Relay bolt will cause some serious delay.
A lot of stall util coming out here. White Wolves might need to reconsider. In the past, they've stuck to
YZ's past it.
Plan A they've had and been unable to adapt, but here they're going to pivot away from B with the insert of White.
That wall keeps kind of messing up.
But YZ sees him cross mid.
It goes too deep.
About it, though.
Spring had popped that from the shadows to go to A main. Wolves are keeping their options open. That has fully insulted the entire
the
team
fake.
from BLG. They've bought it. They've all gone to heaven. What a call from Sufat.
Oh my god, what an amazing call. Billy looking like clowns out here. And Spring is still on A? Holy.
And now he just needs to get out of dodge, get back into B main. Spike is being planted by Sufat.
I mean, Rashia gets him, but that delays him a lot.
Get YU here. Great reposition from Juicy. He's going to hold the cross, try and protect his teammate.
YU tucked. Surely's heard some of this.
YU's kind of on his own now.
YZ slides on in, immediately
Huge.
decapitated. Sufat, he wants some information, so the Hunter's Fury comes out and Rushia was caught as he made his way down. 2v2 now.
Both side, one stun.
Looks like he was caught up inside that sonic sensor though, and Lyso has a grav net where that came from. Now to
Grav net's huge. You know they're not on it.
Not on their side. They have to make a move. A tap on the spike. And
Oh my god.
He'll cut Neff down to 34, and Lyso just needs to be patient.
No time.
No time for BLG. And that's map point.
Damn, dude, what a round. What a round from Sufat. So good. Yeah, that was an FNS call right there. That was so good. Free sight by moving the entire team over is insane.
They kept their options open. They pivot back to the open site. Sufat gets the Hunter's Fury with the spike down. What a round. What a beautiful call. He is putting on an Ascent masterclass.
Dude, if I'm a playoff team, I'm picking Sen before Wolves, honestly.
He's putting work in with the kills.
Billy are hemorrhaging as a result. No round wins on this defense side. No chance to breathe, to stabilize, to take stock of things. Again, they're thrown into it. As Wolves are knocking on the door of A.
Here comes a dimensional drift, going to get all the information on the site for Wolves. They are fully stacked.
All right, he knows there's two. Doesn't know about Tree.
BLG respond. Do they stay entrenched?
He's sticking it. Rushi there does get the ping. He knows
Yeah, they know Rushia's. Oh, huge flash.
Just overloads it. Brute force solution to the problem.
And he's out.
All right, Wolves routed because of that lockdown, having to pivot back. YZ is
Okay, YZ's position's bold because they wonder if it's going to be another rotate. But Wolves doesn't need to because it's 4v3. Dude, they both double peek out of the smoke. Or the cyber cage, rather.
Spring gets off the plant now, aware that there's a player caught inside his wall. Levius has got nowhere to go. He's stuck boxed.
He's boxed. He can't even move.
And it's on YZ for the game.
I mean, what do you do here, man?
They won 13-4 against Wolves last time they played. But this is a different Wolves, a different pace, a different gear.
Nobody's peeking out. Oh, it's brutal. Oh, it's brutal.
With an effortlessness on this attack. They look fantastic right now.
Brutal stuff. YZ. Dispatch.
13-5. Holy.
The Otter gauntlet thrown at Billy. You want to pick this map? Fine. We'll not give you any attack side rounds.
And bear in mind,
real well played. Very well played from Wolves. Holy.
Run, it was a sweep 3-0 for BLG. And here Wolves have swung right back, stealing away their map pick.
We're going to step away for a moment. Up next.
All right, it's not looking good, chat. It's not looking good for Billy.
Map number 1 of Ascent and set our sights on our second map of Split.
Damn. This Masters has made you Wolves. I mean, totally understandable. Just so we're very clear, they did not look anywhere near this good in China, but they've improved a lot. A lot of credit to them. All right, chat. We're gonna run some ads while they run ads. I'm gonna go just like wash my face and whatnot, just so I can feel a bit better with this cold. So I will be right back.
Hey.
Let me show you how to fuck stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walking past, get blinded by your headlights. Tunnel vision, losing feeling here in paradise. I don't know if I can take it, can we slow it down? Down. And telling me to stay low key and we'll be sweet. Got me feeling like I'm sitting.
Welcome back, everybody. Between maps, we do have fans from WOLS and from BLG. Give them a hand. Give them a hand, please. And now, just like last time, just like yesterday, actually, we're going to make
What
sure...
are they doing? What are they doing out here?
I'm learning from my mistakes day after day. So we are going to play rock, paper, scissors. Do we know the gist of what rock, paper, scissors is? We're going to go on shoot, right? Okay? So before we start, please select your agent. Please get together, see who's going to be your champion to go at toe-to-toe in this rock, paper, scissors.
This chessboard
Again,
shirt.
it is rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay? We got this? Crowd, Toronto, we got this? Perfect. Oh my god, that's awesome. All right, let's go, let's go. We'll do this quick.
All gamers have signed an 8-man roster in Valorant Mobile. Yeah, I saw that.
Marcus and Ripley. All right. Good luck, gentlemen. Please go head-to-head here, and we're going to get ready on shoot, okay? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Okay, that's a tie. Oh, where I'm getting trolled again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! That's a shaky hand. What are we doing here?
Dude, they're shaking.
Okay, that's a close. So we got one over here. One more. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! That's a tie. And that hand's shaking. That hand's shaking. Are we nervous? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot!
Oh, damn. The nerves got to him.
Still, you guys still have some participation prizes. Let's get the flag from Billy signed up over here. And also this sign from WOLS. Thank you so much. Right fist bump. I learned from this one as well. Right fist bump. Far right fist bump. Let's head on to the next of the game.
Thank you for the hydrate. Silly low-key looks like a wedding host. He could do a good wedding host, I think. When does Nongshim play? Soon. Soon TM. All right, while we're waiting for the game to start.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Fade. Fade, congratulations on Ascent. I gotta ask you about the double sentinels on that map. Was this specifically to stop YZ's Neon, or is this something that just happened to have worked in your favor with the new meta?
I'm the founder of the double sentinel Ascent comp, so it's just my comp.
Alright, thank you for your insights. Good luck.
It's just his comp.
That's my coach right
Just
there.
likes
That's
it.
my coach. I'm back again here on the desk, joined by Ender and Mel after map one. I personally did not expect that kind of performance to come out of WOLS. What about you two?
No, I mean, especially that
What happened to your
second
voice?
half was crazy.
I have a
The
flu
Wolves
right
running
now.
away with it, but the way the rounds actually themselves played out, that was kind of the expectation, especially early on. There are so many rounds that are coming down just
So,
1v1.
it's going to be sniffles and coughs throughout the stream.
Getting the better hand on.
I was honestly shocked at how the first half really panned out in like favor, I would say, in Wolves, even though it was only 5-7, 5 rounds for them, because they took a Thrifty, and that Thrifty could 100% shift the momentum of the game, but they somehow came back and got 5 rounds on the defense and had a really,
Here, I'll
really
pin that
good-looking
so
attack from my perspective.
people know.
Momentum shift was kind of crazy in that game. Now, let's talk about this HyperX reflex moment of the day. And it goes to Lysor, who had a lot of tough moments, I think, after that loss, Mill. The fans were really not very nice about his opening debut on the stage.
And I mean, what
All
better
right.
way than to show
What
up
is
like
this?
this?
Oh
We were
my
talking about it earlier on
God.
the desk.
What is
There's
this
so much pressure
connections?
on him, and his IGL took him aside, was like, hey, like, I believe
Dude,
in you. Like, you are
what?
capable of these things, and he's showing it.
Guy's just playing whack-a-mole right there. Sees the little head, knocks him down. I love,
Okay,
too, that
spooning,
Lysor
hugging,
also
cuddling,
constantly
snuggling.
standing
That's
up
one.
After a big play
There
like
we go,
that,
yeah.
not doing anything else, just
Like
like
the
yeah,
emoji.
yeah, I did that. Fist bump.
I love how Sufa is always so hyped for these teammates too. Like it's great to see.
And I love them, you know, standing up too. But we saw this quote from him at the press conference yesterday, saying after we lost, my bros helped me a lot. They said to me, Lysor, you need to believe in your own capabilities, and that's what you were talking about, Mel. And we're seeing the change in confidence and the importance of having an IGL and teammates that actually lift you up when you lose.
And I like the fact that Wolves is really not putting too much pressure on themselves. They're just kind of focusing on themselves and their own team. Blocking
Is acupuncturing even a word?
In the press conference, Sufa himself was saying, I don't really hear the doubters. I don't really care too much for them.
No, it's Lord
I have my
Sir.
game speak for itself on the stage.
And here's the thing, and the map didn't start badly off for
No, I'm going to try this. Lord Sir, Miss Doctor.
The second half happened, unfortunately. Wolves just
starting with titles. Got it. All right, so now we can do spooning, snuggling, hugging, cuddling.
Pistol Spring has a 3K in that one, I think, and then he has a couple of just absolutely insane rounds to keep this team's momentum going.
I mean, let's take a look at some of those rounds in the clutches as well. Exactly. The plays were just crazy.
Acupuncture isn't a verb, right? So this has to be something else too.
And keep in mind, this is the bonus for Wolves. They come into the site and they were using these Cypher cages so nicely on their execs, both to block off some space and also to get some TPs going. But really, it was Spring with this shotgun. He TP'd up into market, that comes back, wins out this clutch in the 1v2, and then immediately in the next round as well. There's a flank coming in. He's not even looking at that angle first, but he snaps over and again gets 4 kills in a row to win this out.
Whispering.
And I think a big part of that is the calling as well, getting them into these positions where Spring has these opportunities, right? Getting him into that post-plant spot. Although in the 1v1, Bomb wasn't quite down yet, but in the second example, it was looking really good. There were so many intricacies, and I loved the double.
Sire means to give birth? Wait, does it really?
Because we saw like those 4 rounds, those early rounds of just showing B hit after B hit after B hit. And then that next round, Mel, they were using the Omen ult to make those face
Whispering.
Yeah, I mean, it was
sewing,
so
dishing,
cool to see
spilling, whispering.
And then the
What's
Omen
the
ult into
thing there?
blind,
Sewing,
faking
dishing,
it, and
whispering,
you look
spilling.
on the minimap, all 5 players of Billy completely sold on the fake.
They ate it up.
Completely open B site for Wolves.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start for Wolves. Now, I'm going to get a little bit worried for Billy because we are going to split. And a couple of times at least I've watched their split, and it's a little bit tragic.
Yeah, it was looking tough. I mean, even if you just look at the last time BLG played
One away.
Wolves
Okay.
on this map, map
I was wondering if it was
Wolves
verbs
way, and I think
with
that Wolves
ing,
have
but
actually really liked to play this map. Again, they take a lot of these slower
well, I guess
rounds,
technically
their
they
lurks,
all
their
would
pivots, their
be,
cutbacks
but
through mid, like we just saw in that last game.
one away.
Switching up between
What's the one?
sides has been
Buzzing,
very
spilling,
effective
whispering,
at beating
sewing.
Teams like BLG in the past.
I mean, they even
It's
pick split
this.
into Sentinels, and I mean, I'm
gossiping.
I'm from America,
You
right?
dishing.
Like,
Well,
we see
dishing.
Sentinels play split
Dishing's
so
more like
many
dishing
times.
out,
They're a
though. No.
historical team on the
Dishing
map,
isn't really
and so Wolves
gossiping.
pick it into them, and honestly, in my opinion, despite the loss, have a great
Is
showing.
it?
If there's one man that might have the answer into this, it is
What
going
is
to be
the-
Coach Bale.
what is
This
this?
what he had to say ahead of Matu.
Pins or bowling pins. See, I was thinking about needles. I was thinking about needles, but I didn't think about bowling pins.
But in Masters, it seems like we have a new meta and a very different pace to the game. So what
Yeah,
do
I
you
thought
think is going
dishing
to
was
be
more
different
like
today
dissing, like
compared to
dishing
the
out
regional matchup against the
disses or
Wolves?
whatever.
감독님, 3대 0이라는 스코어로 울브즈를 상대로 중국 리그에서는 승리를 거뒀는데 마스터즈에서는 메타도 많이 다르고 페이스도 많이 달라진 것 같거든요. 지난번에 만났을 때에 비해서 어떤 점이 가장 달라질 것 같으신가요?
일단은 뭔가 울브즈 선수들이 그 전에 CN 리그하고 다르게 마스터즈 오고 나서
Wrestling pin as well,
많이
yeah.
올라온 것 같고 팀워크적으로도 많이 올라왔고 일단 상대 선수들이 일단 침착함을 되게 굉장히 잘 유지하는 것 같아요. 그에 반해서 저희 선수들은 뭔가 좀
The Billy coach is Korean.
끌려다닌 것 같아가지고
He used to
저희가
coach
주도권을 좀
TNL
잡고
and the old
게임하는
Quantum
걸 좀
Strikers.
얘기를
He used to be teammates with
아마
Termi back in the day.
그래도 스플릿은 조금 변하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Well, yeah, when it comes to Wolves, you know, they stepped up huge compared to how they were in CN League in terms of their mentality.
Dishing the
They were able
dirt.
to keep it
Oh, yeah, I
cool
guess so.
And keep their composure. And they also had a really, really good form. And when it comes to us in our first map, we just felt like we had no control.
Solo was
so,
as well,
we
yes.
talked about how to gain more
HSK
map
was as
control
well,
and
but not
stay
all
calm
at the
in
same
second
time.
map,
Some of
and
them
I
different
think
combinations,
we can
but
put up better performance in map 2. Thank you, coach. Good luck.
Bile wasn't part of the legendary crew, I believe. That was solo. Termy Glow.
They will be
Forget who was part of that roster. Bio might have been there? No, maybe Bio was part of that briefly as well. But they all overlap here and there.
But the split map will be
HSK, Solo, Termy, Bio,
questions around what
Glow.
Billy Gaming are actually going to be playing, because previously playing it in VCTCN versus Wolves, they were of course playing the Tejo, but since then we've had nerfs, and we got to see them actually play it one time versus Trace in Asia Champs.
All right.
And then they went back to play the oldest comp in the book, Omen, Viper,
Let's do today's Scrandle. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Right.
Is that what we're seeing? I mean, they just lock it in instantly.
Wow. It is what we're going to see.
Yeah, the China teams are like, screw the live pick.
Because that's what Coach Bale was talking about.
Well, I think similar actually to Wolves' composition, both these teams have that double controller and the Sentinel, so you should be seeing a lot of lurks coming out from both teams. And Billy, I mean, I'm going to be honest,
So Sky versus Fade
would point to a Wolves slam dunk on this map. Billy does not have a good record.
I think what I'm keeping my eyes on is how impactful Sky's mid-round info.
Yeah, but in the past, Billy was good on Split.
Sky pick. They're starting on defense. They know about
And you saw what Wolves were doing.
For the ramp lurks. They know about Spring trying to explode the B site with that lurk orb popping out either side of it. BLG cannot leave gaps in their defense, or Wolves are going straight through the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and they would be making history if they do here. They've never been to a global event before. They've never
Wolves in playoffs would be kind of sick.
Uber and Wire, this is going to be a good one.
Considered by many the least likely team to make it into playoffs here in Toronto, is one map away from doing just that. And Juicy said after the last 7 years and all he's been through, his drive, his climb to this very stage, it means so much to him. How much more incredible to make it into the playoffs in that debut globally.
Just over the last couple years, him ascending but unable to play.
All right, let's see.
He wasn't eligible due to his age. And then when he was, just couldn't find a spot to play in Pacific. Has to go over to
Classic
China,
is so nice.
move there away from his family, play with this Wolves team, and now they're on the precipice of the absolute unthinkable. They were written off before this tournament began.
Oof.
Now, just converting on their map choice. That's what needs
Yeah,
to
but
happen.
that's multiple people mid.
See why you battered a little bit there. He pops
Ooh,
up into
Wolves.
mid,
Okay, they're already doubling down. They're sending YU to go
They don't like what they've seen
explore A. They want to play time
Fall back, but
because they weren't sure if they would do a fast flood into B.
some presence as Sufa IGL remains inserted. Dark cover in B main. Walk down from YZ solo in mid. This is dangerous. He could get caught.
Oh, the timing was pretty good from Spring just after the clear.
I mean, Billy should have the read now.
But why is he at least able to react to complete?
Sufat would need to sell this real hard, but there's not. Billy's already committed. They just trust the cam for the retake.
Hit punch couldn't actually get his crosshair back on him. K-Knight spots out the other two. That's a very weak YU. Susceptible to the nade. Has to get out of the way. Just going to damage up Lysor. 30 seconds.
It's not looking good. Wolves kind of doubled down too early on the rotate, I think.
Wolves low. They are beaten back black and blue by some of this util exchange across the map. Are they going to go for it? Levioso's waiting for them. Into his clutches falls YU. Juicy, though, does finally get rid of that 10 HP YZ in heaven. But Rushia simply steps up instead. Spike loose. Classy little right click.
10 seconds left.
That's the round. Put away.
Did you know that team yesterday was ranting about Lysos? Yeah, I mean, yesterday, I think,
I imagine at some point they wanted to try to
you know,
get back through vents.
it's totally
on account of
valid.
Their IGL Sufa just still being
Lysor was not playing.
working his way there. They'd like to have pivoted back.
Was
but
not
BLG
playing well yesterday.
Just had the full stack rotation over to A, denying them with a Viper wall, that nade keeping them at bay. Crucially, YZ finds the opener. This is the map. The last time these two teams faced off, it was in the qualifying game to Toronto. Wolves took it. And the BLG, they got the revenge in that lower final. It was a clean sweep, 3-0. They know how to beat Wolves, but do they know how to beat them on this map?
Even Sentinel struggled with this attack side from Wolves, where they got to dictate the pace. Marshall's shots, YZ spraying him
They
off
are
wildly.
flooding you.
Hazzard has to back away. Catches YU though, as he steps a little too far. And YZ got
Okay,
that painful
YZ.
elimination. Pretty devastating impact.
Actually, already pretty poor round from Billy though, all things considered.
Scavenging the Marshall. Spring inside his poison orb is hoping for a pot shot. And he's got nothing to see as it clears.
They're just hoping to make this a 2v2.
Does
Double stacked up on BLG. They should make light work of this situation, and they do. We're dropping a couple players. YZ was happy to take several engagements.
No, Wolves won't win Toronto, but I think if Wolves makes it to playoffs, if I'm a playoff team, I'm picking Sentinels over Wolves. I think. Well, actually, to be fair though, I think Wolves, they haven't really been that pressed. Like, they came in with good prep, and their individuals have gotten them like by. But like, when we haven't seen what they look like when they've been dismantled strategically. So yeah, maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't necessarily pick Sen.
He's been there before. So is K Knight against a Wolves team trying to make.
No, yeah, FNS coughed so hard that it traveled over the ocean, and then I caught the flu.
Got an audio issue down on stage.
Their team fight is. I mean, that's the one thing they were really good at in China, was that Wolves basically, they play really good like scrap fights. They go as a team once they decide to execute, and it's very good. But I would argue like that's pretty easy to dismantle from a very good team's perspective. And then their overall prep on the meta and their opponents, I think, is really good. And I think CFS IGLing has gotten better. But I would argue that we've seen like some rounds slip away, but their heroics got them by. We haven't seen them actually have a breakdown yet. The same could be said about Gen G too. No, I mean, yeah, but technically you could say the same thing about them and to some extent anybody in this tournament that already made it through. But my point is like Gen G and Sen have a core where we've seen that they can overcome that. Not every time, but they can. But with Wolves, we haven't ever seen that with any part of this like combo of this roster. So I don't know. I think like what I'm saying is I think it might be a mistake to automatically assume Sen is weaker. I think Sen has looked weaker so far from what they've shown, despite them beating Wolves. I would say that you've seen more gaps. More gaps have been shown from Sen's side. But Sen we know can endure, whereas Wolves we haven't really seen that yet.
Want to secure a tight little bonus.
Want to be a few SMGs for Billy. They'd love to get close up some of these angles.
Yeah, kind of curious who the first team would pick.
Obvious keeping Wolves at Banto's mid-engagement from YU, and YZ thinks.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Wolves even make it out. We don't know yet.
Happily one away from the showstopper. Keep your eyes on that. If he can find a kill somewhere, things get scrappy. He could win this round for the team.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Solid reception there though by Knight. Trading evenly other defenders.
Fade.
It leaves only Sufat, the one to emerge from the dust cloud in mid. Now needs to kind of wait for his teammates on the extremities to give him a little bit more of an inkling where the remainers of Billy are arranged.
How far does Neff and Rashia push out here? Mid's not the best place for them to be pushing out of because you still have to deal with crossfires from 3 different angles. What a weird way to regroup. What a weird way to regroup. You have zero information everywhere here. The moment you go on mid, you got to worry about this, and this. It's not like YZ was pinching on a timing on events either.
Position, paint shell still at hand.
Like either you just regroup this way, or you just hold, or you should push out main really if you wanted to push out somewhere.
Among them, he too feels that discretion might be the better part of valor here, Wyatt.
Like I think YZ's position was okay, but
into the Phantom this round, so certainly wants to keep that. Has the lowest credits.
That was a weird choice.
Billy just doing way too much in the mid round there. Way too much.
I don't know if YZ should go for it. He's already so far, and the chances, like, you have so many places to go. You have a Phantom anyway. Like, he'll get Showstopper, but he bought in for the bonus, so he has the Phantom, so I think keeping that is fine.
Reasonable for that decision. It blows up in their face, though.
BLG headed to their full buy. These are some good trades back and forth.
Because of the time that it would have taken him to even get close to a kill in a 1v3.
mean, Sufat has to respond very quickly to that call from YU.
Yeah,
Just in time.
Really just serving themselves up. Here's the full buy from BLG. Max investment. Still, it's this showstopper that YZ is on the precipice of collecting. He is playing over towards ramp right now, solo. Wolves, no emphasis.
So Wolves gonna wait to see if he goes to the orb again, since he's only one away.
And now Sufat wants to ensure that no one will be walking.
Neff
down.
is the IGL for
That's
Billy
the
Billy.
kind of play YZ will be absolutely happy to make.
There is a very large amount of utility to play through.
They're called Team Secret because nobody knows their next move.
Wolves, we saw them, you know, with the double sentinel composition. Billy played into that well, sort of clearing it slowly. Now they're in a position where they've got to do something much the same. They have that ramp position, but they're not convinced. They don't see anything to play off of. And YZ was drawn out of mid back to
YZ heard that trip though, right?
So mid's a little weaker now as a result.
So at a certain point, you can leave just Cypher on A and rotate people over to B. Because the chances of it being A is a last minute rotate. So you'll know if they go past through
That
vents.
side of the map, but the defensive cam is getting info there. Things are starting to increase with the tempo.
Here's it. YZ.
Oh, what is that timing? Brutal.
Showstopper immediately developed.
Dude, he gets Lysor as well.
YZ getting away with everything.
Damn.
Levis has pushed up now. Net closing on Sufat. He's able to deal with YZ, but time wasn't there anyway for Wolves. It would have been a struggle for them to get anywhere on the map after that.
Big timing from YZ.
Awkward. YU just wants to try and keep his gun. Can't blame him. That is brutal stuff. YZ pops up yet again to the detriment of the attackers.
That timing is just going to have Juicy sick to his stomach.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Milliseconds away.
That is a rough one from Juicy.
Kill with YZ on the rope. It's an early timeout call from Fade. This was the map I called out earlier when he was going for timeouts. Had significant.
They are the problem is Wolves is playing this like they did against Sen, but Sen didn't have a Sentinel.
So close.
And that's why it worked.
Had the most unlikely upset
But
win.
playing this slow against a Cypher where you're not breaking the util, it's not going to work.
With a lot of action over towards B, right? Sentinels really wanted to push in, take the B main control. They were trying to set Zekin up. Spring was finding really good opportunities actually just to win straight up duels against that Sentinels Yoru. Here though, Wolves have not been emphasizing.
I think that's probably something they talk about here is like either go fast for the cam clear, the default cam clear on A Heaven, right? Or you go for B main control, clear out potential traps, and then you can work the map. But right now they're just kind of letting it sit there.
So high impact. He was absolutely ruling B main. He was finding timing windows.
No, it's actually true, Lazy Daisy. Kyoko's 100% correct. Notion Ramen is actually just better than Bulldog.
Absolutely.
Bulldog's just spicy for the sake of being spicy.
Really knowing that. Just need to not overcommit to
It's like it can be a fun challenge, but it's like challenge food is not.
Often because you just wouldn't expect Wolves to
That's a
pivot
challenge, not food.
The low time remaining that they do, how common they actually, will opt to do that on rounds.
No, but you can have spicy and still have flavor. You know what I mean?
Against Heretics more
I think artificial spiciness is kind of overrated. Like restaurants having like challenge dishes and whatever is it's fun. But
throw up that poison cloud, so Sufat can likely get onto this orb. It's just one away from the knife. Love to have that, but we're spurring down. Great opportunity to use it. They fully invested into this.
I mean, listen, Notion or not, like I'm glad that different Korean food products are popular and trendy because obviously that'll help the Korean economy. But
this is interesting. That's a unique double.
like I like spicy food. I don't do very well with it, but I like spicy food. But you can have like flavorful spicy versus spicy for the sake of spicy. Oof.
Juicy has claimed YU lingers in mid though, wants to take this fight. Really
yeah, they're still not sure if it's a rotate, but that will let you know. Spikes down. Ooh, that is.
Now it's K-Knight.
You have the trip. You have the trip. You can play off of it.
The plan is to step to B, but Lysor's going to reveal the intent
Oh,
of
dude.
Wolves now.
Why
Riley
you?
wants to keep this Cypher as busy as possible for as long as possible. And the
Oh, no shot.
to the bread basket. We'll take the round away. Wolves got to feel good. And that's a 4v5 conversion we were saying that was sorely missing.
How likely is PRX going to win today?
YU in mid.
That's tough. Likely is tough.
Gets that initial 1v1 kill here against YZ.
I think a 55-45 to be really honest. Well, actually, maybe a 60-40, but
The snap is sickening. He called out.
But Team Liquid's looking real good.
One win with YU taking his time. Such high impact.
Nice round, but delete that gun.
So how do you build off this foundation?
No, we just need to buff the judge, and then the shorty won't feel as powerful.
This time paid off, albeit not in the way we thought it would. There was a mid opportunity that was capitalized on.
Dude, surely PRX doesn't play
There's
Icebox.
a drift here through sewer though from Wolves.
Early presence shown in mid by Juicy sends out that. Well, now they've worked their way over towards A fully. YZ is posted up close with the judge.
Prowler sees it. That's the judge.
Or the judge. Good old YZ judge. Uh-oh. Okay, but they are upping the tempo, which is good. You know you would have cleared any trips close.
Oh, the spray through the cyber cage is sublime. Levius also to his right.
Sublime, good word.
Okay, you can't account for those. You can't count on them. That's given Wolves another way into the round.
They want to press forward. Juicy wants to break the crosshairs a
Oh,
little bit ahead of the rest of the pack, but Neff goes back in, wants to find that kill, and now YZ caught with the judge alone, tucked in hell.
No chance to make good use of this weapon in this round, and even here it's awkward. It's long range, downwind.
30 seconds left.
And Rushi's got to step into this 1v3 with a little bit of alacrity. Juicy's handle, but
NT Russia. A little bit rushed, but...
And now Wolves, that head of steam that we're looking for in this.
Do you think other APAC teams in Toronto would have helped PRX prep?
Great util usage to clear that close
I mean, you know, APAC probably scrimmed against each other a little bit. Especially RRQ, right? Because you're not playing them for a little bit. And he was hiding a lot of stuff about Sunset. I mean, PRX was also a good Sunset team to begin with, so I imagine.
For all they know, players can be pushed down mid, wrapping them. They have to commit forward. They can feel.
Yeah, imagine if Mindfreak comes back.
Encircled, but they win out all
in the return.
Early peak. Of course, just with a ghost on this, Eco Spring back to doing what we know. For
I mean, Billy,
on this split map, which is
Wolves
playing B main, taking it over.
This time, Russia stepped pretty far forward. You can see where.
I don't know why you're going that far forward on the Eco here. With no util.
Passive line is able to find an easy kill.
Know exactly where.
Juicy man, I'm getting excited about
That's
him.
true. 6-man roster versus 6-man roster.
In a 4 versus 5 to give Wolves away into the round. Now they get a rare situation where they start from the front. You can see how much better they look here. Levius on the line, but shows his gun barrel and Spring cuts them down one after another. Easy B take for Wolves.
This round is as good as done. Juicy maybe hoping he could be the one to get a couple of these kills, get even closer to that showstopper that he's nearing, just 2 away right now.
Oh, YZ reads it. Huge kill. No, you give it over to your teammate, surely. Oh, you're going to get healed. Okay, never mind.
With YZ being low, getting topped up here by Neff. A rare case of that healing is relevant.
Oh.
Swing. It's getting a little costly for Wolves, but with multiple consecutive round wins, they've got a bit of bank, a bit of cushion.
Yeah, not much to do here now.
A stinger that Neff would be maintaining. He'd have to cross in the dying seconds. I think.
Watching China in VC China is like watching a match against Fnatic versus M80 in CS. It's so long.
Out of dodge, got to get off the site. Juicy checks it. It's not good enough. Neff finds him flash.
NT.
And Wolves get 2 players out. Costly, yes, but these attack rounds don't come easy.
Chat, Fnatic's winning Masters. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pacific, but Fnatic's winning.
Be somewhat honest, but it is Juicy getting the kills and dying.
It's going to be Fnatic G2, and G2 is going to get another 2nd place.
Going to have the Viper's pit because Spring is starting up. He started to find these kills.
They're going to start to join Heretics.
Collect orbs via the kills he's getting. So now they have that pretty classic 1-2, get into a site with a showstopper, use the pit for the post.
That is a crazy Neon cosplay.
Billy feeling the heat early on. They've seen what Wolves have been able to do on this attack side to high quality opponents like Sentinels. They can't let things get out of hand here. Coach Bale is expending these timeouts early. We've seen him be one of the
all the
very
timeouts, huh?
animated coaches in some of these games. He's shown some serious frustration at times. He's got to hold his nerve. The team has to stay calm. Find a solution, find an answer, find a way to.
They really gotta stop. I just think it's bad production. The refs aren't.
Couple things at the disposal though in a round.
It's not like traditional sports where the refs are part of the game, and also, like the casters are always talking about coaches here. Like it won't ever. I just think it's poor production. Oh, this is their first timeout. Oh, earlier was a tech pause. Never mind. And then Wolves had a timeout.
In a round where they can equalize the game.
Do you think China and Pacific having close proximity is an unfair advantage compared to other regions going forward?
Definitely have a situation like that, and he is going to pick it up.
I mean,
He decides to post up B main, so likely hoping to just deal with Spring. If
no, because you say that just because they're in Tier 1, but the argument would be that China was not actually Tier 1 level for the past 2 years, though, right? So then the counter argument would be that, oh, if you also just scrimmed more people in Tier 2 in your regions as well, which are just as, well, not as big as China, but like bigger than like Korea, right? And like the close proximity where you can scrim easily from Korea, like within Americas, you could have done the same thing, right? So I don't think that's necessarily unfair.
Wants to go right through this. Going to force the Viper away. This pit is going to drop. There's absolutely zero chance.
They got the pit easily. They can just chill. Well, pit goes down now, so.
But they can slow things down. They don't need to right
Yeah, but
now.
they cleared out mid, basically. They have full mid control.
Spring towards B, YU towards A. Go for a late.
Do you think Fnatic's better than G2 and Y?
This whole approach to the round for Wolves has left YZ kind of stranded with that op over on B.
And it looks like Billy, they want to explore. They feel like they need to get some more.
Oh.
About the timing on the cam is so.
That is rough.
And off that double push. Now Wolves, they want
Hey,
to
they have main
accelerate.
control too. YG's got main with op.
A bit lighter. Operator still here. First shot connected by YZ.
I spoke too soon. YZ gets the action he was hoping for
Whoa.
in this round.
Russia gets the kill. YZ's able to re-clear. Easy round for Billy. I don't think Fnatic is necessarily better than G2. I don't think they are objectively better.
Somewhat, but can hold his ground and convert.
But I think Fnatic might be a bit more fluid. But between those two teams, I think especially with the meta changing and both of them, I think having players that can do really well in the current meta, I don't think it's clear cut. I guess you could argue that G2 technically has shown that they are better for longer this year, but
1-3-1s commit very heavily with the pack towards mid.
Forgot to ask her, but what are your thoughts on Auspus having one of the roughest sprints? Honestly, I'm a little surprised. But I think there's something going on in how they wanted to play at Toronto, because not like a bad thing, but you know, traditionally, memes aside, like that was a team that was built to play around Auspus, and this time it felt like it was Auspus trying to lead as a duelist. And I wonder if that was affecting his own performance as well a little bit. But either way, like, I mean, Auspus has had quiet tournaments, but nothing like this, I don't think. Even Tokyo wasn't this bad. What is going on in this round?
Bizarre round, absolutely ridiculous. Kevin maintained by Lysol with an operator of all things.
Spike being planted for him.
Oh, just misses on that shot.
Not my goat, not my number one. Definitely wasn't anywhere close to number one at this tournament.
It's the loose end of Spring. That could be a problem for the defenders on the retake.
So late, he can just wait by.
Who would you have put in number one, Yissel?
I don't know about that. It's just not
If it's anything that's not Trent, then yours is also invalid. I think if it's not Auspus, it had to be Trent. As much as Jemkin was my number two, I think it's too early to put Jemkin at number one.
Fortunately, in this round, he's feeling more like a paperweight than anything else. Off he goes. And
Varga at number one. Okay. Oh, I'll take the Auspus.
Crazy situation with YZ ripping the showstopper. Again, there was a situation there in the mid-round.
I just think Kayak can't take too long to warm up. Well, yeah, I mean, Fnatic, it really depends on that, but I think Kayak, I will see, but it seemed like going into playoffs, he really started to get into his own where he didn't need time to ramp up, and he didn't need to, like, get coddled to gain confidence. You know, dude, he came back with the opposite. That's so funny. Last time he had Brendan, he was cosplaying Sideshow. That's so funny. That's so great.
Otherwise, spot on.
That's so great.
You trying to call out the Widow's Peak, bro?
No, I didn't say that. That was you. As a member of the large and in charge forehead club, I would never.
Now it's juicy.
Probably Trent. Honestly, if we go by super recency bias, Kayak was insane, but I need a caveat where it's Kayak with an up. Yeah, I mean Kayak's kind of like Jemkin, where it's hard to put them. It's a lot of recency bias, but it's hard to put them at number one because we've never seen them at that level, which is kind of unfair to them. But
playing backside B with a full kill trip setup.
Yeah, Trent at number one. I'm fine with that.
More tentative looks from Wolves. None of that audacious shove to mid. And there it is, Juicy on the op. Man, again, he makes the opening. Gets caught out by Neff. Surely some follow-up is there, and at least Wolves able to trade somewhat efficiently into this A side.
That was a slow trade. Juicy getting a little bit disconnected from YU, who needed to win that duel and does come up. BLG, do they?
Damn, dude, Wolves already have 5.
They need to find a kill somewhere, but Spring on this lurk timing.
Their economy in the balance, it's teetering, and this time Spring has the timing. Rolls are reversed, and Spring delivers.
Spring has got. Spring has been so good this turn.
Extend that lead to 2.
BLG were hoping to find him alone back in A main, not expecting a late wrap through the vent all the way back.
I mean, to be fair, Karon's good, and he's obviously back in form. But if you are going off of stage 1, it's hard to.
Oh, the heel turn. He's too quick with it.
That's amazing. That's amazing. But Karon did not look that good in stage 1. I mean, he not that he looked like a bad player, but he did not look like his top form, you know? He didn't look like a top player. He looked like a good player. Yeah, all of Gen G was pretty iffy for most of stage 1. So it was hard to argue to put them in like a top 5. You know, I think a punt for Karon or Texture in like top 10, yeah, I'm okay with it. I think it's still a bit, I think that's more faith-based than performance-based. But like, you know, I'll take it if you have faith in them. But
too far in B main, and Spring ended up just taking 3 easy kills as he leisurely walked onto that site.
Why does this caster sound like Artist? What? I assume you're talking to. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't think either of them sound like Artists.
He looks to exacerbate, and once more history repeats itself. Spring a little bit low, but he's done the most. He has got everybody looking at this B side, distributing catnip amongst BLG. So Knight has to step up, try and stop the bleeding. It's not possible.
30 seconds left.
Spring, just no doubt, has been one of the best players of this Swiss stage. When we watched him online during the run to get here,
Spring has been killing it
because of his willingness to just take fights on lurks, on defense, play a lot of off angles. He loves to take a duel. But when he's playing like this, he just looks like a god among men. He had games like that online, but when he had misses, that was putting the rest of the squad in tough positions trying to recover. He has been so consistent in this Swiss.
This is rough. 7-4?
I mean, if he plays like this against some of the other top teams, which, I mean, to be fair, he already has. It feels like the sky is the limit for this guy. What a debut on the international stage. Just cleans up another. Why not? The spray control for that second kill in heaven while getting dinked. That's mental. 14 and 8 right now.
There's that first encounter. Yeah, Rushi just can't really find that level of.
Did you pick Ash for double duelist or to play initiators? He's been playing more initiator this year, even in academy. So for initiator, he can play double duelist, but the intent was always initiator, I think.
In terms of the fragging coming down to Lysor, unlikely hero, stepped up on the deadlock. IGL Sufat, but now we're back to what we expected. The duo of Juicy and Spring putting in work. They have a showstopper and a pit again. Just use that first raise ult to get into a site. Viper's pitch trying to close things out. Sufat drawing some attention.
Spring is looking really good.
Here comes the aggression towards A.
Juicy needs a clean open.
Oh, he's caught in the open.
Just before the cyber cage came down, Juicy gets into the site.
He got hit by his own paranoia, but it does. Oh, actually, maybe it does matter.
Get out. Caught up.
Oh,
Nice timing. Sufat
all
dealt with
right.
it. Now it's Juicy. Deep as he is. Just got the ping on Rushia's location and take the challenge. He needs to get another
Juicy's
one.
Juicy, the swing, the wide swing.
Juicy's so good.
Years to get onto this stage.
Juicy's actually so
And he is
good.
putting on an absolute show. Star player
Dude, that was
for
like the
Wolves. Dominant app on
smoothest
attack.
wine swing for a
Okay,
clutch I've
they're
seen.
so sick on this map.
That was,
What a way to send yourself into the break.
dude, that was insane.
Juicy feels like he's got that main character energy right now for Wolves. And it's history repeating itself. 8-4 scoreline, all the same from Wolves against Sentinels. A great
Dude,
attack
damn.
side. Have they shored up some of their
Dude,
weaknesses on the
damn.
defense side? That's something Coach Fade, who's feeling good right now, I'm sure, has to start thinking about as we look towards them taking an opportunity to qualify for those playoffs. More to come
Yeah, I
here
believe
after the
disguised
break.
woes.
It's
Took him a
crazy
while.
split and a 4-round lead for Wolves.
But it's so great to see that he's really delivering on his hype for sure. That was insane. That was insane. Holy. (8-4) Chat, I think it's going to be a quick 2-0. Dude, that's a sick crochet. Omen? Oof, PRX posting about jersey swapping with heretics. Rough. If only Riot didn't force Bleed to dismantle the Ascension roster. What? It's not like they forced him to. He was too young. What is going on, YouTube? We have to watch Pleb Lord 1080. That's what you mean? Well, oh, if only we could break labor laws and force child labor into VCT. That's what you want?
The amount of damage he's putting out per credit spent is pretty extraordinary in that first
That's not on Riot.
There's that spike early because he goes off in the initial couple rounds where not a whole lot is being invested, and then from there it's just consistent.
Do we know what teams are going to pick their opponents right after the second match? That is what Yinsu said in the press conference. It's so weird that they didn't announce that officially, but
in this entire Swiss stage that we've been going through. You
they jersey, no, I know they jersey swap everybody. It's just funny that that was like the tweet, the latest tweet that the algorithm, the system scraped for PRX. After it's the one, you know, showing it on screen after Heretics gets eliminated is rough.
Significant amount. BLG, they have an opportunity to get back in this. They weren't.
Well, yeah, they should do it. They should do the draw today after the second match. So we'll see.
Much of their success in their first half was on the back of
Maybe they wanted to gauge the community's response. No, but they did it last year, and Yinsu said it with like as a fact during the press conference. She asked as a fact, "You're gonna get to choose your opponent." So it's like, why was that not mentioned anywhere officially?
Generally, he is an absolute menace. He has a fearless style, but you could just say the exact same for Juicy.
It's such a weird thing to like not state. Oh, he gets both. Okay, how many does Spring get here though? One so far. Okay, he gets one. Milan will be there to pick the opponents instead of Koyo. Man, it's gonna be coaches and managers again, huh? Give me the players. Give me the trash talk.
Wolves are still going to need him to be at capacity to close this series out.
Excellent flank coming through from K-Knight off of an extreme distraction. There was an explosion of utility over towards ramp that every single player in the vicinity had to get out of dodge from. And that just offers him up Morpheus finding no information towards mid, and he fully exploits that by putting his mark on the game after having a pretty
The spring of the Notion Glass he would have aced. True, but it's too powerful. Riot probably told him they can't use it because it's too OP. Unfortunate. Unlucky, really.
Pretty informative as far as BLG are concerned.
All that drama between Osmos and Heretic. That is funny. The thing is, though, is I think, but the thing is like, I think the Heretic statements were a little blown out of proportion because it was who's overrated. And I think a lot of people would actually agree with them that Osmos being called the GOAT is somewhat overrated. Not just because they got knocked out, even before this tournament. You know? Like, a lot of people talk as if Osmos being the GOAT is definitive, which I don't agree with, even though I put him at #1. But, like, I think that was actually fair. But I think it's just, like, the way they said it, the way the clip was put out, etc. And, you know, the history of them, like, talking confidently. I think that's what got to people. But honestly, I think Rian saying that Osmos is overrated is, I think, totally, like, in fact, I think probably half the VCT fans probably agree.
That was tactical. No orb. No orb for a player on Billy. All good. That's
well, I think there was one more when, like, Benji was talking. They were doing, like, a hot ones type of thing with Benji. But I think the game's too young for there to be a true growth. Well, that's also true. But, like, I would argue, even if, well, I mean, it's 5 years. I wouldn't say it's too young. I just don't think we've had a definitive GOAT. I think 5 years is... I think 5 years is enough to have your first GOAT. If one existed. But I don't think one does.
For Billy. A lot of weaponry to play with. YZ with the best.
Yeah, like Osmos is a candidate. And if I was forced to pick one before this tournament, yeah, I probably would have picked Osmos, but...
Trailblazers, something only Billy in this matchup have access to. Looking to clear their way up ramp and also reveal the trap wire. That is cleared. And again, we'd like this from
TMV's going wild. I can only imagine. I mean, it's gotta feel so good for TMV. Imagine, I mean, you're a fan of an underdog team, and they start just fragging, out calling.
Clear out mail information now on Spring, who drops back.
This is still good. Diligent.
Yeah, Faker was already defined as the GOAT 5 years in.
With that attention on midway, this is a timing from Levius. Oh, Spring catches him despite taking a lot of damage. And here's the execute onto the B site.
Juicy from Rafter.
Fully blinded.
Shrugs it off though. Just around the corner is K-Knight. Blast back thrown out to disrupt potentially Lysor.
But the fact is, I mean, obviously it's harder in an FPS, I would argue. Oh, dude, Billy's actually playing the attack like... Billy is playing attack much better than Wolves. I think it helps that they have a flash. I think that is huge. But and Wolves somehow still scraped together 8, so I'd be a little worried if I was Wolves.
Give up the positioning, swing out. Oh, so much damage.
But the thing is like it is harder, I think, in an FPS. But like Faker was literally doing things that nobody else did or could. Like he, by the 3rd year of his career, which was when it was 2015, he was doing things that like nobody could replicate. You know, like not just in terms of results, but like just what he was able to manage in game. Yeah, and then but he also styled on like established superstars in his debut year. You know, got 3rd place and then went on to win Worlds, and then goes to win another within the first 3 years. Like it was, and then they just sweep every single season in Korea. Like that's what you need to be a definitive GOAT within the first 5 years. It's possible, but
coming alive not a moment too soon. BLG has got us already starting to think about the potential of Pearl to come up. Last time these two teams played on this map, it was not a good showing from Billy. 4 rounds.
It took CS 6 years to find its GOAT. Simple.
This time, though, they know what's on the line. They know just how dig deep they need to dig, rather.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I feel like even in CS, it's still like some people will still contend though, right? I think it's mostly agreed upon, but
A timing that causes him and Bushy to pass like ships in the night.
Neff has just gotten all the way into A, was running around as well, so...
But it is harder. I think it's harder in FPSs because League is a numbers game, so once you know the numbers and you have mechanics, it's like, it's really hard to... If someone is actually that good, it's hard to really beat that.
To make this effortless, easy on round 16. Would be shocked if they take too much damage here, but don't want to speak too soon. Spring and Juicy do have sheriffs. Even at this point, who cares about damage? The BLG economy is so good. Wolves need round wins.
I think saying it's League is less intensive mechanically is the wrong way to put it. In some ways, I would actually argue maybe it can be more intensive, but
like to make those moves and reveal themselves pretty late into a round.
I think it's hard. I think it's harder. There is less of a counter mechanic. If someone mechanically trumps you in League, you don't have another chance to mechanically trump them back. But in attack FPS, like, you do, right?
Young Spring.
One gun recovered, another kill for the board, sitting at a...
So there's a lot more back and forth, whether it's round to round, whether it's even in a singular duel, like...
Question of like what the plan should be going forward for Wolves.
Ask Bren to make a GOAT algorithm. Honestly, I mean, his algorithm was biased, but it was actually pretty goated.
Go. Just Spring, of course, with the rifle in hand, who opts not to perish to the spike. So, even game now, folks. 4 rounds in a row picked up for Billy. Building very nicely off a pistol win into a bonus win. Whereas Wolves have been a little absent. Haven't really been able to unravel things. And we've seen when the pace of the game gets taken away from them, they have at times struggled to assert
Wait, they all have sideshow printouts. What the hell?
That is more Josh than I could ever have.
Dude, that is an army of sideshows. What the hell?
Team of sideshows.
One is enough. One is enough. Billy in a 1-2-2, slow prod towards mid right now. YZ taking his time to clear up forward. Really expecting some kind of trap play.
Yeah, Billy's pretty set for the rest of this half.
Looking like a paranoia sees something for Juicy to capitalize off of. Maybe sees Nade as well.
Returning to this point, but Juicy was the one that got Wolves rolling. They had a rough start to this map. They were often in 4v5s, losing a player early in the round. Juicy was still able, just by brute force.
I mean, mid is so free for Billy.
To the rest of them, they did convert on those.
All events just.
So they're scouting for the Cypher util. Camera was deep in. There's no trip on Heaven, so you know you can pressure Heaven early, and then you're looking for the rotate from B, right? There's no rotate here, so you're expecting there might have been some pull over in the back. Now you take Heaven. You only have 30 seconds, so you can't rotate back, though. You didn't leave anyone on A. You have to commit to this. You know you'll have the numbers advantage either way, but... Oh. Huge round from Lysor.
Levi's here is bereft of teammates, running out of time. It certainly doesn't have a lot of options at his disposal. Wolves finally rewarded for their patience, trying not to over-rotate early, even though Juicy was at risk of doing just that.
Yeah, basically, I think Billy assumed Wolves would over-rotate again, but Wolves didn't. Billy could have waited a bit longer to hear if there was a rotate. Like, you could try to listen to it from vents, waited to see if there's a mid clear still, but the timing would have been a little iffy. If they waited longer, they would have had to just bum rush a site, so.
Certainly cannot say the same for the rest of Wolves. They are new to this. Sufa IGL saying it's been his dream to be here. Worked through so much and has arrived on the stage.
That has got to feel vindicating.
Fashion.
Vindicating for Lysor.
Alright, I mean, Econ's still fine, though.
Fantastic showing on Ascent. He was a little bit slow to start here, but that's composure. That's years of experience.
Okay, so they upped the tempo this time.
On that B side.
Cam, somebody clear it. Thank you.
Follow up their slower approach to these defense side rounds with precision and composure like that. They'll have the stopping power against this BLG team.
trying to funnel the orbs over to Neff, get him very close to the Seekers being activated in this round. Set up to play off this unbreakable trip, doubled up. Again, it's just this patience from BLG, which does feel very un-BLG-like. When is YZ
Late.
just going to run it down?
So if they can just clear this trip, 50. Billy Billy's always like a step late. If you could have cleared this at a minute, you'd have so much more to work with. But now you kind of, yeah, now you're pushed back. Now you feel like you kind of just have to run into A, you know, with only 40 seconds left. Levius will try to keep them tied up there, but he's dead, so you have to run now. There's still a trip, a kill trip for YU.
Wow, from the shadows actually pop. YU getting some assistance with Lightsor here.
There's no follow-up for Spring. There's no way to double down on at least
Seekers.
YU good for it though. Lightsor to the rescue.
YU still alive.
But one might be enough.
Okay, time.
Down to 33 health for two players about to accost him from that heaven side. This would have to be a
Only one blast pack.
mental clutch. Pinged down by the Horde. Juicy.
Fast from Juicy.
Now, that money's starting to bleed down a little bit for Billy Billy. But such a good start to this half means they've been inoculated from this sort of volatility. Can still keep the pressure on.
Domestic Leicester shows up only against other Chinese teams. That is actually kind of funny.
More anchor-centric approach.
This was great from Leicester to get over to assist YU, who was fully committed to anchoring this site. So even though they got a pick elsewhere and theoretically would have loved to play for a retake with man advantage, that wasn't an option. They needed to help YU. Leicester gets over there with the ult. They double up, anchor so effectively. And now we've got the timeout call. BLG are in serious danger. Wolves getting back into this defensive half, stringing rounds.
You prefer A Viper Wall or B?
Could against Sentinels. It was in that game too late. But here, able to get.
I mean, you have a Cypher, so B, because you have other. You can do fake pressure on A with the Cypher. If you don't have the Cypher in a pro setting, probably A. But I think A, once the other team plays around it, it actually loses so much value. Whereas B can like still be used for executes.
Another advance forward, but this region has already well and truly put themselves on the map in the past. In 2024, we know what they're capable of. But even still, Wolves being the team that might advance to playoffs over Billy Billy.
Attack up. All right, it's got to be the YZ show, or else Billy Billy's out. They know that there's been some early pressure from B. They put the touch screen on A this time though. So Wolves has a read for this.
YZ picks up the attack side operator. We saw him do this a lot on Lotus and was finding success. Some crazy multi-kills. Collat kills as well.
Got Showstopper now too. Oh, that's rough. Levius has to get so much done here.
Spring's positioning is actually the variation in this round. Last couple rounds, Wolves have given up mid entirely. Just played right out to the edges of A.
You pressured B with the Showstopper. Now you want to re-clear mid. There's a trip here as well. And there's still no space taken on ramps.
They are content just playing safe in these sites, waiting for
YZ's kind of got to get a timing shot here against Lysor. Show me the up. Oh, it's smoked off.
So Lysor can fall off this line if he's pressured.
That's just such a hard shot to hit. Has to swing out.
And now you know about the op. So Wolves can really just play around their Cypher util. You got Cam here, you got Trip here, you got Showstopper on B. So really, you're kind of expecting Billy Billy to go A.
Trip gets broken and then maybe a Showstopper comes through. Yep, there it is from Juicy, who can't even get it off in time.
Oh no! Well, that's a bit of a curveball.
Sees a golden opportunity to play off that
There's a trade. Trade. Rashia just single-handedly carrying this
There
round.
was an opportunity there, a chance to stop Billy Billy in their tracks. The patience from the attackers has absolutely paid off.
10 seconds left.
And why he's got no business being on that B side of the map.
Just a moment away from Juicy likely converting two.
Who did Seth have in this game? Wolves. Seth had Wolves and PRX, I think. I think he has the same as me for today.
And Juicy was just hesitant for but a slight moment before popping that Showstopper too when he was in the corner. All those little things adding up, spelling disaster for the side of Wolves. They've still got enough money to buy here. We head into the next round.
I think we'll get Fnatic Gen G. No, chat. I'm telling you, the script right now. RQ is going to get 4th pick. It's going to be RQ Gen G.
So much better here today.
That is going to be cinema.
We've really got to, I think, acknowledge
Cinema.
the step up from both sides.
Academy Award winning movie right there.
Is, light years apart from what we saw last time they played Billy with a really very poor showing on that map. Last time out here for Wolves.
I like the early timeout from Wolves. Try to make sure you don't lose the lead in the last second.
Things looked a bit dire early. This exchange, this is the difference maker.
Oh yeah, Abyss is coming back. I'm so happy. But what's leaving the pool?
And it's essentially at
What is leaving the pool though? I'm happy to have Abyss come back.
The exact same juncture in that game where it was very late on the
Give me the Abyss with no Tejo.
The Sufat doesn't expect there to be more than one player in Mailroom. I mean, Wolves are giving up so much.
Honestly, one of Haven or Lotus. I guess. Well, Lotus was like there and then it left and then it came back, right? I'm okay with one of the 3 site maps disappearing. Oh, actually, Icebox. Yeah, get Icebox out of here. No, but the new map's coming out too. So get Icebox, and then I mean, I'm okay with taking Lotus out again. Haven, it's been a little while. So minus Lotus, minus Icebox. That's what I would want.
When they were on defense against a similarly slow-paced attack side.
I actually don't mind Icebox as much as other people, but if I had to pick, Icebox has to go.
Up until this point, it has been extremely passive.
I miss Bind. I really like Bind.
Waiting for BLG to execute into sites, trying to play around their anchors.
But we know Abyss is coming back, and then there's a new map, so Bind can't come back.
More proactive to get some space, find that solo player on one of the extremities.
Wait, was Abyss official or was it just leaked?
Trying to use to make pivots through mid, split into sites.
If Fracture can leave after half an act, Icebox can leave. Yeah, exactly. Imagine Abyss and Breeze come back together. No, keep Breeze out of the pool.
Took a long time to get started, losing pistol and bonus, allowing the game to be evened at 8-8. Since then, it's been haymakers from both sides, but back and forth round results.
Okay, you know that they're playing far.
Trailblazer is.
Dude, where are the timings from? Dude, if Billy started doing, I am gonna be upset if Billy wins by using this toxic screen and never actually pressuring it. They are assuming that Wolves are not ever checking it.
Juicy this time.
And Wolves has this cam, so they're kind of trusting in that, but.
Heaven might be in order.
Doesn't really have anyone to swing off of him. Why is he
And at some point, yeah. Wow, he sprays down 3.
No one able to trade. K-Knight trying to get into
Yeah, it'd be criminal if Billy got away with that. The fact that they aren't pushing this and clearing this cam is actually insane.
This time, Juicy!
Oi, wow.
The flawless for Wolves out of absolutely nowhere. And all of a sudden, the mood in the entire room is
Your worst nightmare will eventually come back. First of all, if Breeze is going to come back, they have to close off the halls.
But look at the position they've forced BLG into, what they've had to do to try and take the map. Pushing up on the op on that angle.
Just a little movement adjustment keeps the control on the spray to get an instant headshot when Neff tried to swing in.
They have to close the halls if they want it to come back.
Feel it, Wolves. They're on the precipice.
Just put a bunch of debris in there. Close it up.
To some extent, both of these teams written off, but to a seriously greater extent for Wolves. And they are right
Open cave? I'm okay with opening cave. I'm okay with opening cave.
More so than
but you gotta close halls. Halls is freaking toxic. Honestly, Hall being closed was fine. It's just that they closed it literally like as the tournament started. That was the dumb part.
Between Wolves and Billy, one that Billy historically dominated. 6-2 is their record. But more recently, it's this Wolves team that have come of age, that have come alive, and that have developed a new facet to their game.
I mean, I wasn't a big fan of like halls still being like open, like you could still see through it. That was kind of silly, but.
But a showstopper could be just what the doctor ordered to crack this site open. 3. Decent little intuition, but he's about to back away.
Oh, does he survive?
He sees a chance to trade and deals with the raise. Now turns his attention to the site itself, but it's
NT Juicy.
Neff low, but still being made use of on the A side to keep a couple Wolves players there. TP though in from Russia.
That TP, that ult actually kind of works out. Gets Neff out basically. That's crazy.
Really wanted to get in, but couldn't find the timing. Neff, patience required. He can't overplay his hand. Just simply existing in the back line, so Wolves know eventually they'll have to deal with this flank. Look at Lysor, the way he has to adjust, just expecting this flank to come.
No, I think Skylurk is okay.
Neff merely needs to
When it's solo
alive.
initiator, sending your initiator to lurk is... I mean, it's a pretty big macro game. But the Sky is also why they were winning the early couple rounds.
1v2 for the round in time. Really not working for him at all. Maybe looking to keep a cap on these guns.
It's making it sound like it's a wraparound. And then they have the pinch. Well played.
Fell apart on the side while he tried to hold. Right back to the tit-for-tat rounds.
Yeah, maybe it was just a leak, the Abyss coming back. I don't know. I saw it. I remember seeing the picture, but I can't remember if it was from the official account or a leak account. If the map pool is still limited to 7 by the time they hit like 15 maps, it's honestly dumb. No, I think the map pool will always remain that way though. That's the only way you like have a draft in a BO7 or a BO5.
It's so funny.
They probably do need to slow down on maps though. Just do like reworks, you know? Just rework old maps. Expand the lore and do map remakes.
Finally, these burst executes.
Like too many spikes went off and friggin' A Heaven got corroded and now it's like a ramp. It's just a giant ramp instead of rafters or something.
Connecting onto multiple players now.
Despite this, Neff still looking for opportunities to get onto the A side proper. Why is he that decay now dissipating? They've shrugged off the Nightfall.
And all the while, Wolves that had no reason to get off of this A site. Look at the rest of the map. Still unbreakable trip. Place in mid, and an AWP picked up from Juicy that's controlling B. Making it steadfast. 3 players ready.
Valorant needs better maps.
Right now, they've got the perfect coverage. It's up to BLG here.
I mean, obviously, better maps is always nice, but
manifest an opportunity.
Look at this Spring aware. Wants to
I don't know. I don't get the map hate. Like, it's not, you know, there aren't any like goated maps, but there's a couple bad maps, but I don't think all of them are that bad.
All but unrecoverable, this situation. These people just bide his time. Can trade his life, that's fine. Why is he pops up and pops right back
All right, wrap
down.
this
Not
up,
the kind
Wolves.
of game of whack-a-mole he's looking to play. He's on the wrong side of that arrangement. Still prevails against Spring, but there are other players
There we
waiting
go.
for him, licking their lips. His Wolves. The scent of blood, they've caught it 1 round away from making it into a Masters Toronto playoffs.
Spring's made such an intelligent rotation there into Vents after things were slowed down. There was that noise cut from BLG.
I mean, you could have uncontested maps in the draft. I guess that's okay, but it's like you have to prep so much then.
BLG team would either try to work themselves into a split or at least try to draw some attention back towards mid to get some rotates off that A site. He is prepped.
The biggest
ready,
problem is the
holds
sites.
cross.
I'm more down with that argument than just straight up like people just saying like all Valorant maps are so bad. I don't really buy into that.
Camping down, it's K-Knight down already. And yet, Billy still determined to look for something here at B. Why you overextend? Showstopper, why is he? Oh, he gets trapped by Juicy.
Well played by Juicy. Oh my god, Juicy's so good. Juicy is so good. Damn, Juicy heard all the friggin' Jemkin talk and he said, nah.
He knows he feels the weight of consequence on his
Oh
shoulders.
my
He knows
god.
how close Wolves are to completing a miracle run here through groups. Just one more step. Neff low, Viper's bit up here for Levius. They've at least got that to work with the Billy.
I mean, the moment you tap this, you are getting flooded.
Levius has not found a window in order to deploy that. And F is looking for a timing, a way out.
See if that's even watching for the flank around the alley through the pit. Damn, dude. They're going to playoffs. That's crazy.
A second team from China in our Masters Toronto playoffs.
Juicy.
That is really well played. Really well played from Wolves. Lysor played well today. Lysor played well today.
get a spot in Pacific, the home region, has to go over to China, joins this Wolves team who go on an unlikely run to even qualify for Toronto.
Well done, well done.
Sufat's dream. And now they're taking it.
You had Wolves qualifying? Damn.
He doesn't fear.
Dude, everyone who had Wolves qualifying, friggin' feasting on the pickems right now.
Swinging.
Sufat says, all I've been through in the last 7 years, it has been tough. No one knows what it's taken him yet.
No, honestly though, chat, I'm so fine with this because like the Billy Glaze has to stop.
Stronger and stronger.
Maybe it will finally stop.
And Juicy finally a chance to stand on a stage like this. Lysor vindicated. So much to talk about. Generally down on the stage where Verizon post-match
They've been mid.
with Sufat.
Let's accept it. Billy's been mid for a long time now. VCTC and English broadcast win. That's actually a great sign for this moment.
Congratulations.
Open the TMV stream. Let's watch the interview first.
Sufat, BB, yeah, BB, we're gonna need you. Okay, first time that we have 2 CN teams in the Masters playoffs, and it's not EDG, and it's not FPX. What does that say about the CN region?
首先恭喜你们赢下了比赛的胜利，因为这是第1回在大师赛我们有2支 CN 的队伍，而且这2支队伍不是 EDG， 不是 FunPlus， 不是大家熟知的那些队伍。你觉得这对于 CN 赛区来说意味着什么呢？
我觉得我们第一次进到季后赛，我们也是代表 VCT CN 赛区的。我觉得就是因为我们 VCT CN 其他的队伍或者所有人都让我们每一个人都学习到很多成长。其实无论是
I love
哪
that
一
they
支
have the
队伍
fans
进到
like
季后赛，
interact
只
with
要
the
是
players
VCT
behind. I think this is a
都
great
会很开
setup.
心。我很骄傲。
I think this is our first master journey, and it's our first time to head into the playoffs. And I really, to be honest, I really learned a lot from our region, and we get some feedback. We get so many things, absorb so many things from our region. And no matter which team head into the playoffs, I think the whole region will be very happy about that.
Yeah, as competitive as they can get. Now, I want to ask you about the Tejo's absence, because it seems like Tejo's absence seems to have sped things up in the meta, and you guys look incredibly comfortable with this new meta, fast-paced meta. Do you feel like this type of fast-paced playstyle suits you guys better?
G2 is gonna get first pick Wolves and get slapped.
Dude,
it's rough for G2 because I think they would want to pick Sen. I think they would pick Sen over Wolves, but because it's both Americas, I don't know if they would if they got first pick.
比较快节奏的这种方式会比较适合你们吗？当下的这种打法？
其实我觉得真的没有特别说哪个版本会比较不适应，就是我觉得之前那个版本确实会打得比较慢，但是打得比较慢不代表不适合我们5个，因为我们5个人是很灵活的，就是我觉得打得慢，我们为什么打得不好，是因为可能当中一些细节啊、决策啊或者走位、时机，整团队整个配合很多方面。导致到我们那把的失利，但这把的快节奏是因为我们把其他的细节，无论是沟通、走位、配合、
recovering pretty well.
timing 全部都配合得很好。我觉得大家心态又很好的时候，我觉得这样子任何版本我们都可以认付，只要是做好细节的话，我们可以面对不同的版本，其实都一样的。
I think it's not like the patch issue, and we used to have the slow pace patch. But I think the reason why we didn't perform that good on that patch was like, we didn't manage to focus on our details. We do something wrong, maybe on the decisions, our movements, and some communications. But right now we come to this new patch, and I think the only thing that we did good was on.
I think the producer's telling them to wrap it up. Why is Jen nodding so much?
How to fix things out, and we know how to fix our details. And if we can do like that, no matter which.
See if that's giving long answers, but I like that.
Right now, I think we can do very good.
Okay, lastly, playoffs. Pressure or no pressure?
Honestly, 我觉得其实已经没有任何的压力了，因为我觉得从我 一开始来 Master
I think so because Jen purposely phrased this question in a short way, and Siufat's still giving a long answer. I love that from Siufat though. If the player wants to give long answers, give him the
全部
stage.
人都看到，其实我的队友是很厉害的，然后我也很谢谢他们相信我。其实我们已经没有任何的压力了，尽管多么不被人家看好，我们是实力什么排名啊，或者什么实力，我觉得没关系。
Wolves
我们还是相
versus
信着自
Boom
己，打
Battle
好
of
每
the
一把
Alpha
就好了。
would be sick someday.
I think right now I have no pressure at all. Things are arrived at Toronto. I'm truly happy that we have the opportunity.
They should have
to show our strength,
the
especially
translator.
the potential
They
of
have it in
our
here as well.
teammates
The
to
producer
show
should
to the
have a
world.
channel.
And right now we have no pressure, even though we are the underdog, even though they rank us maybe as the last one of these masters. But we have trust each other and we have proved ourselves, and we'll keep working hard.
All right, congratulations again, Siufa BB. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well played. Well played. No, but I mean that's on production as well, and then like I mean Jen will learn this more as she does more, because she hasn't had to do as many like straight up running every interview at internationals. But for anyone who has to be in similar situations in the future, it's like, you know, the last one you can just say like, all right, we're running out of time, but just real quick, instead of just saying pressure or no pressure. That way the translator will at the very least like keep it short. The player obviously, you know, if they want to give long answers, I think you have to live with it. But like I've had times when the producer like tells me like you got to wrap it up, and then I'll just go back and be like, I get that, but also like that was a moment we like didn't want to miss. So, and also like it's not like you're on TV where you have to hit the commercial time. It's just a matter of things getting delayed. Oh, although no, it's because of the way they do things for global feeds. Actually, that's probably why. But either way. No, it's because of it's probably because of how they have things timed. They have a weird system with how they have things timed with global feeds and stuff. I mean, also, even if you're ahead of schedule as a producer, generally, like you have certain segments that you like want to hit at certain times, and then they might have different like commercial obligations as well. It's fine. I think rushing them is okay. It's just you have to be in line with your talent though, and obviously I think they were rushing Jen too much. Anyway, chat, we are gonna run some ads as well. GG's to Wolves. They look pretty solid. They look pretty solid. Pretty exciting at the very least. And someone was saying like the Billy Glaze was never there. No, the Billy Glaze has been there all this stage 1 and coming into Toronto. Not that people thought they were gonna win, but people being like YZ and Billy. And like, yeah, it's mostly focused around YZ, but people kept trying to tell me that Billy was actually a pretty decent team. And I kept trying to tell people that they weren't. But, you know, I guess it's proven now. Anyway, we're gonna run some ads, and then I'll leave the audio on so when the desk comes back, you guys can listen to that. Yeah, someone even face painted BLG. Yeah, exactly. There's so many weird super fans for Billy out there.
This is your last chance.
I've told you there's nothing wrong.
I don't know if you're ready to see what I want to show you.
I've told you there's nothing wrong. Except that I'm in a hurry and you're taking up my time.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Wolves have made it through, which means there is only one slot left for playoffs, and it comes down to PRX and Team Liquid. I am your hosting, so I'm back here again with Mel and Ender. I cannot believe there's only one slot left, and it's Liquid or PRX. You would have thought that both of them will be making it through.
Yeah, you don't want to have to choose between these two teams, but somehow that's the situation we find ourselves in now. PRX coming off of a tough loss to Genji, and TL with Nats back are looking strong.
Yeah, and I really thought maybe there just isn't enough time to incorporate their IGL so last minute when he got here yesterday, and I was proven wrong. They came out the gate swinging, and Nats is still in that argument for most valuable player in my eyes purely because they win with him and they lose without him.
And the craziest thing is that these two organizations have met before. Almost everybody on PRX participated in that match at Champs 2022, and nobody on the side of Team Liquid and this current roster was there. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup, and you heard it from Nat himself. He's never faced PRX, so I have no idea how it's going to go today, but Mel, this is definitely going to be one of the most important games for these two teams.
Yeah, I think too, thinking about the EMEA playstyle and how it matches up against APAC, traditionally I would say it favors APAC most of the time. That raw aggression and how they play typically tends to take teams like Team Liquid off guard.
I like that we have the matchup here with Nats coming in, the mind versus the madness that is PRX, and that's really what we're going to see unfold in the server today, because PRX have been continuing to play pretty off-the-wall stuff.
Yeah, normally it's Mind Freak, right? Instead of just the mind. But
Oh.
sorry,
Wow.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But for Paddy, now on Team Liquid, it's going to be a little bit about revenge because he was eliminated by PRX last year at Masters. So ahead of today's matchup, of course, we're going to put him up against one of his opponents. Here's Jen, Davai, and Patatek.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Davai and Patatek. Now Davai, this is Patatek.
Hello. Hello.
And in case you don't remember, you've been living in his mind rent-free since Masters Madrid. You sent him home once. Are you going to send him home again?
We probably gonna extend the trip here, and on the way back you can think of me more.
Whoa! Patatek, you heard the man, but I feel like you've been waiting for this rematch for the longest time ever. You know, what's the game plan here? What's on your mind?
Just more experience and just shoot heads, because we're gonna come hard for you.
Redeem yourself.
Yes.
All right.
Yo, Sliggy, which side are you on this time?
Yo, Sliggy, don't forget you are Liquid content creator.
I guess if you switch the train, I guess you are heading to Berlin.
Choo-choo!
Why do we stop that? Why do we even come back to the death? I want just the entire
that.
pre-match to be a back and forth.
It's like they're fighting over custody of Sliggy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Sliggy of all people. You know, in a world where Mini exists, FNS is out here watch partying. They're going
crazy.
after Sliggy. Damn. Can't believe that.
That was so funny. I really wish I could see more of that.
Yeah, and I also love the way that normally you would expect Patatek to be one that trash talks a bit more, but on the side of PRX, it's Davai coming out, giving it. Can he back it up? Does he have a reason to be this confident?
I mean, I think so, honestly, coming into this game. But you know, PRX, their opening match looked so powerful. It was all of a sudden like, hold on, this team is a serious threat to go deep in the tourney. That kind of changed, though, and that's where maybe the doubts creep in this match versus Genji.
There's definitely ample opportunity for doubt to creep in, like you said, but I think if there's any saving grace here for PRX in the mental, I think you could just write off the fact that the team they played against was just so good, and that's the reason why, you know, Genji ended up coming out on top. They're looking so strong, so if I'm PRX, I'm thinking, I mean, that might be now one of the favorites to win the tournament, so let's just keep it pushing and remind ourselves how well we did play on that first match.
And you heard Paddy there, we're going to shoot back harder than they shoot at us. They are shooting against Jing, though. Not many people can out-aim and be able to handle the mechanics of this player.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that he actually was a little bit outmatched, it felt. Not on this opening map, it was a very close map of Ascent. He was getting super active, finding a lot of different moments. But when things switched over onto Icebox, that's where there was a change. And to be fair, he's not playing the Raze like he was on that map. He was playing the Omen. But the Omen is an agent that he has looked incredibly good previously on Icebox on.
I want to say that Genji did do a good job of shutting him down, because like you said, they've looked great in the past, and I personally love having that Omen as a pseudo-secondary duelist on the map, so I'm hoping that Jing can really find his footing, because I really think he has so much potential and really made and innovated a lot of that aggressive Omen play.
Yeah, and PRX do have a lot of different set pieces to set up Jing to succeed on Icebox. Like, he has a lot of very aggressive teleports on the attacking side, especially into the A space, where he's going to be
All right, I'm back.
forward and
I had to go grab some food and some more tea, chat.
Landing, so people's heads turning around. He's going to be on lines before he's going to be expected, but it just wasn't clicking in that match, like we're saying.
And we saw a lot of innovation for the side of Liquid, but they gotta respect the fact that PRX.
Thank you, Denji. I missed the trash talk between who and who.
Not afraid to get weird.
No, and Sent, this is about as weird as you can get. Like, in every single role except Omen, they're just playing a different agent than you'd expect. Raze instead of a Jet, Fade instead of a Sova. But really what this comp, to me, I think is all about is sort of like taking double smokes to create smaller pockets of space on the map, and then Gecko and Fade are very favorable at clearing those areas out, like up towards Market and into Tree.
I think their Viper Wall usage especially was really cool
You
and
got some
unique
curry.
and how they were pairing it in mid. Like you're saying, slicing up mid, because we were talking about in that matchup how dominant Texture's op was, and having all those smokes can make
Hattie
it
and-
easy for you to slice up the map. But
Hattie
on
and
the other side, Team Liquid
Devi?
runs a lot of weird comps of their own, so I wouldn't be too shocked. And I mean, Nats on the Viper.
Those
I'm not sure
custodial
he'll be taken
arguments.
Too off guard by the Viper walls.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You have that like
Fighting
Viper
over
mirror
Sliggy.
on a lot of
Oh,
maps,
both
too,
were
so I
fighting
think
over
there's a lot of
Sliggy because his
ideas
liquid
to
paper
wrap
ice.
around that. I
That's
think
funny.
PRX are usually
That's good.
using more like aggressive Viper walls, where Nats is gonna have walls they're like slicing up sites, like his Viper
No,
on
Denji.
Sunset that cuts off half of
Quite
the
frankly, I
site
don't really
towards,
look at VLR forums.
Flash, so that you can always just keep flooding in.
Yeah.
Never really felt like it ever
spot
did
here,
much
Mel.
for
Why
my
did you believe
intelligence.
in Team Liquid against
Okay,
MIBR.
listen.
Have you changed your mind?
Listen, I have changed my mind. Okay, listen, I'm from Americas, right? I'm gonna root for MIBR, but I will not make that mistake again. I will not doubt my goat again. He is here to play, and I mean, the way he reacted to the Viper lurks on Ice.
Mel's doing very well in the
like,
desk.
he has just so much
Mel's she's always been very good.
shows on a stage like
Like,
The thing is,
she's always had decent stage presence. Obviously, her game knowledge is going to be good, but I think she's been fitting the flow real well.
and flexing out both
Like a good balance of good analysis and,
that match
you know,
was really interesting.
hype and humor. And
Indeed, and we also, saw some different faces of them. Maybe they have more comms prepared because God knows some of the comms they brought out we could not expect. But we're gonna beat this horse to death, pun intended, because Liquid horse. But Nats is just so
VLR forums
important.
are where functioning members of
is the
society
savior
engage
of
in
Liquid,
mimicking
EMEA,
dysfunctionality.
and all of our hopes
I
and
know that
dreams.
we have
But
some
we did
regulars
hear
on
from
VLR
his
forums in our chat.
However, about how he felt
So
about the match.
I'm gonna hope that that's true. That it's functioning members mimicking dysfunctionality.
So, what do you think about the draw?
I mean, I'm super excited, honestly. No matter what, it's going to be a very, very fun game, to be honest. I mean, I love watching PRX, and I'm very excited to play against them.
Starting with the Phoenix, was that Penny's idea? Did he come to you with that, or was that you and Yao thinking he could do something like this?
Yeah, it was our idea, honestly. It was actually without even practicing with Penny. Like, when we were back in Berlin, where I was still, like, cooking some comps that we could make it work with him, and obviously I had a big talk with Penny, and he said I am comfortable, and we thought it made sense there, and it worked. And playing against PRX as well is going to be like super. I mean, I think it's going to be weird against weird.
Yeah,
Good.
it gets weirder. Like there's even
Yeah.
more weird things. That's my favorite kind of game. What's the counter to W Gaming?
Maybe double gaming back.
Damn, W Gaming back.
Gaming.
Maybe.
All right, I can't wait to see that. Weird WW Gaming. What else we got?
Yeah, I mean, Mel's been a guest for
as you
sure.
guys know, Team Liquid are
She hasn't been like a
six-man roster for the rest
fixed
of this
member though
tournament,
before,
and
right?
for the opening
She's been
map,
guests
it will
on
be
different shows
Serial
before.
playing instead of Penny. Mel, what does that kind of tell us perhaps about the map veto and also the comp they could be running?
Yeah, it could tell us so much about the comp and the map veto, right? Because we see Serial really thrive in that Cypher and that
Serial on map
Penny
one,
on
huh?
the other side of things, the Duelist.
Yeah, so when Serial was playing in their series yesterday, it was
Gotta be
on
a sunset.
right, where they're going to be
PRX
playing,
sunset pick, no?
the double smokes comp with Serial on Cypher. Penny, on the other hand, was... Oh, and of course, what I forgot to mention, this means Camo is on Duelist, right? Whereas when Penny comes in, that was over on Icebox, and he's playing into the Jet of all things.
Because Team Liquid bans the Pearl.
That's what I wanted to say, right? Because that's where it gets interesting, because Camo could have, played a Killjoy or something. Chamber is not the default.
She's been on
agent
Americas
that
and she
map
has improved since her
Solo
first time.
Sentinel, but it's sort of
I don't actually think I ever saw her. I saw a couple times with her, but probably not the first couple times. I've always felt like Mel was very good.
And I think, I gotta highlight Penny, right? I mean, this guy is the local Toronto man. He's out here, and it's so awesome seeing him on the duelist. I feel like he's been so successful.
I think it helps that Mel is like such a big spokesperson in general for like her team, for game changers, etc. She's also generally pretty outspoken, but she also seems to have the awareness, and I think she actually matured a lot after her first year in Game Changers in terms of like the awareness of like trash talking and like talking as a player versus talking like on broadcast. So yeah, a lot of players, yeah, you're right, a lot of players don't do that very well, but
they are default the first seed in this matchup. There will be no coin flip. So it kind of plays into what you said about prep and match choices.
Right.
Some people are just better at it.
Decisions based on the opponent you're seeing on the other side. Both teams are going to have that whole night ready to prep and know what they want to favor in the map select.
I mean, it doesn't get more important than this match. The prep, the blood, sweat, and tears, it will come down to this between PRX and Team Liquid. We only have room for one of them at playoffs. So without
all you got are
further
dead
ado,
ends in
let's
the
send
road.
this
That's
back
rough
down to the
fighting.
stage and bring out PRX and Team Liquid.
No, I think Zelsis would do well. Like if he was doing broadcast, I think he would know where to draw the line a little bit, but whether he wants to is a different question.
PRX versus Team Liquid.
This is it, the last ticket for playoffs, and we have two modes of transport to get there. Smooth sailing through Liquid,
All right, here we go.
track by track on that.
So Team Liquid's gonna ban Pearl.
Which one are we taking?
Which one is PRX banning?
I am all aboard the train.
Yeah.
I think with PRX, this team looks
Even.
very sharp in their opener. And Mel, it looks like we're
Ooh,
starting things out
PRX
on
picked Split.
For me,
you're saying
I think they knew Team Liquid would pick Sunset. I'm not surprised Team Liquid picked Sunset.
Nats coming in, I'm fully on board the ship for Nats and in that Team Liquid.
And we didn't get to see Split yesterday. It was map 3, which means we don't know if Serial was meant to play or Penny was meant to play. But we do know for this one, it will be Penny. It will be Serial even.
Yeah, Serial makes sense.
Honestly,
here.
I'm not
You know,
surprised
if
Team
I'm
Liquid
sort of
picked Sunset. We'll see if
thinking
it bites them
about
back.
What you're playing on Split with Serial in, that could be, you know, probably Viper comp coming in with Sentinel. That would make a lot of sense. Had that been
I think
Penny,
Split is a good
perhaps
call
it's a double duelist.
from
We'll never
PRX.
know.
Exactly. I mean, it's just so much to think about, and I feel like there's only one way for this match to really go down, and it's just in pure chaos. How much can you really prep for either team?
What
Anything
will
can go
Liquid
either
play
way.
though?
We're seeing Team Liquid change
Play
comps
though on
the
Split.
night
That's the big
before
question.
Matches. They're changing players the day before matches.
Siri on
Anything
both
can happen.
maps.
It's going to get like some street Valorant.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, in previous matchups, we have seen these teams
He,
play on the newer
PRX must have cooked up something pretty confident on Split though for them to pick it.
basically mirror compositions, right? Double
I think it is a bit of a bold pick.
And a fade in the mix as well. The only difference
Both of them picking something that the opponent hasn't played. Because Liquid had a pretty good Split.
And that's interesting to note because
But I think they are going to change. I think they're probably going to play double Senti again.
towards that Omen because you can get up on higher ground on the attack, and the post plant's getting more aggressive, and the blind is always handy.
Yeah, that line control with the paranoia, right?
Yeah,
When you don't have a
Team
breach
Liquid
or
played a
anything,
lot
makes
of
taking
Split.
control quickly over ramps and be Heaven a lot easier with the Astra. You're not going to be able to achieve that in the same way.
My eyes go towards this Viper from Nat because in EMEA, a lot of other teams criticize Team Liquid for not doing anything different on Split. They would just do the same thing over and over again. But what they don't understand is Nat has been playing the same way on Split since 2020, and he has still not been punished.
And he's not playing today. Well, he's not playing in the first map, and he probably won't play in the second map because he wasn't playing on Sunset yesterday either.
And we are moving back into a style of Valorant that very much benefits Nats' playstyle and the way he likes to call.
The lack of the breach in Teo means you don't feel as much threat when you're on the attack, when you're trying trying to go up ramps, you're trying to walk out B main, you don't feel like you're
PRX, what will they play?
trap. So definitely going to open up more for Nats, and I can't say enough how much I'm going
I was about to say, instead of Jet, probably Yoru Rays.
Exactly, and in terms of a matchup of styles,
Yoru Rays Astra? Astra Forsaken?
You know, the heavy exec team in BLG fall to the slow,
Astra Viper?
detailed, macro-oriented style of Wolves. I think there's similarities here between the two teams we have
No.
on stage now.
Yeah, PRX not messing about insta
Okay, Omen.
You know, the
And then
Divide
Fade.
versus Nats
Omen,
head-to-head is
okay.
gonna be very, very interesting. And I don't anticipate anything different from Liquid either from what we
Double
talked about.
controller.
Yeah, PRX insta
So it should be the same thing for Team Liquid then.
In here, I'm also anticipating the Viper lock from Nat, so nothing from beyond the norm here, but still I'm expecting some brawly action here from both of these teams.
Yeah, nothing. I did misspeak earlier. It had been PRX that had been rocking the Omen Team Liquid on the Astra.
So Omen
so
Astra
no
change,
surprises yet
or difference
on that
rather.
front.
No, indeed, and for Nats,
But Team Liquid hasn't changed their comp, which means that the prep that PRX had should be pretty good. I wonder if they assumed that there wouldn't be a change.
Defense for both these teams, especially our Yoru players. Get in front of the Viper utility. There's no Sentinel on either team. Shutting down lurks comes not from playing the information game off your abilities. It comes from being a human drone on the Yoru, taking those forward lines and cutting away the ability to lurk into your sights.
And I can't express this enough, the importance of the
All right.
operator in moments
100%.
like that. It makes
I mean, I think Forsaken Omen can be really good though.
into 90-10% win rate.
That should alleviate some of the pressure. Oh, the one and only Happy Kitty. I just saw this. Was it when I was away? Or did it pop up and I didn't see it? Either way, sorry about that. Thank you for the tier 1 resub.
Grounded. Take it away, Achilles.
Welcome back.
We are going
Appreciate
to do
it.
our damnedest,
Thank
but
you so
every
much for the
time we
support.
thought we were going to get something weird. It wasn't that weird in the end. We've had some, unfortunately, pretty straightforward performances from a lot of the teams. This one, we are hoping to get down and dirty, into the mud, into the glue, and have some truly just batshit entertainment, to be frank. There's no other way to put it out there. Sorry for your ears.
Oh no.
I'll eat the fine.
They're
It's
bleeding.
all good.
What have you done to me?
Let's go ahead and get ready to get into the action. Toronto, are you ready to get our last team into the playoffs?
Quick start here. Team Liquid looking to push the pace. They're already TP'd in. They're already blasted in.
So fast, but no Senti.
Of this site.
Especially on pistol. Easy fast hit.
Decent amount of spam damage has been taken. 3 players tagged up here on the side of Liquid.
Spike plant.
Something needing a bit. Already in position here. Trying to go for the retake on PRX, but they're already losing out on 2 players. Divide will peel one back as Pico will be taken out of the fray here. Moving on to the corner, though.
Oh, that was a little messy.
3 players surviving. Liquid find the opening pistol here on split.
I think the pace catching PRX a bit off guard there. And they just stacked up all in screens trying to make a retake. And that's just a crossfire's dream for Team Liquid. They've got players on every angle. And they just are willing to peek that while PRX is trying to figure out how they're going to make this retake go.
I mean, good pistol from Liquid. I don't think you should be too concerned yet if you're PRX.
That's a great start for Team Liquid, especially going up against this PRX team who
That was such a fast hit
done
that
really well in the past.
I think Paper Thin is 100% correct. I think they were just like, wow.
Oh, there it is.
Trying to get an orb.
Okay, well, that's a little haphazard.
Absolutely cut them down the size. Nice little headshot here from Divide with that Sheriff. Stops it from being flawless, but exit out event is going to be watched.
Well,
Spam starts coming through, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and look to reroute. At the same time, Kiko wanting to go on the prowl, try to find this elimination, which would put him just 1 charge away from having
Kiko can't get the skill.
Exactly.
He will find it too. Kiko off to the races. And if he can find an orb, it's going to be a showstopper as Liquid will be looking to convert a bonus.
Yeah, I love the game plan here for Liquid to start. Just come out swinging. And yeah, PRX tries to use this toxic screen.
That smoke was a bit of a dead giveaway, though.
Liquid already in place, just mowing players down. Crazy to
I think they put that up before the toxic. I think they just launched it at the start of the round.
It's wild to think
But
that considering how many
the moment the
internationals
toxic screen went up, I think you had to
PRX
kind of
have been
chill.
at. And that was one of the big things on my mind coming into this. How are they going to handle that? You know, on both sides of the equation. Nax being a phenomenal IGL now. Good flash there.
And Camo is taking the fight.
Oh.
Not ready for the second layer, though, at a ramp. So Jing does manage to trade it back, but Kiko
Dude,
breaks
they are
things
so
wide
fast.
open.
What in the
Straight up into
world?
A side as Patman falls.
Liquid is playing so fast. Nats knows about this.
Waiting in anticipation and winning it out. Spectre be damned, he finds the kill.
Bring them down.
And that pretty much seals the deal on this bonus getting converted.
I would think this should be a save at this point. Forsaken and Devi.
Toxins going up.
Maybe going for some damage here.
2v4, really?
Lingering within the smoke, the corner hold here from Serial. Comes up with the goods, and now it's just Devi. Will not be able to find the damn thing. Team Aces, Team Liquid, get themselves a 3-0 start here on Split.
It's a bit concerning. I think one of the things that I really liked about Team Liquid, especially watching their match against MIBR yesterday, was the coordination that they have. You know, you heard Nats talking about it in one of the quick glimpses we got into their comms, where he said, you know, call it out. If they're left, we go left. If they're right, we go right. You know, whatever we're doing, let's make sure we do it as a team. And you're already seeing that tremendous coordination from Team Liquid here to start. And PRX is trying to spread the map a bit, go for some one-and-done plays, trying to use their natural talent to get some advantage.
Yeah, Wood has played smokes before.
Is way ahead of them right now. Well, there you go. Okay.
Peter of a shot, a little bit short on that haunt, but
Yeah, it keeps him at bay, though.
able to find
I'm okay with that.
an opening kill. Getting on the board in thrifty fashion would certainly be a PRX maneuver.
Yeah, my nose is getting so runny.
Something peeking there from the box, just a classic in hand.
Not good.
Go ahead, back away, give up a bit of space, and then try to escort the rest of the team forward. The flashes try to fly. Not getting the full blind, but the paranoia.
Dude, Team Liquid is, they are just pushing it close. They are actually trying to W game against PRX. And for the most part, it was working.
PRX now in a fantastic position to convert this.
Great adjustment from PRX. And a good opener kill, able to find that by Patman's way. That really opens
I think
things
just
up.
in general, the way teams have gotten better with like managing their bonus econ and having good plans for bonus economy. It's not just this Masters. Overall this year, there's been a lot of bonuses converted.
Why save when you have 100 credits and 0 credits between your two last players when you have rifles, when you can just go through and win thrifties like this? I mean, it's just the PRX way, and you just have to ride the wave. That's usually find Serial first. Kiko just dead to rights at that point with 6 HP. Able to take down the full health Kiko there very quickly.
Just awarded 3 more rounds of life.
Really important thrifty because now you get the op.
Solid opening kill. Something on the peek out in the main gets rid of Nats, and Nats on the floor. For PRX players, it's going to feel like the rest of this round should be a bit more breezy.
All right, see at what point Team Liquid starts to slow things down for the macro. Oof. Walked right into it.
You need that operator to come alive.
He didn't even jiggle that. That was rough from Serial.
From A to B.
Just kind of assumed that it would still be somewhere on A or mid.
Look to make a run of this, try to make it as costly as possible. Slim up the bankroll here from PRX, but where does he decide to go is the question. Operator's going to be sliding back in towards garage here. Something on the angle. Ready to bring this one to a swift conclusion, and he shall. 3K.
Well,
it's PRX their second
womp
round.
womp.
Yeah, this is what you really need. The game plan for PRX in the first round hasn't changed to now. It's just they're converting on these opening kills. They're getting that advantage.
Good old trustworthy something
Whether it
up.
be Patman Sheriff or here with something operator, that's really what they need to get going. Got to find those man advantages on this defender side. Don't let Team Liquid get into those post plants.
I think it's trying to bring the mag into the game.
Shut you out, no matter how good your retakes are. You have some options now. You could play for a retake here because you've got some of the ults to do so. As
Yeah, these are big ults.
Team Liquid as well.
Okay, they used your ult. You can just chill. The ops, he can actually go on the flank with the op because he can ult afterwards.
See too much. Wide open A site.
Spot on the one, maybe a glimpse there onto Devi. Just gonna try to
Ooh, NT Devi. Taking that close was a little risky, but
encroaching here.
fast refill on the site from Patman. Good cover from Forsaken. He used it before it was one alive, but either way. Dude, that's a nasty shot. What the?
Peeks out looking for a bit more. we'll just be met with death, and suddenly we are tied up 3-3.
How many rounds does PRX need on defense?
Huge win for PRX and their aggression here.
Yeah, considering there's no Sentinel on the other side. I mean, you could be 5. You could. It's doable with 4. You would. I think you would want 5 or more.
With Patman being right at Devi's heels. Something there to clean it up at the end. That's what they need. Disrupt Team Liquid on those timings.
Boys,
that's where you're going to start winning the round.
Plenty of cash now.
You still have big ults, so they use the pit. So the Yoru. Look at how forward he's playing. This is how you have to play with no Sentinel. You have to push forward. Obviously, it helps when you have an op, but so many teams kind of forget about that.
Saw the shoulder of the Yoru clone, and he knew it the whole time. Knew it the whole way. TP's going around him.
Spots it out. He's trying to clear it.
So they know. They know that he shot at it.
A vulnerability here, but it looks like Forsaken is going to sprint over to go ahead and deal with it.
It's been taken out. I think they wanted to do a fake and then Yoru into A for the A fake. Now it's not going to work because the TP's been taken out. That's really heads up from Forsaken. Instead of saying we know where it is and ignoring it, they just eliminate that option. And then they're going to try to get ahead of the A rotate.
Pick now coming through.
Okay, but now something knows it's not a fake, so you just hold. Really good map play. And Devi peeked out of the pit real quick, too. You know for a fact it's A site. Because the other option is to rotate through vents, and they're not doing that through the pit. Oh, Forsaken right next to... They don't check it. Dude, the paranoia as well. Huge. Well played around. Oh, hold on. NT from Patatek, but well played from PRX.
Now 4 rounds consecutive, they get themselves into the lead.
Yeah, they're really starting to take map control. Obviously, the Viper's pit helps here. Make sure that mid is
really good round from PRX. Like, they lose a couple duels, but they were always one step ahead on the map raid because of something. Because of something's off. And very calm, yes. Even if they get picked off, they're like, no, we know it's coming to A. We just have to hold their positions.
What the heck is going on? Because it looked great to start, and then all of a sudden,
I'm gonna go blow my nose while this timeout happens. I'm gonna away my dishes.
For any kind of half buy here, maybe a stinger purchase for the team, but they are getting into a good position when it comes down to the ult cycle at the moment. So showstopper for Kiko about to be back online for his second in the half. Halfway to the dimensional drift, but the pit for Nats similarly right there. 1 charge left to go.
That's going to be a little bit interesting because we've seen PRX be pretty aggressive towards the orbs early. So trying to get to one of those extra ults that can maybe be a round changer like Kiko's showstopper, it's something you have to be talking about, I assume, in this timeout. And it's, I think, something that PRX is probably discussing as well. Maybe a little bit of some of their mid-rounding ideas, making sure that you've got your gun outs whenever there is a Viper smoke anywhere near you, because God only knows where Nats is going to be. But a lot of good ideas here from PRX. The game plan, once they started converting, very solid. Team Liquid seemingly going to line up here for a big hit through Garage. And PRX has got quite a few players of their own to try to block this up. Sees at the ready.
Dude, what a bold read from PRX. No support. I mean, yeah, he has TP, but...
Waiting out the clone here.
But now, but I think it's partly because of this toxic screen as well. So you just have to stay ahead of it. Oh, TP gets denied last second. They don't know about Jing. Now they do. Huge read from PRX. You have to wait though. You have to wait. You have to wait for something.
Showstopper could all but guarantee the kill on the other.
Trying to figure out where that operator was. Was worried it might be up in B heaven. He's actually going to dodge the players of PRX. Devi considering, do I go over to A? Do we try to split this 1-1? We just maintain this B hold.
Smart from Kiko. He gets a shot. He has ult.
Have to try to play together. Obviously don't want to stack up on the approach, but Kiko will make the right decision by going for the full rotate. There's a real chance of converting this. into a round victory.
I'm kind of scared that something's going to use your ult for this 2v1.
Showstopper.
30 seconds left.
You got to be so aware of. No TPs for something. Suppose it could use a dimensional drift here.
Has to get there the old-fashioned way. Yeah, dimensional drift might be a decent way to try to get the spot out.
I feel like, I mean,
Avoid at least one getting taken down to the showstopper.
they have to play it well if they're going to use the ult. They are going to use it. They have to play it well.
Weapons. Likely just have to rely on the sidearm here. Get the spot out. Showstopper immediately going to be set.
That flash was too deep. This is what I was afraid of. Device so far. This happens every time when people use the Euro ult. This is what I'm.
It's a Red Bull clutch from Kiko. As Team Liquid tie us up.
The moment you see the showstopper, you just flash and then actually set up a crossfire. The moment you saw that, instead of going for a deep flash, he should have full flashed himself and Kiko, and he should have come out of the ult here while Devi quickly went through here or here. That way, one of you swings off of the ult. But Devi's just like, whoa, I can't do this, and something's like, what do you mean you can't do this? It happens every time people do it in a 2v1. Like, even if there's no showstopper. Like, you get some util your way, and the other person's like, wait, I can't swing. And then the Yoru's just like dead.
Aggressive space and trying to find a catch here on the Nats.
So rough.
That orb 2 charges away from a showstopper as something clears out the gate crash here at backside. Holds him at bay for now. Another one going to be sent though. Divide.
Good catch from Devi. What the?
Absolutely
destructive. He saw him.
Quick kills.
Saw him. Oh, what? How does he get 3?
Player advantage in the hands of Team Liquid.
Oh, God.
Inside of the pillar. Forsaken just cycling these smokes as Jing gets himself up into heaven, catches a glimpse of one. Cannot find the kill.
You know the spike has to get through. Ooh, huge kill.
Taken down.
Huge kill.
Backside, Forsaken
That haunt went too deep. Big miss from Patatech. Good double play against Nats.
His fallen teammates. PRX reestablish a lead.
This is beautiful coordination here between Forsaken and Jing. Never overcommitting to their angles. Forsaken doing a good job being elusive, TPing into a smoke, moving out of it as it's about to dissipate, dodging the haunt, throwing another smoke of his own.
Dude, how does he get 2 while seized? That's crazy.
Jing hits a real banger there onto Serial with the Phantom from afar. Right there for that crossfire, dropping down right as Forsaken wants to swing. Absolutely beautiful work between those two, the longtime teammates.
Still neck and neck though here between these two squads.
There.
Very much a shared effort from the side.
Yeah, I mean, I think PRX is already okay with this half. Dude, how is Kiko getting these? Dude, he freaking he drags his spray across them and gets the headshot. It's so crazy.
It's going to be Liquid just pumping the brakes and starting to explore opposite side of the map, cutting across now through the sewer, and Batman on a walkabout. He will end up behind them, but does he get
it's too far.
Not making any noise. If they had
They have to know that this is an option. Yeah, PRX knows now.
Very, very aware, but he is suspecting that they have gone to the other side of the map. Continues to lurk in that direction. Great.
He just doesn't know.
Now that cosmic divide is going to give away the script.
Onto the A side, does allow him to sprint forward a little bit before he has to worry about making noise here. Seems Serial classic at hand, going to be the first point of contact. He's going to try to
Batman's going to get the kill.
From Nats.
That's big.
The backstab coming through.
Dude, how is
Forsaken pushes forward, but he thought that he finished the kill there. Onto Camo, doesn't it? Getting taken
Oh no.
down, but something quickly trades it back.
Oh no.
The pit's still going to be a major concern here for the side of PRX.
A combo close. Good catch.
It's just Nats now with a ghost.
Very good cover. Jeez.
Will be able to find him. Lead now stretched. PRX get up to 6.
Yeah, this is so crucial here that Patman finds that timing on the lurk. He has been so good at that, especially on Icebox in this event. Now showing you that he can open it up on different maps. That creates that extra angle that they really, really needed.
Ooh, barely saw the foot.
Got there just in time. Forsaken there.
I love how they cut away from the combo kill.
Kiko, go for the timing off the util. Not going to happen. Some
See the
ultimate
frustration on that. Sometimes you think you got enough bullets through. He's back into a buy, and Kiko is going to be bringing an attack up to bear.
Surprisingly, no op for PRX. Could definitely afford one.
Cover going out. Attempted setup here. Trying to get the catch onto that lurking Viper.
Who's next?
I love that they are even giving the orb to Omen, even though it's like not a great ult. It's the closest one you can get for the first half. He didn't see the Euro. He didn't see the Euro. Dude, something played that real well. He hides behind the box and then peeks out.
He's out looking Nats. Windfall now, avoided by one. A catch on the two.
Huge.
They have to backpedal and give it the off investment. They might just look to save. Able to find one. Jing going to be taken down here in mid, but the rest of the team refills the space.
Double, triple.
The spike now stranded.
2v4. All you gotta do is hold. They can take the spike. You just gotta hold. You can play retake.
Okay, you guys can grab that spike.
Ah, Kiko gets showstopper if he gets the plant though. Wow, they're gonna force the rotate. They're gonna play. They're gonna play the timer.
Just gonna sit and spawn and
That's gonna give Kiko showstopper. I don't know about this.
their minds as well. I feel like they gotta make sure.
They're gonna go for the save, really?
But
Because of the op?
see, this may actually just be a save.
Really?
Apart with just 18 seconds remaining.
I guess so. I guess no. I don't.
Hold on to this, and I mean, you can take a look. The economy is in a
I
poor spot at the
don't
moment
know.
here for
I think
Team
Liquid should have tried to go for a showstopper play.
Reds on camo. Need these carried over weapons to find some impact going into this next round. But with this win here, PRX guarantee themselves a lead at the half.
Yeah, you're gonna have some pretty nice ults though for Team
No, I
Liquid.
get it. I
You're
get
gonna
the
have a
econ,
showstopper,
but
you're gonna have a Nightfall
Last round
working into
before
this
the
next
switch.
round. You most likely have a showstopper. You're one away, so there's a good chance that Kiko's gonna find it. Great read there by something.
Still had time on the ult as well. It's just
Thought he was safe.
Yeah, just a misread.
Might have been something that PRX noticed.
I don't know. Because you have to go half armor and 1% to have a Guardian anyway. I feel like just guaranteeing the showstopper and maybe even potentially getting a surprise round would have been better, but
Aggro here in garage. Try to just
maybe not.
TP forward. Get in deep. By the way, yep, smoke is going to be pushed through. He can hold the door.
See what they have for us.
Let's get the reveal here on Serial.
Forsaken's got the judge close.
Now you should really be able to kind of put some pressure down on other parts of the map as PRX, but they're playing pretty passive on A and B side. They've completely ceded over mid control.
I love that
Play
PRX
a little bit back towards stairs.
are, as soon as they realize Team Liquid has slowed things down, they're just kind of creeping up and taking first contact, like they were jump peeking here and here. But that's about it. And then they make real good use of the long range from something with the op or the rifle. Okay, that smoke's not going to draw out as much time.
Peek towards the vents, Prowler. Not spotting anything there for Patman. Liquid now in a position where they can go for a quick pivot if they don't like what they're seeing on this B site.
B is relatively safe. Devi has to still get info for his teammates,
Here
but
at the moment, his work absolutely cut out for him.
I think this Nightfall's gonna whiff.
30 seconds left.
It's gonna whiff.
Hit anybody.
That's gonna encourage them to now push forward.
they'll check main. Oh, huge paranoia. Holy. Oh my god. What a paranoia from Forsaken.
Something cleans up the rest. 8 and 4 at the half. PRX.
Oh my god.
One hell of a recovery.
Crazy to think that Team Liquid only got one round after winning the bonus, and PRX came storming back on their defenders.
That was an amazing call from... This was so good. And Jing swings off of it right away. Doesn't give them time to try to peek him. So well done. So well done from Forsaken. That was actually really impressive. Also, I just noticed some of the PRX boys actually have their gear set up like an actual human being, not angled keyboards. Wait, really? Huh. That's actually kind of interesting. Teaser for the new map just dropped? Like an image or like an image tease or a video tease? A visual novel. Wow. The new map is called Train. Dude, I liked Train. Eight 4, solid half. Forsaken has historically been not super great at internationals, right? No, I just think he's had good ones and not as good ones. Anubis, Office Ancient. Everybody just listing off their favorite CS maps.
From that 0-3 start, we'll go ahead and take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here. As something, what's going on? What's up with that?
Operators are pricey.
Yeah, they are.
But he had like 11 kills. Divide by 0, you're just that good.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's funny.
Ching and Keiko, they've kind of been two of the big bright spots here for them, current kill leaders on their respective teams.
Absolutely. I mean, Kiko, so hot in some of these rounds.
Econ rating. This is why the econ rating can be a little iffy.
Just accelerated as that half went on. Still, he, isn't in the same area as the kill count as Kiko. He's 3 behind, but he started to really find some impact there. Found some good trade moments. Really liking that Jing in some of those.
I think I'm getting the flu watching you.
Wasn't overcommitting. Old PRX
Nah.
just try to go for some of those big hero plays out in the open. This
Go
has
take
some
your
good
vitamin
discipline.
C.
They're really well tuned here today. Much more than some of the other situations we've seen them in the past.
PRX going to go for a bit of protection here, it would seem. Half armors on most of the players, aside from Devi.
Yo, half armor classics.
Try to run them down. Gets the headshot with Patty Tech.
Nice shot.
Those headshot gets the cleanup.
You just bail.
22, but keeps himself alive. So full
Forsaken's laughing.
PRX, but Team Liquid kind of on top of this. Have a triple stack set up, pushing now in towards Mail.
Not a bad idea, but Patty Tech just outplays Jing there. PRX trying to do a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a double take, but Team Liquid has rotated over. Might have a good opportunity. A weak Patty Tech here on B site.
So they pretend that they've rotated.
Quick.
They're gonna take contact into B. Dude, he gets another dink.
Another headshot for Forsaken. Down to 20. Swing over the
Oh
corner.
my.
Sprawling them here. This team will go 2-0 in pistols. Take that first step towards recovery here on split.
That is rough.
Well, half armors didn't make too much of a difference there.
Definitely not.
That was just really clean shooting, especially Patty Tech. God, that's good. That's so hard to do, especially as Jing gets a headshot on the way through. And they just get that crossfire from B.
Can't believe it. They all bought half armor and they just get wrecked.
Yeah, that one's frustrating.
Unblinking there for Mind Freak, just staring in disbelief. Now Outlaw brought forward here, full investment from the side of Liquid, so any casualties will be costly.
Interesting smoke.
Spectre looking here in the mid, gets the transfer. Something and Forsaken both can take it down very swiftly.
Not really sure what the plan was here with the smoke.
Clear the haunt, Jing out wide. Now
Everything
3K
about that
looking for
smoke is
4.
like
Vi will be able to shut him down a bit.
makes it better for the defenders.
Pulling off a Thrifty from here, looking nigh impossible. That being said, Patman
Okay.
does continue
He got
to
a
make
Spectre.
this worse and worse overall for Liquid. Kika will
Well,
find the
doesn't
final
matter.
shot. So a couple weapons going to be lost here. It's still going to be Team Liquid closing out the anti-eco.
Yeah, Nat's there.
Well, we'll see.
So
We'll see what this round can do.
just holding the line with that Spectre. Taking in something, trying to make something happen.
Enemy remaining.
And then Pico, good angle. And an Outlaw cleans it up, and maybe Alex wanted more players to push Nats. I think that
It's
was
so funny watching Mind Freak on the coach cam.
just run him down and see what happens. Neither here nor there, as we now have all rifles for the side of PRX, and not too bad still. I mean, that Outlaw not going to find any value, as there is everybody with, well, it could find value, but everybody's got full armors on the side of PRX. making a bit of noise as they're starting to line up for this hit, but you've got Team Liquid set in, and they're dug in.
3 players in position as the clone needs damage. Patatech taken down to 46 behind it, but Jing, it's again a casualty. Some counter spray from
Good read on the tracers.
The enemy fade out of the smoke.
Forsaken's watching the flank.
Now, needing to rotate the full forces across. Concern about a potential late flank here, but soon find out.
Hey, who's watching ramp?
Everyone from PRX situated over towards
Oh,
the side.
okay. I don't know about everybody coming over here.
That's gonna be
Okay.
cleaned up.
Well, as long as you don't lose anybody.
Spot on to Kiko,
Good
comes
shots
through.
from Batman.
Finds himself another. Zero with a recovered Vandal. From his fallen teammate will only be able to pull one back. A little bit of damage going to be found, but PRX this time are able to deny the bonus conversion.
I got a bit concerned there initially with PRX trying to force their way up into A heaven. And that clone body box perfectly for Patatech, but Forsaken able to track him down, and then Forsaken sees that there's 2 players here at the top.
Yeah,
of
the
ramp,
repeat
falls immediately
there, even on a bonus, was a little weird
to
on the
swing
ramp,
over
but
to help him out. Patman, Johnny on the spot in this round. It's a really nice job.
we'll take it.
It's going to give PRX a 3-round lead.
Yeah, 18-10 for Kiko. Solo carrying real hard right now.
And a stinger there, a couple of their players.
Dude, this smoke, man.
Can have the advantage in firepower.
I think what it does is it forces them to like have to sit in it, I guess.
Prowler out from Team Liquid, so that's not too
It's
bad.
such a weird smoke.
Utility that gets thrown their way. Now they're gonna cut noise.
Because he makes it flush against this entrance, which makes it harder for you.
You've got 2 players. Yeah, 2 players up in B heaven. Gotta make sure.
I guess maybe you can creep in from this corner, though. We'll see if they ever use it that way. And then you don't get spotted from vents. But, like, they can sit in it before you can.
Away here from Serials. Patman, it's the Nightfall in line with that orb take. Seems like PRX, maybe a pump fake out, but at the very least, not going to go barreling into this B site quite just yet.
But, like, if you're defending, right?
Create a bit of a crunch here.
And if this smoke comes up, like, you just hold a safer angle on vents. Like, it's whatever. Someone sits in the smoke and you just hold a safer angle on vents. Like, I just... Now, this smoke makes more sense, because you'd have to... You can't, like, peek out of it into mid, so the double trade is much harder, but... I mean, yeah, I guess that's the only thing I can think of as this round goes down, is that this makes it so that if they do peek from vents, it's a 1v1. It's, like, harder to trade. But also, if the defenders wanted to flood out of that smoke, it's harder for you to fight it back.
Tries to fake the plant, but he's just completely, utterly surrounded. Team Liquid deny double digits here from PRX.
Yeah, I think for PRX here, getting a little too thoughtful, to be honest. They probably just could have gone for this hit a little bit sooner, or I liked the original idea that I saw them trying to go forward. They were going to try to push B heaven, because that angle is really giving them problems here on this defender side. The Team Liquid players have been really good at getting those
I think a
crossbars to
timeout's
go,
coming.
Really good at shutting the PRX executes down on that side.
Really? No timeout? Okay, well, their eco's a little bit broken. Probably next round? Now it's just like, I think he's just rushing it. It's so weird. There's no consistency to the smoke. I think it is just to make it harder to be traded in vents. I think that's the intent. But then just make it flush against male. It's weird.
Here in the center.
I think it's just a bad smoke.
Full armor, as this is a heavy stack. Does get the hit on the Patatech to take him low, but Nats on the creep forward, catches the buy off guard. Team Liquid touching distance.
Timeout for sure now.
Tying things up.
Be curious to see if this is where we get a timeout from PRX.
Yeah, considering Nats has his hand off the keyboard, not doing any setup.
Kind of not sure of themselves here on this attacker side.
It's uncharacteristic.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And I think maybe this is one of those ones where you need to just say, hey, we need to go at them. We need to come out with some confidence. You know, we've got the dimensional drift, so we can go for a big set play off the rip. Try to really just knock Team Liquid out of the round before it even really starts. That's the PRX classic. But, you know, they're trying to work the map. You got to respect it. They're trying to find their moments, but against this Nats-led Team Liquid, they're reading it every step of the way. They're not finding value when they need to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, some more pressure on ramps would be good, even if you don't end up going in.
Out this round, economy is going to be in the dumps once again, and Liquid is really about to hit their stride with the ult economy. One away from a showstopper, the Nightfall, the Cosmic Divide, 3 from that Dimensional Drift, and Nats already has the pit ready to go. This is where PRX need to try to keep the team separate, giving themselves that buffer zone.
Absolutely. This is maybe the most pivotal round in the map.
Ooh, okay.
This one right here, PRX can get
So
it to
Team
go.
Liquid switches it up.
Give them a little bit of a buffer, some of those ult cycles, where they can maybe find some trades.
Make it so you can have 2 separate deterrents on A, and then they want to push fast against B. So I think they're assuming that if it's a your ult on A, they'll try to push out from B. Ooh.
Prowler cleared something about
He's gonna get Showstopper though.
Everyone knows, doesn't push in. Showstopper
Huge.
Uh-oh.
Something you gotta get the kill. There you go. Well played. Well played from PRX.
He is nearby. Here's the spike getting planted. Can he do the most Nats thing ever and clutch this out?
Yeah, I think Team Liquid actually expected this to not be like a B pinch. And even if it was, then they can just still buy time for the ult and then blast out of main and forget the Yoru. Either way, they were looking to either avoid the Yoru here or here.
Just ride the rope out to safety. Jing on the right side does have the kill. PRX, the timeout works a treat. Once again, shove back Team Liquid.
Yeah, but I love this from PRX. They get a little bit of contact. They're able to sneak Forsaken around to another position where Team Liquid isn't ready for him. Even though Camo able to find a couple big kills, in the meantime, Something uses his ult to take control of B, finds out that there's nobody up there, is able to set up an extra angle for PRX. So just a little bit of a pause.
Now you have your own
acceleration.
Showstopper?
Now you've got almost every ult possible for Team Liquid other than the Showstopper that was just used. Showstopper for Jing as well. But a lot to consider for PRX in this round.
And now they pressure A. This is good. And no presence in mid or B is a bit all in, but you have Showstopper, so I'm okay with that. Huge.
Finds the kill. Nat's gonna be spotted. Jing not gonna go for the chase.
Oh, dude, that's fast from Nats. I didn't expect that.
Jing gone. Forsaken ADS'd in.
What an angle.
Cleans up the Viper. Player advantage
Overall
now.
positions are good on PRX.
Had you been able to find that kill on a Forsaken, had Nats not gotten taken down, I feel pretty good about committing some ultimates.
They're gonna save.
To try to turn the tides of this.
Big round from PRX.
Instead, it's gonna have to be the
Hey, what's up,
call to
Ender
save,
Zach?
'cause the economy is just
Yeah, there's no fever anymore. I don't think I had a fever yesterday either. It was just like body aches and a really bad cough.
This is a tremendous entry here
I like
by
couldn't.
Jing with his
Anytime I
Showstopper.
opened my mouth to
Huge
begin
value
talking, I would just cough.
in taking Camo out of
Today's
the
a lot
round.
better, but my nose
That's
is
that
like
dimensional
super
drift for the retake
stuffy
gone.
runny,
It's a bunch
and
of
still have a
flashes
bit of a
another
cough.
util
But
gone. And then Jing, even though he dies
yeah,
with the
Liquid's not
cause,
fighting that much, and maybe PRX read that. I think also they decided to bum rush it because they had Showstopper, and you knew that Liquid had big retake ults, so you kind of assume that they're going to play off-site for the most part. So you think you can go deep. It actually works out in their favor that they don't play that deep or that far out, and they actually get taken out.
Okay, Nats gets his one, but
honestly, Jing didn't.
This is what staying up late does to you? Actually, it's because my wife had to work a couple events over the weekend, and she got a bad flu, and then I caught it from her. But obviously, yeah, like less sleep is going to be bad on your immune system, but what am I supposed to do as a Valorant co-streamer? Not watch the biggest tournaments of the year? It's like Champions is in Paris. Oh, I guess I just won't watch it. I didn't have much of a sore throat. It's just a bad cough.
It's going to be half armors for damn near everyone.
well, now I'm just loving what I'm seeing from PRX, just turning up the tempo here.
It's like,
in these last couple of
chat, you have to understand that I'm looking at this as a job now.
That's what they need to do.
It's like if you're overworked at your office, yeah, like that'll wreck your immune system. But then being like, well, okay, so I guess I should just quit my job immediately is like not how that works.
Guess what? Right back to WG Gaming, and that's what you need. And they have been just.
Is it real that you're going to Paris for champs? Of course, because Notion's going to be there.
Play seed out of Pacific, but they have just gotten better and better and better through stage one. and they are trying to take Team Liquid's map pick away from them. 2 rounds away from doing so. Team Liquid
Now I need to
needs
sneeze.
to get that comeback started. They still have all of those ults that they had in the previous round.
See what Team Liquid does. It's always kind of iffy with these types of like retake ults though, right?
Just be a send off the rip is
Because if you give too much free space, even the retake suffers a little bit.
the information for them, but if it's not going to be the case, a couple Guardian shots going through.
Nongshim RQ Paris Grand Finals. That would be actually insane. It's not going to happen, but that would be crazy. I'd be the only guy in the audience.
Util combos that would just wreck a team's day.
All the French fans will be like, "What?"
They can do. Some of these crossfires here. PRX gonna try to cut through again, using that poison cloud against them.
Hey, you gotta expect it. Now, is it gonna be a flood ult retake, or is it just on the retake? Okay, Yoru uses ult first to push him back. Big pick off onto Serial though. Sakama has to back out. That's good. You wait for it. Yeah, they're still waiting for more. Dude, PRX. This is what they were doing on Pearl, remember? They wait for all the util.
Finds a headshot. It's Forsaken gets put on the floor. We enter into a 3v3. Looks for a little bit more.
Oh, huge some swing. Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Back off here from Patatek. Nats approaching from heaven. Patatek able to find one, but Patman
Damn.
challenges in for the fight. Instantly finds the kill, and PRX shrug off the timeout, get themselves the map point.
And the economy's still going to be a little bit funky. Going to be one Guardian having to be bought here for Team Liquid. Something with the some swing.
Dude, that was so good. That's got to be tilting.
In that round, and Patman couldn't convert on the pull-off of the spike plant previously. This time he's good for it. And that's got Divide fired up.
We kind of need the penny firepower if you're Liquid. Listen, I mean, Serial has not been cutting it for the most part. He's had very, very few clutch moments in EMEA, and he had a couple good games, but he has had trouble being consistently up to par.
Wide open here for the taking. Cosmic Divide, maybe
You said Juicy did a good long said something to it personally.
take it down. Patatek able to go ahead and collect that one over towards screens. But not finding the reveal. Clear on the blast pack, spam through. Camo taken so very low. Just 1 HP remaining.
It's already planted.
But he's still
Whoa.
managing to find 2 kills. Patman and Forsaken both going to be taken down.
Okay.
Turns back in,
Okay.
finds the first. Another paint shell
What?
to be built up, but he's
Oh, he wasn't sure.
perhaps to use either way. Swings the corner to his
That's
demise.
unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Chaotic. Team Liquid keep themselves in this map.
But that's the end of the ult well.
Wait, where did the pinned message go?
They had to use everything
I am
to get
sick.
this to go. And they
Where
do,
did the pinned
Camo
message go?
absolutely
What the hell?
Ridiculous stuff there. So low HP and just swings out with a beautiful spray transfer.
7 HP overall, decayed to 1. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Jing knows.
Looks like Jing
Unfortunate.
still a smile on his face, still feeling
The pinned message got the
but
flu.
you have to
Jeez.
suspect that Alex is not feeling the same way backstage.
He gambled a bit, paid the
This
price.
is one end right there and then, but 3 more chances here for PRX to stop that OT.
This isn't a guaranteed hit for PRX. They're just looking to see if they can put these shotguns to good use.
Repin it.
Spike though. Oh, gotta be careful there.
Yeah, judge at that range, not gonna do a whole lot of anything. Backs away, just get the paint shell out. So
Yeah, no, I meant on
Jing
Twitch.
does get rewarded a bit.
But maybe it is there. I don't know.
Paint shells out of that, so
I just put a new one up. I don't think it is there anymore on Twitch because I put a new one up and it didn't ask to replace.
suspecting that maybe PRX has taken control of Mail, and he is correct. Buy some time.
Backs away from the angle. Paranoia going to be sent, not going to catch that.
Ooh, dude, that on Heaven, we missed it on Heaven. That was so good. Forsaken jumps forward here, and then as they swing out, you swung out here for the trade. Still 2v2 though.
Camo immediately dropping down.
Oh my god, the fake clone.
He's just sprinted into backside. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, what a call. The only way they win that. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. The fake clone works the tree.
That's why he just dropped down without thinking about it.
To do that in that moment.
Dude.
It's such a gamble, because if it's anybody else other than the Viper, they likely try to clear it. But Divide doesn't want to give the position away. They don't want to shoot at it.
Oh my god.
And he actually managed to pull it off on an international
Holy.
stage. That is so damn smart.
Really well played.
PRX on an eco. One away from a dimensional drift, couple away from a showstopper.
I mean, that is like almost the only way you win that though.
Actually.
Exit Paranoia already committed, and Panic holding down ramps.
You gotta chill, PRX.
From behind, goes for the strike. Divide can provide another at the same time.
Okay, doable. Actually doable.
Has to clutch this out to bring this map to an end.
He's got a prowler on a hunt.
Serial.
Doable.
Matt's on the opposite side. 72 HP,
Doable.
one prowler, one haunt.
He's had some clutches in Pacific. He can do it.
Toxins going up.
Plays it quiet. Back of sight here behind the screen. Double push forward out of the elbow.
Oh.
Swings in, is good for one. But
It
cannot
was
get the
so
other.
good. He
Serial
actually timed that
survives,
so
as it does
well.
Liquid. We're now one round
He actually
away
timed
from
that
taking
so
this into
well.
OT.
And this is going to be a wild final round of regulation on this map. There are going to be a bunch of ults in play. Patty Tech again, able to hold the line on the defensive side. Divide gets two. Camo,
Dude, there's no way.
being a difference maker on that Yoru
There's
once
no
again.
way they come back into this game with the fake clone, man.
They've got a real chance, and I think, yeah, absolutely, you would want a timeout here as PRX. You still had one more. Talk about this round. If you've got a set play, if you've got a set strategy that you know is money, now's the time to cash in.
From the shadows, as well as the Dimensional Drift online, the Showstopper and Nightfall combo, one charge away. PRX, can they bring this to a conclusion?
Damn.
Does Liquid take this
Come on,
the distance?
PRX.
See what the game plan ends up looking like here for PRX. But Toronto, you guys want to see this go to OT? See if this can happen, if Liquid can continue to persevere.
I'll get 5 subs to Liquid win. Whoa, hold on. Trying to make me a traitor with only 5 subs is crazy.
They're close to a couple ults
I'm still cheating for PRX, but I'll take the 5 subs if Liquid win this.
That's going to be really scary for PRX. Obviously, they want to do the same. They're stacking up. Maybe thinking about some kind of A exec. This is going to be the strong side, it looks like, for Team Liquid. Obviously, the TP there for Camo to get out of dodge if necessary. Something going to try to create
10 suns.
info gathering mission here for himself.
All right, it's the T1. It's the T1 strat.
Anything there, Nat's able to back away fast enough. Running out of time with the A site open.
Yeah, but Kiko has a read on this. Kiko has a read. Kiko has a read. Kiko has a read. They read it. They read it so bad. Oh my god.
Wounds are up beneath his feet. Keiko looking for the ace, and he has it.
Oh my god.
An ace from the Rays.
Dude, what a read.
Takes us into overtime.
Unreal stuff from Kiko. He is masterful in the moment. Team Liquid, 4 rounds in a row to send it to overtime. And it comes off of an ace. The dimensional drift doesn't see a thing. All of Team Liquid.
He didn't wait for the boom. It was so poorly timed.
Quickly enough by PRX to do anything about
You
it.
had to go with the Yoru. You had to be ready to go with the Euro off. Oh my god.
The upsword there.
What a read.
Unbelievable scenes here in Toronto.
And he effectively does it all by himself. That is going to have PRX reeling, but they don't have time to try to recover fully.
Oh, shoot.
Takes down something.
Jing's stuck.
Forced up for the operator.
Jing's stuck.
Jing now gone.
Oh my god, it's over.
Here on the defense. Liquid are going to look to try to make this A very quick
10
OT.
subs if Liquid wins? I've always been a Liquid believer.
Push down in towards mid.
Always knew Nats was going to get his visa.
Divide shoulder to shoulder. They're trying to clear this out, but yeah, they're just hugging back. Waiting for it.
Oof.
With a triple stack
That is
high-low.
brutal.
Just felt like Nats has a read there.
Download complete.
PRX wanted to
I
get
mean,
too
they're just
aggressive.
going to wait until like
They were
30
trying to
seconds and
fly
those
high
just
in
going to
some of
be.
those rounds. And off the rip here, with so many players in mid trying to create pressure, he just got the vibes. And he was ready to rock and roll. 2 players for
They should have
PRX
timed out.
left.
I actually
Try
thought
to
they
do something about
would,
this.
because that's such a
5-man
tilter.
stack that Team Liquid is going to bring to bear.
30 seconds left.
Right on a timing. They crash forward. Divide.
Oh, they are rushing it. They are rushing
It's just too many
it.
players on the opposite side. They haven't lost anyone.
You had to go for picks, not...
Need ace clutch.
It's 2v5. You can't...
Team Liquid.
That's stuff you do when you... Oh,
5
my
rounds
God.
consecutively get themselves the lead. Map point now there's 1 away from stealing.
No,
PRX
it's
map
a...
pick.
You know what it is?
Prowler.
It's because,
Maybe enough to kinda
Autumn Buzz with the, what is that, the down payment? One gifted?
Forsaken.
The down payment since they're up at match point.
Really coming alive.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it.
5-round
Welcome,
run that Team
Super
Liquid has
Polar
strung
Burr.
together. Kiko as well, of course. Still absolutely going
Yeah, but the
crazy.
thing is that's for Kiko's ace. The thing is the push outs like that. Wait, hold on. Okay, Jay. All right, chill. Now chill. You have numbers advantage.
Here for PRX as they look to
Chill,
try.
guys. Somebody,
Extend this
somebody.
OT, divide,
Okay,
tacked up now.
somebody.
Position going to be confirmed. Paint shells will find a bit of additional damage there onto the enemy Viper.
Okay,
Spike now
Forsaken.
planted.
Still not seen. They only saw 3. Oh my, they are getting baited in. Okay, huge. Huge. Counter
On
ace.
for an ace of his own. Serial tucked in around the corner.
Jing says thank you.
Utilize the smoke here against him, pushes forward in case the angle's going to be from screens, but here's the drop. Swings in, looks for
Oh
it,
my God, no!
denied.
You
Serial now
they tried to give the ace.
with an
You guys are
opportunity to try to bring this to its end, but Forsaken says
okay.
no.
Oh my God.
13 to 13. This OT will continue.
Switching sides.
Unbelievable. Jing's turn to step up to the plate.
Ay.
Potentially change the destiny of this
Okay, but what I
match.
was going to say earlier about Divide pushing past that toxic screen in the 2v5,
Catches Camo, had it in his mind that Camo had tried to lurk through that.
it's the classic bait thinking that that's the play to win, but that's the play to win when you have a numbers advantage. Oh God, YouTube. You can't be doing this to me right now.
Opens up for Forsaken.
Tricky angle to try to get value out of that one. Manages to weave it through. Hide up once more. Chance for PRX to try to retake the lead. Liquid wanting to stop that from happening. Orb does get taken.
Judge.
Forsaken pings it out.
I like it.
He reads it precisely, but doesn't try to go for any real spam damage there with that Judge. Wants to stay planted in position here. Catch them off
I
guard
like
later.
the call. This way you have forward
Liquid.
info on B.
Quick investigation.
You're going to play
3
retake
players.
on A.
Rotating in.
But the real question is you're expecting to be able to get some type of flank power. Oh, something's position is...
Something potentially at risk here.
Oh, anybody going to think about heaven? Anybody? Something? We going to think about heaven at all?
You'd be dead to rights.
No. Okay. God. Dude, imagine if they took contact in heaven. Jeez.
Liquid are just playing around, playing these angles so beautifully.
Zero thought about heaven.
Divide, Forsaken, and Jing.
Now Nats is going to get the lurk.
3 OGs to
This
try.
round is so over.
Close this out, but yeah, and they have to know. There's not much that they can do about it here for the moment. They're thinking about the turn back, and there's the timing. And some striking when you least expect. Divide, last one standing. Bit of damage.
Uncle time?
A 1v2. He can isolate, break through this opening corner here.
What?
But he's not even reading it. Patatech.
What?
Take him down. Spam the ground. Liquid
Ay,
once again
ay.
in control.
Where are you? Switching sides.
Just those early kills again for Liquid.
Ay.
And it's something here left on an island.
Why would you leave heaven entirely open and place middle of sight? What is PRX playing at?
He never got contact over at
No, David's not actually that old.
So he was just
He just acts like an uncle, so we call him uncle.
And then the rest of PRX trying to fight through, but Nats's lurk once again just ruins any
The regression when the map became close to 10. Yeah, they go straight back to old PRX.
a liquid timeout here.
It's kind of sad to see. It hurts, really.
Good, solid game plan
But it's
together.
like, okay, you had
One more round on this defending side.
a double up in main, in B main. You have that info. Leave one in mid.
Game plan, a read of their own.
Preferably, quite frankly, on vents, and then 2 on A.
What ends up coming to fruition here.
And if they go for a mid to B push, the rifle joins the judge, and then you double push out of main. You know what I mean? It's like you literally had map control advantage.
Going into the second map for Team Liquid. This is PRX's map pick. You almost, you were looking like it was going into sunset. You were going to be down
29-18
Instead,
for Kiko.
you've got a real
24-18 for Kamo.
in this round.
Both of them have more kills than the
your
most
map
kills
pick
on
with an
PRX.
PRX would absolutely be kicking themselves. They can't get through here. Another chance, another A strike, seemingly on the cards.
10-18 for Zero. My VFL is suffering. It's not suffering as bad as mine. Ospas got me 1 single whole point as my IGL chat. Biggest disappointment.
Cleared out the rest of the team. Up towards
It's a miracle he didn't give me negative points, honestly.
Making a little bit more noise in Patatek. Takes out something once more. Just not been given any opportunity to really find impact in these OT rounds. Consistently dying right off the top.
It's the one player who's played against PRX
Look at how
before.
thorough. Oh my god. Team Liquid is in covering all angles that you could try to fill. Patatek's positions are so good. Okay. Making it doable. The wraparound. The wraparound. Oh, he's ahead of it. Kiko gets distracted by the Prowler. That's a good play. Okay. Playing it safe. Planting it safe, rather.
So it ends up getting tucked back through.
One flash left. Gotta make it a good one.
It's the only bit of util. Aside from Forsaken with
Okay,
two
that
teleports.
smoke makes you... They know. They should know that Forsaken is here. Oh, they don't. They don't.
Unable to find anything. The smoke anticipating. Forsaken fighting one, but cannot get the other. 15 and 13 as the defuse comes in. Team Liquid fight back and steal away split.
What a comeback.
Where is the double swing? Where is the double swing? It's Serial who closes it out, man. Serial friggin' keeps his spot on the starting roster with that one. Damn, dude. Dude, yeah, it's all the fake clone. It all comes down to that fake clone. Yep, it's that one round. If it wasn't for that round, this was over. It doesn't go to OT. Kamo's actually the king.
And that's where we're messing up, boys. We're not taking responsibility. They poking something.
Yo, Autumn Buzz with the 10 gifted.
Right now, defense.
F your word.
They gamble other side. We need to take responsibility, and we need. That's what we were good at
Hold on, I wanna
yesterday, boys, and we're not doing that right now. Kamed, you saw now a lot of people. Where is your tip? You can just fall back. And also on the fights, we need to say what we want to
Damn,
fight
Nats.
left, fight right.
Friggin'
Everyone needs to
spitting.
step up on that, okay? Everyone.
Jeez. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Thanks for the consolation. No, as soon as PRX get pushed to the edge, they just regress. You hoped that they would have matured a lot more, but not yet. Kiko, dude, I'm so glad Kiko is getting his moment, though. I am glad. Like, obviously he had a couple, like, he had some games at Bangkok as well, but the team overall didn't perform as well as they would have wanted. But Kiko played real well on that race. All right, chat. We're gonna run some ads as we wipe away our tears. I'm gonna go blow my nose. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's a sick panda drawing.
This is gonna be crazy easy.
I'm super excited.
Yeah. I mean, what did you think about the first match so far?
Oh, that was amazing. They had a real comeback. I was super happy.
Jackie, on the other end, though, this is gonna be sad.
Yeah. There's 2 more rounds to go.
There's 2 more rounds, 2 more maps, so we'll see what happens. So hopefully
Damn, Lightning, you are grinding away on that blueprints. I love to see it. It's such a good game.
The staring contest. Are we both ready?
Staring contest.
2,
Oh boy.
1, go. And this time I'm gonna take a step back. I learned from my mistake too from last time that every time I look towards this side, somebody was looking here and vice versa. But now I wanna make sure I need my panoramic view. I'm gonna take even a further step back.
Damn.
This is serious so far.
They're both really good.
Do we have a blink? A very far back?
No, they blinked on the left side.
Is it getting dry? Are the eyes getting dry?
The PRX fan blinked.
Are your eyes getting drier? Crowd, can we actually support here? Our competitors, Izzy and Jackie, come on! Oh! We have a PRX winner from Jackie, congratulations here. And that's PRX winning the series, right? But if not, we actually still have some prizes. We have signed autographs from Team Liquid and from PRX. Thank you so much for
It's alright,
participating.
PRX needed that.
Right fist bump, and we'll continue the series here. I'm gonna back up some more.
Hey, thanks, the Avenger. I'm actually not that tired. I slept a lot, and it's just my nose is really stuffy, and I still have a cough, so I can't like project as much. But I just have a very, very stuffy nose. If Van Silly spun around, will he be some sort of optical illusion? Oh my gosh. I'm just imagining him spinning like a top.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Lohan. Now Lohan, when it comes to facing PRX, people say you got a WW Gaming to beat WW Gaming, right? So was that the approach here today, and do you feel like you guys were able to
putting
match
double
up
W's?
their aggression?
Yeah, our approach revolved around not just playing our game, playing a bit more aggressive than the usual. Pull up things like fake Euro clone. It worked as well. I was quite happy about that one. Yeah, I'm quite happy. Like, we just played our game. We pressed W as well. It was a really exciting game, to be honest.
Okay, thank you for your insights.
It's always great to see Coach Lohan smile. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm
Alright.
giving you guys a treat.
While the desk is going through.
Ender and I for this post map is a very special guest. You've seen
Wait,
him
who's
here
the
in
guest?
Americas. You've seen him here over in EMEA.
Oh,
but it's
damn.
actually Toronto Loco, Koala Noob. Thank you
Oh,
for
Koala
joining
News
us.
from Toronto too.
Now you played
That's
against
sick.
Team Liquid, you know, just a couple times. I
That's
don't want
sick.
to, you know,
Alright.
revisit any trauma, but on Split in particular, did you
Ooh, dude, the donut
expect
looks
this
so
comeback
good.
from them? How did they win
Grease.
this map?
Dude,
Yeah,
Grease does donuts
I saw
well.
how PRX were playing. Team Liquid play a very like default style type of game.
It's good to see quality,
you
though.
kind of want to like shake things up.
Is it?
against a
He's
team like
he's
that
on the
with those
bench now,
duels.
right?
And PRX unfortunately weren't doing that.
He's
and
he's
it was
a
just a clean comeback, and
he's
I
like a
kinda
restricted free agent now, right?
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Team Liquid kind of get to steal away this map. Both
I don't think
because
he's
of fake
fully
Euro
dropped.
clones
I think
and
he's a
stuff, but also
restricted free
filling
agent.
both
It's
pistol
good that
rounds,
he's
even
still
though their
repping the
attack
team
half
properly.
initially was dreadful. Apart
It's
from
good to
the-
see.
the
It's good to see that he has the
anti-bonus, they
maturity to do
only won a
that.
single other rifle round, but
I mean,
so many
probably,
of those rounds
you know,
thrown back
they
to
would
back
have
to
not
back
allowed him to
at the
be there
very
if he
end of
didn't. But
regulation.
anyway,
I
steak
mean,
pie,
look
chips,
at
and gravy, or
look at this
donut?
Chobra right here.
Donut for
Keiko,
sure.
This guy absolutely popped off 29 and 19, 300
Dude, the
ACS,
donut's
like, played out of
$2.20.
his
Who's
mind,
not
and he
eating
was a
that
big factor
donut?
with Why Liquid came back here.
Yeah, we talk about cats a lot, and this is the one half
Oh
of
my
cats,
God.
right? Kiko here, a bit of a diff when it comes to the
Currywurst
side.
versus
But certainly for
meatballs,
PRX,
chips.
they let it
No,
slip, right? It was
currywurst.
12-8, 12-9
Okay.
at one point.
Yeah,
The
PRX
meatball
didn't
looks
seem to be able
weird.
to find like the right answers when it came to
Pork
their own
sandwich,
attacking side, even though I
loaded
felt
messy
like they were
fries.
able to get a ton of space on the map.
This
pretty
is tough. This is
consistently.
from
They weren't running into
Brazil.
A lot of like forward lines being held by Camo or anything like this, but just got themselves in
Right?
awkward positions,
That
right?
donut looks
Yeah,
so
I mean,
good.
like
Now I want
PRX,
donuts,
they-
Chad.
on their
Maybe I
team
should get
side, it was
donuts
just,
for
like, I feel like
breakfast.
communication was lacking. There were a lot of rounds where they.
I mean, I feel like
they
pulled
were able
pork
to
in a
get some
baguette is
space
so
or lose
good.
space or even fake space, and they didn't even call it. Like there was one round where he fade-eyed A, fake TP'd, and all of a sudden they're going to hit B when there's 4 players on Liquid towards B.
But
They just know
loaded
it's a fake,
fries,
and
I mean, the
feel like it's all getting
picture's
calmed.
pretty good.
Yeah, it becomes an even bigger issue when Kiko starts heating up towards the end of
Ooh,
the,
we were
the
right.
game,
The
right?
baguette.
Gets the ace in that round, consistently a problem for the team.
Chili cheese
PRX kept
fries.
going
Okay,
through, like,
that's a
floor hits on the
10
ace side, not
snails
finding
in
themselves
white
able to, like,
wine
get control
vinegar
over A heaven,
with
and, like, that
celery.
came down to the
Okay.
fact, I think, like, Jing a few times
Listen,
died, like, entering up into heaven.
I'm just
and
saying,
kind of
I've
gave
had
up on that
escargot.
area of the map, and
I've had
even when they were
snails.
splitting in, they were
Snails
still
are
having
actually kind of
timings where
dope.
Team Liquid were taking it
But
through a smoke,
I
shooting
would
them in
not
the back.
have it if it
felt
was
like they were
served like
only getting
this.
picked off and not even looking at members of TL.
And it's time for an
Yeah, that's an
EMEA
unfortunate
special,
presentation.
A fake Yoru clone from Camo here in the Verizon high-speed moment. Koala, this brings us back, right?
Dude.
Durka.
Oh,
Durka
yeah.
pulled it off in EMEA.
Oh,
And
I
Camo's
can't
doing this on a
believe.
global stage.
Yeah, I mean, these EU players got balls. Like they just are not scared to do this. This
I
is
can't
insane
believe.
respect to Camo. This is something I always wanted to do in on Navi. Unfortunately, I haven't. But like the fact
I
that he's
can't
able to do this and pull
believe.
this off on the international stage and actually pull
Alright,
Liquid into this
horseradish
comeback is
and
just
red onion on
something super special,
bread.
and they'll always remember this.
Dude, the
worst
Czech
part
Republic
is
just
he
love their
doesn't even
like
have clone in the
onion on
inventory.
bread.
Already
Yeah, they
used
didn't
it
call
in
him.
the round, and they didn't
What is
realize it.
Christmas
It is
chips?
brutal. It just slips away. And that was
Turkey
the start of the
stuffing,
snowball,
pigs
because
and
after
oh,
that
dude, this
comes
sounds
the
dope.
Kiko ace. It comes round after round. It comes OT. Well, all of a sudden, Team Liquid solved their attack.
That
woes
sounds
and win
dope.
the
Christmas
map.
chips?
That's gotta shake you, right, a little bit.
Meat
That's when you're
unknown.
12-9 up and you lose the whole map because of that one play.
All right, Vietnam. Any Vietnamese fans in the chat? What is this unknown
yeah, I mean,
meat
it's something
in this
that,
sandwich?
IGL has to actually like just like rally the troops back up. Like guys, it happens. Like we
What
got.
if you don't have an IGL?
I don't have an answer. I've never experienced.
Then it's harder to
It's
rally.
harder.
What
I
is
feel like
that?
their, like mental must have been just destroyed from something like that. And then
It's
when they
called
got to overtime,
Geo?
it's just
Wait,
like, oh
really?
God, like,
Wait, you
everything's
know
just
right
spiraling in their
away?
head. It's like, what do we do?
You grind pork and then freeze it. Oh, it kind of. You know what it looks like? It kind of looks like just like thick bologna, actually. So okay, so it is like a ham basically. You wrap it in leaves. Okay. Damn, how'd you know right away? That's crazy. Pulled pork, chips, gravy, and applesauce.
I love to hear what Coach Alex has to say ahead of
Oh,
Sunset.
I mean, this
So
is
take a
only
look at this.
67 pence though.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Alex. Alex, we were very excited to see the clash of styles.
Why are we zooming in
Of
so much? We
course,
can't play
Team Liquid
Scrandal.
Bringing in extra aggression to face you guys. So what were some things that you emphasized coming into today's series against Team Liquid, and what do you think you need to fix heading into Sunset?
Yeah, I think they've been playing Split for a while, so we kind of knew how they're going to play. We wanted to attack the B, and also I think they had a really good game plan going. They wanted to make sure that they tried to stop our random aggression, so I think it was a nice clash of ideas. What was the other part of the question?
What do you think you need to fix?
Yeah, we need to play our game. I think we tried to reinvent the wheel a bit too much.
Yeah.
Normally it would be a little bit more
Yeah.
free, and I'm
They
hoping
did.
that this Sunset game will be a lot better.
All right.
Thank you and good luck.
I live in Vietnam.
If we read into what PRX
No, I just-
ran, you know, in some
I-
tournaments
but
as
like,
of late, when it comes
if
to
you
the
showed me a
Sunset,
piece of ham and
would you
to ask
like
me
to
what
see
cut
them
it
bring
was,
the
I wouldn't
sage
be
to us?
confident. You know what I
think it's something
mean?
that'll shake Liquid up a little bit.
I'm
I don't think
just-
they probably face
I'm
Sage
just
really
saying.
well on that map, and it's
I'm just
they've had
saying.
decent results with it in the past. I think it definitely can.
All right, I'm gonna go with the apple. I actually really like this combo. I think a lot of people won't. But gravy and applesauce sounds dope.
People are going to look at the first map and think PRX should have taken that
72%,
one, to be
all right.
honestly. And I actually like the Sage as a stylistic matchup to how TL play, especially like on
Show me the
attacking side
K2
of things.
jackets.
Because
I'll
usually, again,
point
like I
to you
was
which
talking
is
about earlier,
that's such
TL
a Korean thing.
place a really
The
heavy
non-Koreans won't know what you're
always
talking about,
maintaining
but that
backside
is
control on
such a
B with
Korean
their
thing.
Viper setup. And with the Sage comp, PRX often
My
don't
relatives
even
butcher
care
pigs and
about
sell
taking
this
backside
and
'cause
also
they
make
just
this.
put down
Oh,
walls,
see,
they give them
see
the free
that
chance,
makes
they
more
can play
sense.
in
See
that
now
box
I
front
get
side,
it.
play back towards main. So they're not
Wait,
even
wait,
gonna
hold
worry
on,
about
hold on.
We get it. we get?
The Sage is back.
What do Liquid have to look out for
Double
now that
controller
Sage is playing?
Sage.
I mean, A
No,
control's gonna be
sorry,
probably a very
no
important
flash
thing
though.
on PRX's CT side, but they're on attack. I think it's like Ender said, the B hits. Nats is gonna have to maybe change up how he plays. They don't really like to fight backside. They like to plant the bomb, play post plant. So
Against
maybe
the
shaking it up,
Neon,
maybe fighting BB
Devi's
a little bit more
positioning
in the
has to
early
be
game.
real
Having
good.
Neon, you can really win that control with this type of comp. Making sure you always have that A line, because coming back in with a comp like this is something
I
that's gonna
will
be
see,
very
because
taxing if they
by
wanna
now
refight
people
A.
know how PRX plays the
So that's
Sage.
gonna be very important for PRX
Also,
to make sure
you
that
used
they
to play
don't fall into
KO
that trap, and
for the
Liquid have
Flash.
to
Now you're
really
playing
pay attention to
Omen.
the way that they want to play with the Sage.
Oh, we should get you in the
We'll see.
coaching booth, Koala. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
all right. Before
for joining
before
us
they
here
begin,
on the desk.
fried
Let's send
chicken,
this
2
back
battered
to a
sausage.
chaos and paper
Ooh,
thin
battered
for map
sausage
2.
sounds kind of dope, but this is so cheap. The Mentaiko mayonnaise. For sure. Japanese fried chicken. All right, go 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 go. Steak pie versus Korean fire fries. Korean fire fries. That is very overpriced, but Korean fire fries for sure. I don't even know what that means, but the thickest pizza known to man versus onion fritters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I'm kind of down for the onion fritters.
It was him on the Gecko.
But I feel like people will go for the pizza. No, the pizza doesn't look good though. Okay, onion fritter. Dude, 80%. What the hell?
Into those ops, who knows? Like,
all right.
Paper X, so why am I even saying that?
Peri chicken and halloumi wrap. Okay, versus.
Precarious here on this attacker's
Oh,
side.
this one, it's the same pizza, but now it's Papa John's. All right, 89%.
Team Liquid.
Done.
Look at this
We got
toxic
9 out of
screen.
10. We're good. All right.
Through B main.
Focus on the game.
Maybe get aggressive. Kiko off the
Something on the Sova. Oh yeah, they used to play Gecko as well. You're right.
This guy is just on point today. Immediately finding that kill. Sagan gonna be looking to try to shut him down, but still has other ideas. It's another headshot. Another pickup, another death.
We'll see how they play this. So, I'm curious how many rounds Serial's going to have Cypher setups on A.
Turn on the round, still do have these sheriffs in hand.
I actually think this default is really powerful against Paper X.
Camo in position over at Alley.
He's gonna have a great angle for a relay bolt off that trip.
Have a crossfire set up here with Serial. Looks for the reposition, clears the dart. Gets the ping reveal, a couple shots gonna go flying out. His wall gets raised, but very quickly being broken down.
They have to clear sight though.
Bobbing on the shock dart, forces him forward.
Dude, oh my, he survives just long enough.
Cleanup coming through. Serial striking, just the one casualty found. Team Liquid 3 for 3 in pistols.
Yeah, I mean, this is devastating. We've seen this
Geo
a
or something?
lot
I think that's what
here
the
in
ham was
Toronto.
called.
The teams just can't win pistols and
Piku.
can't win maps because of it.
Either Geo or
Paper X
GLO.
has been
I don't know which
struggling
was
in that
which.
department since their very first match.
Dude, Kiko
Everybody struggled
is.
against Gen G, sure. But here
He's got
against
Nats
Team Liquid,
back. He's feeling good.
getting shut out in the pistol round department. These are some of the most important rounds you have in Valorant.
I told you,
And you know, they just tried to
Needed the
Kiko again,
sheriff.
and he's just too hot right now.
I mean, Paper X
Confidence
fans.
still
When
there
has
for
Paper X confidently won a pistol to give you confidence?
On the side of Team
You make
Liquid
it sound
currently.
like they like rely on pistol wins to win
Team
maps.
Liquid currently. And only
Calm
a sheriff
down.
bought up by Patman is the only purchase to speak of here, as they're going to try to.
But the Sage always plays big around A because you know that people play retake on A, right? That was the idea. So you get in for free and then you have a strong post plant with the wall. And like Team Liquid clearly knows this.
Smoke out. Glimpse found, but either way, Jing does get whittled away at down to 52.
For you. They'd really like to get through and get this plant going. Heal is there from Devi. Smoke is down. He's going to blast pack through. What a
Oh.
shot.
Yeah, Batman.
Good slow work. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are we doing? Why would we jump into our own slow? What?
End up falling. Really bolt connects and Camo gets the cleanup.
It's over.
2 kills found, minor damage dealt. Team Liquid start things off 2-0.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, they're just playing bend but don't break there on this hold. With a little bit of extra space. That smoke's blooming. Able to find one, but they come barreling through. Trying to see if they can overwhelm that angle.
The slower, you either have to step in the slow or you all have to line up. Why would you swing that?
He has shut down early parts of the round for Paper X.
Paper X hasn't won a
just on
single
his
pistol
own
against
angles that he's
Heretics, against
taking.
T1, against Boom, against
Finding tons of
DRX.
value. Nats is even going to scoop up an Odin here?
Hey, Bode.
Oh my god.
You never know. It might turn around to look at the variations.
Pay off.
Team Liquid knows exactly what to look for. Well, okay, are we... That trip's been there 3 rounds in a row. Can we check for that? PRX? The one on the site has been different every time, but this one's been the same.
Maybe able to find the timing here if he cuts in towards tiles. Wall
Ah,
now
man.
dropping. Upgrades to the Vandal.
Okay, so now one person still has to watch back, which means it's a 3v3 on site. Huge win from something, though.
Their way through the one-way.
Huge.
And it's just Kiko to try to see if he can make this a bit more costly, but he cannot. PRX not allowing for a bonus conversion off the rip like
4 rifles maintained. Not bad.
Get themselves on the board.
Yeah, you can see so much of PRX's game plan here is to try to punish these A holds. And they do a great job on the opener, finding camo out in the open right before they make contact with the trip.
Your tactics fail.
And then Jing gets up on that box.
Damn, I actually wanted to sleep. Why did they have to win that round?
Good use. Gotta look for some of those cheeky walls as well. Never know where they're gonna.
So now Team Liquid switched it up on the buy round. But then they 3-man A. This is so good from Team Liquid. It's gonna be rough for PRX. They're also like not playing double control. They're not maximizing double controller value. Now they're starting to a little bit.
Right outside of A main.
But yeah, you gotta like mask more info, make more noise here.
Claim a little bit of map control for yourselves.
You gotta explore a little bit more. Put pressure on the right points.
Seeing if anybody changes sides of the map. They're gonna use a smoke there at mid.
Ooh, they smoked to make it look like it's going to be a mid to B, but the immediate drone. They don't hear the drone either. They now do. They should have heard it go away. They know they got droned out. I don't think Team Liquid rotates off of this. Because you still had the cam. PRX is committing to selling this fake, but like the cam still checked. They still droned mid. There's no reason for Team Liquid to over-rotate this. I mean, something used every piece of util to really try to sell it, but... Okay, well, showstopper. Showstopper for the win. Kiko has to try to stay alive for Team Liquid. Good kill from Patman. Oh. Okay, so... Yeah, there it is. There's the wall.
For the exit.
Boost up over the top. A PRX classic. Something about Sage with this team. They always try to break the maps.
Yep. Yeah, the Mognette setup.
Flawless fashion will tie us up at 2-2.
Yeah, it's really important for PRX to get a good start here
The
on
heart.
this attacker side. Gonna be very, very key to their mental stability and
So
to
funny.
the nature of the map itself.
I said flawless
So
fashion. Hold on. They are going on the hunt. They're coming out on top.
Team Liquid didn't they didn't bite the bait too hard, but the showstopper was good from PRX. So either way.
Way to go 2-2.
But because they won that, they used the showstopper. Because they won that, even if the fake itself didn't work, them putting pressure on B now has value. Now you know where the cam was. You know that that fake probably didn't work because of the cam.
PRX Classico. We're going to find these weird Sage walls. Whether it be just boosting someone up there, TPing on top of it, Jing Blast packing up with it.
So PRX should have gained a lot of info.
Guardian for padded tech, Sheriffs otherwise. It's now a mid push out here behind this toxic screen.
What an interesting play from Liquid.
Spot anything, so should get a read pretty quickly, but do potentially have an opportunity to punish Patman, who is alone on this side of the map, slowly creeping forward. Or maybe he'll be able to find a backstab here. It's all going to come down to these timings.
Patman?
Turned around, faced in.
You want to check mid?
Main. Noise not yet being made.
Oh, they're making the same mistake again.
Being given. Patman looking like he's not going to be able to find.
Okay, well now they know. They hear the neon.
Flank of all flanks. Players clustered up.
Patman's gonna go all the way around.
Cycled in. They're actually going to backpedal a little bit now.
Yeah, so now they're looking to just die to the spike. They're just looking to die to the spike.
Drawn out. Serial hits the headshot.
You didn't need to. They didn't go into the site yet. That's a bit of a miss. Calm down. Calm down, boys.
Doesn't want to do it again. This time is able to go ahead and back away.
Liquid didn't see the wall either. Yeah, I'd wonder if they would have kind of guessed it with the gunshot fire, but probably not. But they probably know to watch out for it.
Forsaken's like, fool me once.
I mean, if anybody remembers anything about Sage from Paper X on Sunset, it's got to be that Monument wall.
But he avoids disaster there. It's Paper X, 3 in a row. Finding some momentum, finding their groove. Patty Tech does have a Hunter's Fury. Still sitting on Device Resurrection if necessary. Let's see what they want to do off the start. It's been a lot of early A congestion. That's where Team Liquid is going to be lining up the bulk of their forces. Meanwhile, Paper X is going to leave something on his own over there.
He's keeping one trip to put up after the shock dart.
Little backpedal the rest of the team. They maybe very swiftly themselves in onto this site. Very narrow angle to try to play off of.
Okay, Paranoia plus Slow Orb gets the raise in. You realize there's no tripwire there. He sets up the second one just to cover back sight. Sage wall.
Spike coming through.
This is the pit.
They get the wall set up. Yeah, here on market. And Patman, like you said, the pit going to be invested immediately.
And a solid pit.
Try to make this nigh impossible for Team Liquid.
You could even sneak onto the upper floor here.
Camera frantically just.
So there's a lot that Team Liquid need to check.
To find a hit, but comes up shy.
Ooh, they're gonna try to race it with Hunter's Fury. That's a really good play.
He cannot hold his ground.
Oh no.
That's fine, Zach. Jing looking for a little bit
more.
They're all falling to the wayside as something's the last one standing. There's the blind, there's the shot. And Team Liquid retake into the pit and somehow only lose one player.
This is brutal for Paper Rex and a great retake for Team Liquid. Love the Hunter's Fury into that pit.
Damn.
Got some really good ideas of where they're going to be tucked in.
Dude, he just walks in and takes out the Viper.
So quickly, right? Using that Hunter's Fury as an entry tool, kind of keep Paper Rex moving, keep them guessing, and flush them into the encroaching.
No, Paper Rex wasn't ready at all. That Hunter's Fury was fast. You thought they would take more time to creep in.
Now Paper Rex.
A good call.
Have to rethink things a bit.
Well, they made the Hunter's Fury forces people to move away from the close corners, and then immediately Kamo just walks in. So they kind of play off of masking the sound as well for Kamo approaching, but the speed of it. That's unfortunate.
Just managed to find that kill. Turn over the top there at market. Tiny little gap to try to peek through. We'll be able to slide forward onto the site. Cam still not going to be cleared. Patman on this linger here at mid. Seeing if he can intercept
So Patman's going to be the one looking to get kills.
Maybe into position here where the punish can be found, but
oh,
be the lead-in from
huge
Camo,
double team.
supporting him forward. His teammate clear on the angle. Something now having to hold down market.
Great spam through the cyber cage. Jing going down is rough. Patty Tech just has to distract him long enough. There's the Paranoia. That's huge. Something's not tagged by it.
Serial swings around.
1v3.
Being held at something with some swing will be punished. Team Liquid reestablish the lead by 1.
A little timeout. Timeout from Paper X.
Getting a little scary for Paper Rex. Starting to fall a little, trying to get a little too tricky, to be honest. You know, with this
some swing wrong.
You're not fooling Nats. You're not fooling him.
Some swings wrong.
He is one of the smartest players on the planet. Game sense is incredible.
Liquid's adapting.
And they still haven't found an opportunity.
They're playing good retakes on B, in fact.
They're really just kind of trying to take fights, trying to be proactive on some of these defenses, and Patman is getting just destroyed on these lurks.
There it is.
So all of this is really making it difficult for Paper Rex. It is why the bricks are crumbling, why the tracks not getting laid anymore.
Still have an economy. They're trying to put together a buy, but we'll see what the call ends up being here for Paper Rex. Hunter's Fury and the aforementioned res is still available for them.
I think
just be slow play. Contact in, try to get these orbs handed over to Jing, who's 2 charges away from having a showstopper online.
you see that Liquid is actually kind of giving you the site on purpose, right? So I think you save the Sage util, just use Sova util to get in wherever, and then use slow orbs to really delay so that Patman can lurk really late. I think part of the problem is that you're kind of getting antsy on the site, so Patman has to make like an early move in mid.
Good
But
ideas to start, you know, and you can see that Team Liquid is sensing off that timeout that, you know, what was working early on for PRX was A hits. So let's really overstack that angle. See if we can catch him a bit off guard, but it's actually a mid push here. Quick rotation over by a couple members. Nats sliding through, but PRX was looking for a little bit of a trap at top mid of their own. Nothing doing.
Just gonna say tucked there into the smoke, see if they can find anything with the drone.
he recalled that.
On the tripwire, very nicely done here from Serial.
They heard it,
Keeping that util protected.
so they should know.
Paint Shell's going to make it a little bit more difficult as they do get cleared out. He's still going to be here at backside, though. Put up some damage, but getting ping revealed 100.
He is corner. Okay, I was about to say I thought Jing wasn't looking at that angle.
More the wall going to be raised here in their faces. Camo quickly tries to break down one of the segments, and that forces Forsaken to not be able to push forward. Rocket doesn't
That's
find the
rough.
kill, gets a good amount of damage, but Hatatech still alive, still able to find some impact here. Spike gets planted. PRX should be favored in this position.
Big paranoia, but Jing's still not hit. Good crossfire setup.
Gonna be dealt with here through the smokes.
Oh, Hatatech, snappy. He's so weak though.
Looking for a little bit more here, and we'll be able to make it still a bit costly as two players die. PRX.
Mindfreak always looks so shocked. Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this to me just looks like they're shoring up these post plants, making sure the crossfires are good, making sure everyone knows what their job is here. Nice Hunter's Fury to set up Jing. Showstopper, okay, doesn't get the kill, but you know they're there. You know you backed them off. That's giving you the ability to be ready for that entry. Fast lane goes up, just start spraying through, get a couple kills on the entry.
Okay, good adjustment.
And now, things starting to go a little bit more back in PRX's direction after that timeout. Much needed. Still sitting on the
Oh,
res.
Team Liquid adjustment. They're trying to force him into B.
Lightning fingers, but
Go fast on A.
until he seemingly wants to go on an eco or finds his moment.
So PRX, like this is where I would normally say, traditionally in the current meta, you should purposely re-clear this if you're attack.
Just up above. Simply Drone not quite going to spot that out.
He's pushing there.
Holy bold.
Pushing in and now realizes that he is entrenched in a very
You
rough spot.
are so screwed.
Flush him out into the open, and it works a treat. Serial.
Oh my goodness.
Hard angles. The crossfire setup is absolutely gorgeous. What a response from
They're
Liquid.
trying to do things too fast. Why is something going in lurking alone here before you re-explore A?
Is if you deny A to PRX, the only flash they have is Forsaken's Paranoia. That's it. So clearing these corners is going to be an
Like the
absolute
lurk
nightmare.
is fine, but the timing is so
You
rushed.
can do weird stuff like maybe use the wall to block off one side, but they're, you know, it's just infuriating, I'm sure.
Ay, ay.
You know, PRX just doesn't have great options, you know, unless they can win these early scrums.
You can tell Alex is like thinking about holding back because Mind Freak's there, and he's like, yeah.
Backpedaling here since the smoke is going to be paranoid. Tries to close the gap. a
Okay,
little
I mean,
bit,
this
so
is
he gains some vision.
literal W gaming is one way to
Find the
overcome it.
shots. Epic dead on the flank. This is going to be Serial slowly making his way through. So PRX looking to match aggression with aggression here. Trade back around, double face forward. Right, nearly connecting and getting transferred there, but Vi manages to close it out. Keep things
When will this team win an
very tight-knit,
international?
5-5.
Yeah, this time PRX just disrespects this A-hold. They're using that toxic screen. They get ahead of the relay bolt, I think, and whoever else
Okay,
is
but
coming
this
their way, they were
this is like a, you can't do this every round though.
the shooting.
They gotta be able to take it slower. Like they gotta be able to lurk slower. Like they gotta.
Classic PRX style.
I think something that a lot of people forget is that you have to like set your lurk up.
To use the res. He's just been
I
sitting
mean,
on it.
yeah, Meteor sometimes would just get his own space, but like, you have to create noise elsewhere and create space for the lurk. They can't just like blindly go in. Huge. Yeah, like this. You know what I mean?
He's off dividends and he manages to tuck away into the
He even
corner,
stays
keeps up
alive.
lunging. At the
He
same
can have
time,
talks to
Valkyrie gonna take it
screen.
down as Nats finds that kill. Pit available now for the Viper. Forsaken. Just
Okay, so now you know.
spare.
Now you know the Neon's out here. Like, they made noise on B so Patman can go. They made noise in mid to B so the Patman can go lurk. That's what you needed to do.
Coming off a bit
You need
here,
to
it would seem.
create space. So you have to set up your lurk.
Timing.
Did they catch the Neon? I mean, surely you know.
Timing was just off. Needed the other players to already be in position.
All set up. Camo, 20 HP, pops the overdrive, but
There you go.
straight to the skull. Suddenly into a 3v3.
Okay,
we
something. You gotta just chill. Chill. There you go.
Minding the flank. Is he gonna be ready
Still
for the
doesn't
second
know
layer?
about this. Oh no. I don't know if Devi's thinking about it
Take him
either.
out of the equation.
This is tough. I don't know if you're thinking about Kiko.
Backside of the A site.
Because there was no trade.
Just sat here, playing in front of the toxic screen. It will fall.
Ooh, good call from Devi.
Poised. Serial clipped there in the skull.
Oof.
Devi cleans up the rest of the round. 6-5. PRX
Okay.
in the lead for the
PRX
moment.
would like one more.
Given the back and forth between these teams, this could absolutely end up being a 6-6 half.
The fact that Patman survived there, absolutely massive. TP play from Forsaken doesn't fool him. Patman comes up with another huge kill, shutting down the overdrive.
There you go. There you go. Bring up the energy.
Forsaken, trying to get him hyped, trying to get him back into this. They're up 6-5, 7-5. Would be fantastic, and Camo a little bit frustrated.
Resurrection's
there.
online,
He doesn't have that
so they can go
overdrive
for
to
fast
go
hit
down.
again.
He does not. He does have a Bucky, though.
You can try to charge this.
On a Neon, you already say, okay, probably favor you there. Into a pit.
I like those
Absolutely
odds.
can get some, yeah, some work done. He's just sliding forward into this.
Tripwire in front of the site. We haven't seen that in a little while. Yeah, they're trying to.
Shy of being able to find that kill.
Oh
Push forward,
boy.
Fight does end up getting him, and Jinx going to be taken down as they get the ping reveal.
Okay. You get the
Ball
res.
committed. Trying to go ahead and get the res through. Devi on the counter spam. Finds padded tech.
Okay, crossfire
Spot
setup.
out on the one. The Bucky here.
Okay, you know it's a Bucky. Good bait and switch. What a bait and switch from Jing. Oh my god.
Himself a third. It's just Kiko and Serial now. Arriving to try to retake. Stop PRX from half being the lead at the half. Devi works lower and lower down to 25. Rotates back around and Serial will be
All right.
noted and dealt with.
Should be alright.
Kiko with
They are
everything to do.
low.
3 players around the corner, all of them very low.
Good
with a
swing,
wide
though.
swing. Will offset. Devi gets a 4K.
Oh boy.
PRX
Alright, 7-5.
hits 7 at the half.
What is the main issue with the team though? They look good in regional and then choking in the most.
Four PRX on the first half of
No, I mean I
Sunset,
really
11
just think
kills
it's
in total.
I mean, to say they looked good in regional, they looked good in playoffs. They did not look good throughout stage 1. They looked actually really bad during stage 1. But it is just a matter of you're not drilled enough, I think. Like, at the very least, now they understand the concepts, they showcase it. They showcase it every now and then, but when they get pressured, right? When they feel like they have something to lose, when they're pressured, when they should have won, that's when it falls apart. And I think that's just a matter of you're just not drilled enough. If they tilt, it's GG. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but Panda helps, and I think overall it's been helping. I think Patman helps. I think Forsaken's kind of caught on to that they can't have that happen. But this is quite frankly the first international where we're seeing like they understand that that's a problem, you know? So there aren't too many fans of PRX left. We're all dead. I was hoping to see this train in Toronto, and I've only seen glimpses of it. Yeah, we haven't really felt the rumble, have we? Yeah, PRX only has young fans because all the older ones died of heart attacks. That's probably true. Yeah, also, I think they are still in the top in terms of firepower regionally, but also even in stage 1. They only looked pretty good in playoffs, and even then, they hit the wall against Shinji, so
7-5, PRX here in the lead for the moment. Team Liquid going to be looking to turn that around. First, we'll go ahead and take a look at the Coinbase Econ report.
Yeah, really interesting to see that Camo actually just a bit ahead of Patty Tech, but I wanted to take a look at Patty Tech, some of the impact that he was having with that Hunter Sphere. You could see some of those slight bumps there from maybe the ult, getting a lot of damage in there, but also holding the line really nicely early on in that half. Finding those big impact kills. Those first bloods, really, really powerful, really potent for Team Liquid.
The track just ended.
Kind of shut the PRX train down and keep the coal from being put into the furnace. But PRX, if they're ever going to win a pistol, now would be the time. They need it desperately.
Yeah.
Especially coming into the defender side of Sunset.
That's a good call out from Paper Thin.
Team Liquid
They need a pistol.
able to do the lion's share of their damage. 7-5 on their attack last time they played this map. See how they fare. There's a full kit here for Devi. It's just going to be the classic in hand.
Ooh, pushing out of your own smoke. Bold.
Half armor. Serial under pressure.
Really aggressive paranoia going to be sent out. Doesn't connect onto the Cypher, but
Okay, Patman's position's a little iffy.
Team Liquid's going to take space right back.
But you are watching A, so these guys regroup towards Boba. Huge pick. Huge pick, because now you know. Now you know they're coming towards B, because you still were holding on to here and here. Very good.
Just has one more player trying to make a go of this now by himself. Devi will swoop in from the side. PRX will find their first pistol win here of the series.
There you go, finally a pistol.
That lead by 3 rounds.
Yeah, they haven't won a pistol yet.
We wanted to see it get a bit weird, and this
been
round
rough.
certainly did. Forsaken there, catching Camo, trying to go for the relay bolt in the air.
Wait, that's not true. It was rough in the Gen G match, but
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And they needed that, and that's got him on their feet.
Jing on his feet, not something that we see very
yeah,
often.
Jing on his feet.
Minor prayer there from Alex as
The
well.
Mind Freak's laughing
Sheriff
so
in
hard.
hand for Kiko. PRX not going to be a full commitment here to the purchases. Patman will just have the Ghost. Everybody else, though, decent amount of firepower.
Okay, hold on. Calm down. Okay, that's why. All right, good.
Space from behind. Slide across, something eating an immense amount of damage, but eventually he finds the headshot.
Okay.
They're gonna look make the look about as flawless as they can. One casualty. PRX overall get themselves a very clean anti-eco.
That's huge for PRX's momentum, for their confidence.
Is the train back, chat? Is it Rumble time? Bold setup, but sets Jing up for great success.
Liquid does have the addition of the relay bolt to try to clear these angles. But, both of them are going to have to find their timings, be really sharp on those entry shots. Team Liquid's turn to try to make a go of that.
They want to fight. They want to try to just get this orb here for Jing.
Nice.
One away
Early
from a
orb control as well. And Forsaken's playing ahead of the Poison Cloud.
This is one of the ones with a rifle. So certainly doable. They're stacking through mid. They're taking a look. Team Liquid trying to obscure their numbers.
Ooh, I love that. He hides the drone and then peeks out for extra information. Jing goes down, which is unfortunate, because he knew there was a double. Forsaken just creeps up. Oh, the TP! Oh my!
No idea what hit him. Death from behind is Serial. Can barely even exit B.
Damn.
PRX coming alive as they convert the bonus.
Okay, 10-5. See if we can go to the last map. Lotus.
And then he TPs into the corner after getting stunned by the relay bolt. Camo, no clue
That's
until it's too late.
Yeah, that's a
Unbelievable.
bit iffy for Camo.
He TP'd past the tripwire initially so that he didn't reveal his presence.
Damn.
An immediate timeout from Team Liquid after they lose the bonus on their attacker's side. What in the world was that?
For every chaotic, messy, crazy play that Forsaken goes for, that push up, that TP into his smoke.
Those gains are showing for Forsaken, yeah. He's been working out.
Get the master class, the
Looks
gorgeous
good.
read. Which is something that Liquid haven't really been able to find quite just yet here. A solid start to this map, but Been able to find around the win since round 9.
YouTube, you guys are so funny.
Timeout called.
I think Kamo thought Forsaken TP'd back to main. Yeah, maybe.
Run back 5 just to tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, and it looked like it was going to kind of be one of those head scratcher rounds off the rip for PRX where they challenge in mid to try to get Jing the showstopper, and he dies first, so now he's got it in this round. Okay, cool, great. And then it's all just bait. It's all just to buy attention and time.
The timeout soundtracks, yeah, it's so weird.
No other team on the
It's kind of
planet
funky.
you
Everybody
would
drink some water.
consider. And it's just these boys here.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Try to maybe go for a little bit of a high-low setup. Just really want to shut
Show
down
your
these
gains?
plays
No, we
for
would get
Team
banned on
Liquid,
Twitch.
force them into the
It'd be too
extremities of the
powerful,
map.
chat.
Spam through, and there's not much resistance that's going to be put up.
No, it's kind of groovy, but it's like it's different.
There, but not a lot he can do here.
Ball goes down, but yeah, Paranoia going to be sent. Just has to play back. Stingers on the opposite side.
Hey, you're looking to play retake. You have Showstopper. Huge. Huge.
It doesn't even matter. His mind's eye opens. He massacres them here, denying any opportunity for the half buy to find purchase.
Flawless.
I was like, man,
Wait,
this might be a
what?
little tricky for PRX.
What?
You know, they've
What?
got stingers, they're getting into the
I'm not even
push
gonna ask. How could that be misinterpreted? Someone said show your gains.
Makes his presence
What?
known.
What? Where is your mind going?
Just insane stuff. Incredible.
What is going on,
TPs
chat?
right into it, trying to catch him a bit off guard.
You guys have some weird minds.
Hoping he had fallen a little further back.
The train might have been derailed with Sliggy's grand betrayal in this series, but there's plenty of room in the Patmobile.
That's right.
Flynn,
The Patmobile.
make it look like a clown car.
That's right. That thing usually holds 2.
All right, they know the neon's there.
Forsaken pushing forward into the smoke once again. It goes
Dude,
on red. Can't
oh,
win with a
dude.
one. Straight here onto the
They've
open,
got
but
some
they are just
good
losing
double,
on
triple
all
team
fronts.
setups on A main. PRX to fight it. Meanwhile, freaking Patman gets 2 on his own.
This is, okay, Nats. Good for him to kill on the Divide.
Okay.
Got
Whoa,
Jin.
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
Poke and prod at this.
I know this isn't this match, but do you think Gen G look in trophy looking for?
Does put him back to
I think
back.
they could. Obviously, I mean, I think MIBR looked rough, but
Storming their way.
I think the way they're playing, like the way they played against PRX,
Distance over to
they basically
Lotus.
don't give you a chance to wake up. But trophy lifting form, I think it's possible, right? Like I would believe again. I don't think it's too far fetched. But I think the playoff teams are so strong, so it's like I don't think they are definitively stronger looking than the playoff teams, but I think they could contend.
Jing having another stellar map. Divide. Impact.
Yeah, like before I would be like, oh, it would have been like a bit of a surprise if they won. Versus now I'd be like, no, it wouldn't be surprising. Okay.
Not gonna come through. Showstopper.
Ooh.
Jing will get sniped out of the sky by Kiko, but still is able to find a kill. 3v3 now.
Little haphazard. Okay, but you already have B main.
Scooped up.
Mid is the only thing you're
Second
missing.
and mid. Gets a spot on the serial, but doesn't see anyone else. This deep lurk here from Kiko.
They know there's 2 people in mid.
Is Forsaken, slowly drifting back. Kiko looking to push forward.
Oh, that
take some space.
timing.
PRX isn't really reading
Oh,
this.
PRX made the bad assumption. They expected Team Liquid to peek out, but they actually made noise and allowed Team Liquid to hide.
It's gonna fall on Patman once again.
He was so good last time.
Cutting their way in to the B site. They haven't
You
seen
hear
him.
the
They have
cam.
to suspect that he's going to be the one playing on this side of the map. Trying to
Playoffs
play
are selected
around
after this
that
match,
rifle
yeah.
wall. Serial about to make first contact.
Huge.
He gets dropped. Spike now.
That's Spike
on the
down.
floor. Quick TP over into B main. Patman's still going to get flushed out
The ult
though.
gets here.
Spike has to be scooped up. Hit comes through. That's still needing to recover this, and there's only 20
I mean,
seconds
playing it safe, I
remaining.
guess. With the paranoia.
Small little corner
He's looking
of
to just
safety within
spam.
the pit to try to go for the plant. Otherwise, might have to try to just pass this over to Kiko.
So spammable.
And it is.
So good. Oh, he holds the line, and as soon as he's been told that they've taken it. Oh, that was so good from Forsaken.
Not done yet. PRX
Damn.
quietly into that good night.
Genji is the only team I would have to take down G2 and Fnatic right now. right in there, from what we've seen so far, I would agree. I think RQ has a chance, but we'll have to see what they look like.
Devastating OT loss on split. They're back.
Good recovery from PRX.
Still needs to be
Lotus is a big question mark because Team Liquid is actually really good on Lotus. Kiko pops off on Lotus. They used to play the deadlock on Lotus too. I wonder if they'll have changed it. So we'll see. All right, chat, we're gonna play some ads. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I don't know, maybe get some cough drops, something. I need something. I'll be right back.
Back after what happened on map 1, you gotta give it to PRX to keep their composure.
Yeah, it seemed very clear that they meant business in this game. Map 1, it felt like it got stolen away from them.
A fresh bottle of water. I'm gonna drink all of that
in
before I end the
map,
stream.
Strong first half and lights out second.
Yeah, I mean, this could have literally just been a 2-0 for PRX. Like, they're playing insane right now. I mean, like, everybody's hitting shots. Like, they're not
Should have been Qualinoo. Should have been.
And you were very excited about the stage. Was the usage of the stage what you expected?
Actually, no. I thought the stage was going to be a lot more leaning towards A, trying to like stop
Me
the
too.
Neon because Neons love to like take A space. But it actually was just like bunkering into the B site, and PRX just doing what they do best. They're just fighting, getting in your
Oh, he meant
face.
on
They're not
defense.
scared to make
No, I think
these,
on
like,
defense.
crazy plays against
I would have
you.
expected
yeah, we
to
did
be.
go back to beta a little bit, or the first time PRX ran this comp, drawing the heart up there.
Oh my God.
But yeah, playing some of those fun boost angles where you can see the rotates coming in, the players from shop. We also had Divide boosting up on as well in mid on the defensive side.
Dude, what is this? So many freebies. What the hell?
He just played a phenomenal game, even outside of the stage stuff, just gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, he was just hitting shots. Like, the walls were just so annoying. Like, it just... It's a character that's just not really taken into account on a map like this, and I feel like Liquid really felt that this game.
And this round especially, it's the end of the first half, it's what gives them the advantage. Even though they'd lost a player early, he's there for the res, and then just fearlessly taking and winning every single fight.
This has to be
and you can see maybe a degree, Koala, of uncomfortability from Liquid, right? They couldn't find
Kiko is going nuclear, massive overperformance. I wouldn't say it's an overperformance. I just think that's his peak.
They were fighting A every round, but like, you gotta take some mid control. You have to.
No worries,
like, make
no,
the
that
rotates
Kiko's kinda
happen
goated.
because they start top mid, PRX very heavy, and then they just rotate and refight you. And when you're fighting into them right away, which is exactly what they want, like it's just gonna be worse for you. So try to like make them over rotate, try to make them like tax like a lot of util out. Like it just wasn't happening, and they just looked really lost, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we also ended up seeing PRX once they moved on to defense, just winning out the important rounds. I'm thinking round 15, which is their bonus. They were in an aggro piece. They went into that fight. Then round 17 as well. It's the first time it's rifle v rifle.
You can't have 5 here.
This is round 15.
So it needs to be either 1 or
it's
2.
PRX get a huge walk up outside of A while their mid players were distracting with the early fight, and Forsaken just plays it beautifully. It looks like Camo didn't even know where he was.
This has to be
this
5.
Was beautiful by Forsaken. Like he didn't he walk through the one way as well? Like just full confidence. Like it's just this stuff you can't take into account when you're
That's
facing a team
1.
like this. And if you don't, like this is exactly what happens. They're just gonna punish you, and
This is 2.
it just continued to happen. And it was beautiful by them.
I
Means
think we
this
also
is 3,
saw,
which
the
means
other day
this
when
is
Team
1,
Liquid
which
were
means
playing
this is
map,
2,
they
which
got a
means
lot
this
of
is
free
2.
A space because Nats is throwing
Means
down
this is
that
3,
Viper
which
orb that
means this
breaks
is
the
5. That's
one-way there.
1.
We're
That's
able to get these
5.
consistent walk-ups, but whether it was
라기님
the
안녕하세요.
hold, sort of holding that 180, locking down Team Liquid players, or refighting like we just saw there at the end of the clip, PRX had a very clear game
That's
plan.
6.
Countering
So
out what
this
Nats
is
trying to
4.
do.
We knew that. It's the only
It's
1.
familiar with, right? They don't respect you. They're gonna play like they don't respect you. And
That's
Koala, maybe
2.
we're gonna talk about it in a second. But moving on to another map, the third one, they gotta learn from that. They gotta understand to not play into PRX's game.
Yeah, I mean Lotus is up next. It's a map that we
That's
maybe
3,
don't know what
that's
Liquid's gonna even
1.
pull out because they used to run the Teho's nerf.
3.
It can be a completely different comp, but PRX, I feel like they always just stick to their style, and it just works for them.
5.
So I'm just really wondering, like,
Boom.
what's Liquid gonna do to approach this? Because it just didn't work.
Yeah, and I would love to at some point see a Waylay.
Yeah, it's map 3 that's about to
seen a
start.
Waylay in this tournament. Yeah, if it's
I don't want to see the Waylay still. I'm not a believer at all.
Actually, Kamo plays the Waylay pretty well.
That just do Waylay things better.
You don't believe in the Wayslay, you know, we Wayslaying on the global stage?
I believe in winning, and Waylay is not doing that for you right now.
Well, if it's somebody that can help Team Liquid turn things around as we go to
Yeah,
map
they
3,
used to
it's
play the
gonna be
Waylay with the
Nats. So
Teho,
let's
though.
hear
So
from
without
him
Teho,
about
yeah, I
his
don't know.
Masters experience so far in this Omen player moment.
Hello, my name is Ayaz Nats. I'm at IGL for Team Liquid. I'm feeling good. Jet lag is a bit taking over. I'm already wanna go to sleep a bit, but I mean honestly it's good. I came to airport, straight to hotel, spoke, went to sleep, practice day, went to sleep, instantly match against MIBR.
Sova has not been able to recover a decent
PRX hasn't played Lotus yet, though, here, right? That's the comp that they last played, right, Paradox? So we'll see in stage 1. We'll see if they still play the Euro race. I think they probably will, but
I'm happy to be on the stage. I'm happy to perform with the team. And I mean, that's amazing feelings. It was awkward and
Team
weird to
Liquid is
watch them
short
from
for,
the distance. But
or
at the
TL is
same
short
time,
for
it was
TLN,
good to
so
see
PRX 13
what's the
zeros on
issues
Lotus.
and gaps we have in the team.
That's
And
some crazy logic.
Because watching from the different perspective is always good. I was a bit stressed when they were playing, especially the rounds.
근데
that was not
리퀴드가
secured from time to time. But it was different feelings.
뭐
from
사실
being on the
네츠가
stage and
있을
watching.
때도 엄청 스위스에서 나올 강팀으로 꼽히진 않았어가지고 그냥 리퀴드와 센티넬 둘 중에 하나 바꿔치기 하지 않았을까요? 페렉 만난 거 뭐 어쩔 수 없죠. 뭐. 이겼어야죠.
Yeah, I mean, I faced
This is the
Penny
first
in the
Lotus of Toronto,
challengers. I
is
faced
it?
him
No,
in
we've
scrims.
seen Lotus
He's
before.
very aggressive. He's a very good, confident
We
player.
saw
And this makes me
Sentinel and
wonder, like,
Wolves.
going to Lotus, they ran the Deadlock Cypher Waylay with Teho. But Penny's coming in, so I'm wondering if he's gonna go on the duelist, and maybe Camo's gonna go on to like maybe a chamber.
Yeah,
In fact, we saw Sentinel play on both, Sentinel and Billy as well.
The other world we could
Oh, for PRX, right, okay.
Look. You know, I mean, we've seen like teams like T1.
Do you think Riot Production makes sure not to interview players that are going to get cut by the orgs?
To me, like the last
No.
TL was playing on this map was off
don't-
the wall
I don't
and
think so.
strange, and we could maybe just see it flip the complete other direction in terms of aggro.
Is Penny being subbed in?
Penny, you think you have to just stick him on a duelist in this sort of scenario?
I mean, he's had a little bit of off rolls on other teams like G2. He was flex, but to be
Is he
honest, like,
subbing
he's
in?
a very good duelist. He's one of the better duelists that I remember facing in challengers back then. I think he's gonna get a lot of impact with it. And if they go this double duelist route, PRX, they like to play the double duelists also. So this is going to be a very, very interesting.
What
very
double
high,
duelist
like,
will they
pace, high
play?
aggressiveness, like matchup, and it's going to be awesome to watch.
It's also just such a wild world we're living in.
They
right
might
now,
play
where Team
Chamber,
Liquid played
chat.
all of stage 1 with their 5-player roster, right? Coming to Masters, Penny is in the team as a 6-man, playing for Nats initially, then swapping around between him and Serial. But we are now in a do-or-die situation. Lose this, you're
They
out
might
of the
play
tournament.
Camo
Win it,
Chamber.
and you're moving on out of Swiss towards playoffs. And it's coming down to the new guy for this team to step in at this critical moment.
And how big of a risk is that, though? Like you said,
No,
they
if it's
have
the
Serial,
neon,
they play with Serial.
because I think they have
Lotus, too,
camo on
played
neon.
with,
I think that's the
Penny on
idea.
Lotus, and we even heard from them from interviews with Lohan even saying they didn't even scrim.
Is Chamber even good against PRX's playstyle?
Penny have scrimmed together
Yeah, I think so actually.
one time.
Yeah,
because you just need to get the one.
I don't think so.
You just take an
There's a
aggressive
very
angle
real
and you
world
get
where
one.
This is one of the first times these 5 players are ever playing this map at all, let alone on stage.
What would you do if you were Penny? You know, how would you be feeling in that scenario?
To be honest, like all he needs to do is not let the pressure get to him. I think everybody that has watched him knows he's an incredible player, and the biggest.
No, I think you could have like Camo Chamber, Nats, Viper.
And just realize, okay, like they wanted me here, like they want me to play for this 3rd map, do or die. Like they really have this trust in me.
Patty
and, like,
on
that should be, like,
whatever,
very good, like,
Patty on
confidence
Fade.
boost for him to just really like take over the game, and like this could be a very close series.
Kiko could still
And
play
he's been
Omen.
on the master stage before, right? The pressure. I
And
don't
then you
think
could have, like,
is gonna get
Raze.
to this guy way back in the day with version 1.
Or Jet.
But now for everything for his new team to try and advance.
Although I wouldn't like the Jet
course,
here.
If you're Serial, you're it's a helpless moment now. You know, you've done what you can do on map 1-2. He's gonna have to watch the rest behind the scenes.
Or
And
you
for
could do
Nats, too,
Neon
we've spoken,
Neon
of him
Jet,
so
but
highly,
Neon Jet
and
seems
after
that doesn't
performance on
seem
Sunday,
very
you're
Team
familiar with
Liquid.
the Nats speeches. We
Penny
need
or
a Nats
not,
speech
you
more
know?
than ever.
Yeah, I mean Nats, like he had a very slow start. To be honest, I don't think it was fully his fault. Like Liquid were kind of playing into the PRX way. He couldn't really get like the lurks going that he's known for, like these hyper aggro like timings. Like he really needs to do this in this Lotus for Liquid.
I guess
to
you
be,
could
like,
have Penny
the
on
team that
Euro.
everybody kinda knows
I guess
in
you could
Nats,
have
'cause
Penny
that's
on
really,
Euro.
like what Nats is known for.
Yeah, there's so much
Euro
pressure
Neon.
on him individually to find those lurks, as you're saying. Also to call the map, also to bring in a player that's been sitting out the last 2 maps. That's the other thing. Penny hasn't been with he's been with the team between games, but hasn't
Dude,
been
what
with
if they
them
play
on
the
stage.
Phoenix
Also
Waylay
hasn't been, you know,
chat that I've been
actually
championing for? Oh, it's not Phoenix Waylay, but you know what, chat? I'm sorry, PRX, but I gotta cheer for Team Liquid.
It's really
They're
interesting.
they're
It's
playing the
not
double
like,
duelist
worst thing in
Waylay.
the world just because of the PRX comp. It's
Finally.
almost a mirror matchup, but it's just like what's their plan
Finally,
with
some
this? Like, I feel
proper double duelist Waylay.
Does the Raze work well together? Like, are they just gonna do like heavy executes? Like, I'm very curious to see how they play around this, especially since they're starting attack.
I think versus the Vice in particular, you have 3 different
No,
agents
we
that can
gotta
jump
cheer for the
past
double
wall,
duelist
jump
Waylay
past the
chat.
thorns, right, and overwhelm the site, especially C-site.
Listen, I don't care about my pickems if I'm not gonna get 100% anyway. Screw my pickems.
You can even have a guy like Patty like bait out the wall, get through it, and then have 3 other guys jump over it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing with this comp, right? Like, I think what you want to do is kind of like bait all this Vice util and try to like limit your util as little as possible. Like, if you get into a post plan and you can save a lot of this.
This is also really dangerous. You know what PRX really needs to watch out for is Camo's really good at playing bait with the Waylay. So Penny's the one you really have to watch out
They've
for.
got to win this first Waylay, I think, of the tournament as well, in a do-or-die match, too. It's going to be nuts.
And there's only 2 people that are going to be more excited than us, of course. One last time today, Achilles.
Yeah, Camo's Waylay is really good.
Thank you, Yinsu. Here we go.
For a single duelist, you would go against your own region, but the duelist is from our region.
The first time, maybe even the
Waylay
last.
is from
Team
Pacific.
Liquid calling
Worth.
Penny back into the roster,
Hashtag
back
worth.
onto the stage, trusting in this player, trusting in his previous experiences on a Masters stage to be able to close out this series versus PRX.
Another interesting thing for Team Liquid here is the tremendous amount of mobility they're going to
Oh,
have.
the Waylay
Are they gonna
Raze.
be able to have that coordinated well enough with bringing Penny back in? The desk was talking about how little practice they've been able to put together with him and Nats in the same lineup. They have so much ability to maneuver.
Oh, they start an attack too?
With the Raze, with the Omen.
That's rough.
Some really good
Dude, why is the
options going up
Waylay
against a
ult?
team that
That observer has the Waylay ult
in PRX.
on. Also, what's
Clear the cam there.
freaking?
As we get into the
This
map.
observer is bugged. The Waylay ult
Out here for PRX.
indicator is showing.
Gonna overwhelm Nats. Striping through. Some damage eaten there by something.
Someone, you gotta fix that.
Still able to find the opening kill. Orb available here for the taking. Prowler try to check forward. Camo does get spotted by it. Added presence still.
Yeah, but Yoru's meta. We see Yoru all the time.
Back in towards the B site. Warning pings down. Bit of a fake there on the TP. Let's get the thorns to pop.
Got one of them. Still another to go.
No, one of the observers PC has the Waylay alt indicator on like permanently. It's just bugged out. It's just on the
direction through the door.
It's just on the minimap.
B. Forsaken doing a little jiggling.
Try to clear him out, but there's the covering fire.
Ooh, amazing paranoia.
Back away, lobs in the paint shells. Spike gets tapped, but something.
Yeah, but the lurk, Jing, the lurk.
Back for a little bit there, just
nice.
They get themselves a second pistol win. They take the opening round on Lotus.
Felt a little disjointed here from Team Liquid and PRX.
I want David to hold his sight like his
Somebody
snap.
was going to be alone in the pillars area outside of B. They just
Chat, device self-flash.
No hope for him there.
Well, twice, but in one game. One game.
That angle so well.
It's fine.
The haunt reveal.
You didn't do it afterwards.
The chase down by Forsaken. And the outduel of Kiko.
It also wasn't even this map.
PRX finds another crucial pistol round win. All classics here for Team Liquid. No buy-up to speak of at all.
Yeah, Forsaken's just a Omen main now. No longer a flex.
Looking for more. He's got two.
Very good. They know to just ignore the Waylay. Very good.
It has just been a firing squad. Opened up here from PRX. In the corner here is Nats. Manages to make it a little bit more costly.
Keep the rifles.
3 players surviving. PRX close out the anti-eco and move up 2-0.
That's a-okay, though, for PRX. You're able to keep over the 3 big guns that you'd really like to. The Guardians and the Bulldog.
He's trying to go full IGL. That would be sick if Forsaken really did become like a solid IGL.
Like the proactivity here from the Yoru. He's already found a couple opportunistic flanks in the pistol and the follow-up for his team. And now they're just here at A. It's the whole PRX squad.
And it's a hell of a read.
Dude, what a stack on the bonus.
As, yep, Refract is going to have to be used immediately.
Trying to fish for the Waylay. And then you can Yoru ult back to C. What a read. What a bonus round strat.
This Forsaken.
And then you hold close to the judge.
Slot in right here in
This is a nasty bonus setup.
That opens up the map here for PRX to try to cut off some of these other attack vectors. Something going to be trying to hold the line at C.
One coming in is going
okay,
to
he still gets one.
The wraparound comes through there from Patman, but something in the headshot. Pico taken down. Nats trying to fight. Cannot get it done. Judge is going to be left
What
on
was
the floor.
that? What was that bait from Patman? I think was someone throwing a flash? Was something throwing a flash? What was that?
The wall is set up. It's popped. Quick little blast pack forward.
Is this the second time? They don't do it every time. That is for sure, but it might be, yeah, just the read.
Camo does just have 17 health remaining.
It might just be also how they want to play Rubble. They want to hard fight Rubble, and if not, you can always TP with Yoru. I think it might just be a variation of the Rubble fight, but because you have Yoru.
And as he swings back in, Defy picks up where he left off on Sunset. A 3K form, Forsaken on his feet, bonus converted.
This is just such a
Yeah,
great
so it could
read
just be,
off
yeah,
the
it could
rip.
just be like their variation of if we want to like change the pace and hard take. Oh, something was flashing. Okay, he was just a little late.
A little bit jumpy there by Forsaken. That's okay. That's the info. That's damage done, and that opens up the rest of the map for them to play good defense, hold the line with those Guardians, find those kills.
Yeah,
Find those
PRX is
trades.
playing so well that my sinuses are clearing up. It's crazy.
And open up the flank angle for Patman. It is a really hot start for PRX. Going back to the previous map, they haven't dropped a round in a while. And an early timeout has to be called by Team Liquid to figure this out and figure it out now.
This is a bit of an emergency timeout.
Has been 12 rounds consecutively.
This is a crazy early timeout, to be honest.
Needed here for Team Liquid. Try to bounce back in. Is it going to be the full save? Is it going to be a half buy? A couple players have a bit of money to work with, so likely to see some stingers and sheriffs.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got enough to to swing
Not
that
really
together.
sure what you'd be discussing
You
here.
never know with those stingers. If you just have those hot rounds, you can get those ecos to go your way. PRX, of course, gonna have the full rifle buy this time and have a little bit of economy behind it.
What kind of rituals are you watching, Sarah New?
Away from theirs.
It's like a just like a funky remix.
Convergent path, so
Thank you. Stretch time, everybody. Stretch, stretch, stretch. We've been watching this game for a while.
For this round.
Straighten out your backs. Straighten out your arms.
PRX again.
Stretch your wrists.
Gonna make a play for a rubble, but it's looking like more of a B-sided hit where the vice wall is.
Rubble control firmly going to be the hands of PRX.
Stinger by.
Tap of the door. Something looking to contain these players.
Okay, but this is
All of Team Liquid
PRX kind of knows that it's B, right? Because you pushed rubble, there was nothing. You pushed this, there was nothing, and then they were just hiding from B main.
Pac-Man, however, finds the punish before the refract can come through. Penny on the entry, does get on top of Jing, utilizes the stinger. Second. Finds the enemy
Huge.
raise, fully blinded up and paranoid.
What a read.
Swiftly dispatches him.
You don't have. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's the Razor Rod.
Liquid now
I was
scrambling
like, there's nobody on C, but
trying to figure out where they can pivot to.
They're trying to open up the map, trying to create a little bit of confusion. PRX was matching their every step. Now something gonna slide over towards stairs. He's gonna be the first point of contact here against this Team Liquid A push, but the spike's still all the way over at Mound, so this just maybe trying to pull players of PRX away to open up the C site there for Patty Tech to get in.
Sees the cam go off. Swings to the
I
opposite
mean, they
side,
have to
just
kind of
pace
go
makes
for it
would be out of
now.
place.
They're really trying to sell the rotate.
The silent swing forward here.
I mean, that trip kind of gives it away that it's B, though.
Made, clears the trip, the reface
Yeah,
from
something
Nats, dealt
something
with.
has to read.
Pico now pinned in, flushed out. You died last. Three players surviving. PRX 4-0 to start.
This is a rejuvenated PRX after that win on Sunset. I can see the comms. You can see the way they're maneuvering on the map. It is so much cleaner, so much crisper than what we saw on Split. Good reaction here by Patman. Not letting the waylay dash fool him too much. And then they have that vice wall to completely stall out the attack. Great paranoia to set Forsaken up for a good kill. Gets away from the Nightfall. Something there. Playing aggressive into that smoke. Sensing they weren't going to make that A hit. He found his timing to clear the trip and go for the kill on the Nats.
Back into the buy, and it looks like PRX are going to look to up the pace. The paranoia going across the hot reveal.
Catches
the
all of
coming
them.
through, and Jing eventually is able to find it.
Dude,
3
PRX is.
Lobbed in.
Their round-to-round calls are impeccable right now.
Showstopper to be seen here in this round. Team Liquid, though, still staying stacked in position. Paint shell still available. As the C's going to be lobbed in. Patman finds a headshot, and Jing finds two. Nothing more to be done than to die. PRX.
I mean, Serial played a bit better. He warmed up, but I wouldn't say that's the problem.
That we're seeing from PRX.
Team Liquid has been working with just different comps for different maps, so they just have different players for different maps. So it's not like they subbed Serial out.
Beautiful utility from Patman. And Haunt is great. The C's
But their old comp doesn't work here because you don't have the Teo anymore.
Perfect. Perfect. Hard to draw it up any better than that. And that's got Alex pumping his fist. That's exactly what he wants.
Critical ultimates about the cycle in here for Team Liquid, though, are still going to be on a bit of a half investment. Quick little exit. Saturate will connect. We're going to be grabbed here by Patman, and it's a quick peek.
Damn.
Camo.
Dude,
Dead
they're
on
just.
the floor.
The thing is PRX is kind of playing. They actually are playing a very interesting way of W gaming, where it works out. It looks like they just have God reads, which they do. But even if Liquid wasn't A this round, the idea is you go fast, you spam the smoke, you push, you check, and then you know that it's not A if they're not here. You know what I mean? So they're just playing really aggressive, fast, util-based contact.
Come through from behind. Try to get an angle. Nats cleans up two. Sends that neural theft. Levi immediately going to be backing away. 48 HP.
Yeah, it's very calculated. It's very calculated W gaming.
Has already shown us a couple.
And I think it works because it's Lotus, because you have ways to always fight Rubble.
Slows down the approach, waiting for Divide
So and then you have the set play with the showstoppers here. So you kind of trade off where you're pushing out, and then once you get info, you rotate people over.
Has the cam, but doesn't want to set it up and reveal his position.
It is Nats. You got to play together.
One of the greats.
Devi.
Never make it onto an international stage, looking to try to get this clutch to keep his team in this series, in this
Okay,
map.
you guys haven't checked. You guys haven't cleared backside. There you go.
It's just a little bit faster. Nats cannot work his magic. PRX have the counter curse, and they have a 6-0 lead.
It's just the PRX way there. Just fight, fight, fight for control of
Damn.
the front of A main. This opener from Patman is a belter. Jing keeps pressing, uses that smoke to his advantage. And he's very close to another showstopper. Forsaken there. Okay, they get outdone by Nats. Something crisp at the end, and Liquid already into
Yeah,
their
the observers in Valorant have gotten very good at turning out the extra at the right time. Damn, something's getting fired up.
Players on
Jeez.
their feet. And as you said, the timeout call.
Second
Desperate measures
timeout.
here for Team Liquid.
Damn. Damn.
In this one-sided of a fashion, starting on your attack with double duelist. Certainly not something that they were going to see coming.
I mean, that first timeout was so early, though. I feel like that first timeout was a mental timeout. Now you can probably start to talk about
map draft was I was like, these are almost
what to do here.
PRX's
The
three best
problem
maps,
with the
Pearl
Waylay
included.
Raise,
So
this is what I don't like, is the Waylay Raise is that, like,
really good on these maps too.
I really think Waylay just
man.
pairs better with Euro or
PRX is
Phoenix.
flying.
Or even Reyna.
train
Because
has
Raze
wings.
also wants to try to get
Now
ahead
we
of
got
things.
A lot of ults here for Team Liquid.
And like
This
Jet
round has
Raze
to go.
works on certain
Got the
maps,
showstopper. You've got the
but
convergent
that's because
pass. You've
both
got
of them
the Nightfall.
stay in the fight, you know?
Is something's ult
But
for a
Waylay
retake
wants
if
to
it
back
comes now.
out.
Look at this. It is all
Yo, Autumn Buzz 13 with another
Here we go.
5 gifted. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to everyone who got a gifted sub. Appreciate it.
Here on the side
Thank
of
you for the
Liquid.
support.
It's the showstopper going to be sent out the blind connecting. Rocket gets set, but Jing
Oh.
striking. Able to find one. Penny trades it back.
I mean, Jing just gets ahead of things here.
Going forward, gets the tag on to Devi.
Devi, you are tagged. I mean, he has nowhere to
Flush
go.
him out. He gets the spot.
Okay, he gets one.
Finishes off the enemy raise. Kiko able to
Forsaken gets kind of baited into
push
that because of
forward.
Devi's
Now
position.
Forsaken at the door. Patman trying to play it slow. Play
You
it
know he's
close.
close. He
Finds
gets
the
ahead of
first.
it.
Nearly has him line up.
Doable. Doable.
Something now.
They don't know that he's already here.
Cage blocks. Finds the first. Makes it damn
Oh,
close. But Team
NT.
Liquid will at long last persevere.
The 5 gifted is a down payment for Liquid's win. Wow. Trying to will it into existence, are
Do
we?
a ton of damage still. A bunch of ults had to be used. Everything but the convergent paths and Kiko's ult. And you still make it oh so close. If Forsaken could win that battle against Kiko, probably goes the other way. But now, you're going to be facing a similar situation here as Team Liquid. With a ton of
Ooh,
ults.
Patty Tech trying to
Right
bring the
there,
vibes
coach.
back up.
Back in the game.
He oftentimes
first
gets a
step.
little tilted himself, but
First of many.
okay, they have Waylay ult.
Camo
They're ready
path
for it.
already. Gonna be sending out the convergent paths.
He just empties the side entirely, slows them down with the vines.
Pushing forward.
And something waiting for the potential push.
Stick around.
He's got his ult. Oh
Out
no!
his way. Finds a headshot. Something taken down.
Vandal.
Nightfall now. Invested from Patman. Crashes across, connecting on to multiple players.
Nice,
Devi
nice. Watch the Prowler. Devi gets that through the Prowler.
trades it back into their favor.
Huge.
Jing, however, another showstopper built up. Sends it. Gets
He gets
rewarded with
two?
2 once more.
Dude, how does Jing get 2 there?
Patty Tech cannot.
Dude,
get
how
the
does he get
clutch
2 with the
started.
ult? That's actually crazy.
PRX not looking to give any breathing room here to Team Liquid. They establish a lead at the half.
He was just going for the
very least.
Omen.
It's now just a question of how big it is.
He was just going for
I want you to
Kiko.
look at the scoreboard
How does he get
here.
Penny?
Get a chance, folks at home. Jing, yes, on top with the frag. But look at Patman. He
Oh,
nails
Penny
a beautiful
tries-
Nightfall here. He has 11 assists. On
He
this
got hit
map
by the
in
knife.
eight
Oh
His fade play right
my.
now is fueling PRX.
Oh, that is rough for Penny. Try to peek into it. Gets met with a showstopper.
In the previous round. He's looking to be as big of a pain in the neck as he possibly can be. He has already helped to tear them asunder. Something, however, going to be taken down. Camo winning the duel at range with the Sheriff. Still snappy with the shots here.
Do have the tripwire to account for this lurk. A pause. Forsaken still gets a kill.
Yeah, something's having a bit of a... Doesn't matter because Jing's just going to go and get kills. I also don't think it's a double.
The cleanup comes in.
Holy.
The pain continues. 8-1.
It's every round on their feet for PRX. There's nothing but confidence right now.
Jing is locked in.
They are
He's going back to 2023 with this performance. Holy.
Making the right decisions at the right time. Forsaken doing a great job here. Jing pressing the advantage. Just when Team Liquid thinks they're safe, Patman strikes from behind. You want a brawl?
Actually, a freight train right now. Feels like it.
They're down.
Well, Jing clearly not getting the memo on that entry
Oh,
from Camo. Forsaken does
what timing from Forsaken. Oh, it's freaking...
It's not going to mean very much.
Oi, oi, oi.
The first kill, but Forsaken is just already
It's
massacred the
freaking
entire
over.
rest of his team.
Spikes down.
Cover going out.
They are actually shutting down the Waylay so hard.
Counter spam out, but they're more than ready for that.
PRX is every time PRX takes an early fight, they basically go in as 3 or 4. So even if the Waylay gets out, like they're just ignoring the Waylay and they just fight everybody else.
Has to suspect that he's going to be surrounded pretty much on all sides. We'll confirm his position. TP in the smoke, pushes out. He will get taken
This
down.
is
Makes a
rough
solid
for Team
go,
Liquid.
but
They're
be
out
able
of
to find the
timeouts
second
as well.
elimination, but it is
Holy.
far from a round win.
Yeah, Forsaken used to play Cypher Odin on Seaside a lot in the early days of Lotus. Remember that?
Absolutely ridiculous. Oh,
Bringing it back,
word.
this time on the Omen.
Nats just walks into it. They're just watching Forsaken.
Yeah, so how's you still calling Forsaken the GOAT after he wins a round with the Odin?
To use it because the rounds are basically over.
Literally, the Odin helps him win the round. Is Forsaken still your GOAT?
Yeah.
Hasn't gotten much to do. Over the top, no spot out there. Fract used from Camo.
So then they just reset. PRX is playing Lotus very well.
He's waiting around the corner there. They're actually stacking behind the wall.
Okay, tries to peek out on the flash.
Top of the door, Penny out
Yeah,
to
but
the
they're
open.
doubled up.
Divide able
They're
to
doubled
collect.
up.
Two players
And they got the
focusing,
pinch.
tucked into
Oh.
this cyber cage, but it's not going to last very long.
Oh, what a
Flash
flash.
off
The
clone
timing.
Divide with another 3K. Camo, the only one left alive, and it cannot nail the
Oi.
targets.
Oh yeah, he can do no wrong, even in those ratty Judge Omen smoke rounds. Oh, the
Looking
bias.
unbelievably dominant as we go into the last round of this half.
This is absolutely.
Yeah, they still have the Euro. You guys were talking about that on YouTube.
They are
They
swarming.
still have it. They haven't
Anytime
needed it.
They make contact with Team Liquid. They are taking the fight, and they are coming from a bunch of different angles. They are swarming Team Liquid.
Forsaken stand-up counter. He never skips a leg day. Dude, do you think Forsaken only works out his arms at the gym because he knows he's going to get a leg workout during the match?
Has 4
Just the squats during the match anyway?
and a hero vandal.
They have long since been in their heads here.
We found one.
Couple ultimates dangerously close to being online here for Team Liquid.
I have the spike.
So look to try to get themselves at least a 10-2.
Ooh, the
Spot
chase?
out. Forsaken backpedaling.
Okay,
Cycle
chill.
another smoke. It's a tiny little gap left in this one. Clear out, push forward, able to find the headshot.
bold.
Gets a decent amount of damage, but
No one was there to
comes
cover
away
for
with
you.
kill. Convergent paths at the ready.
I'll handle this.
Thinks better of it. Waits for a little bit longer now.
Ooh,
Sends it out.
huge
Taking
Waylay
it
ult.
down. Dimensional drip, scouting them forward. Gonna bounce up from
That's-
Penny. As Divide hits the transfer.
Doesn't matter.
Steel guarded.
Doesn't matter.
The rifle's out. Nats is able to find one, but something cleans it up.
They don't hear you.
2v2 without
They
their
don't hear you.
weapon.
Just charge them.
Something hits the
Oh my god.
swing.
Oh my
As
god.
Night's position is known.
Okay, Razor Vines. That actually prevents you from getting to the spike. Excellent.
Looking for the headshots. Spots out the Divide. The flash.
Huge. Dude, something's... Other than that early flash for Patman, his flashes have been really good. The timings have been very good.
The train has not left the station in Toronto yet, folks. Oh my.
It is still very much here. Team Liquid need to pull off.
Wouldn't you want it to be leaving though? Doesn't it need to keep going? The train's just sitting there. It's gonna rust.
PRX in the playoffs.
Oh damn, dude! All of them are fired up. That's crazy. Yeah, he's really locked in. Something has had some really good flashes. Dude, what is this PRX social media manager? What is this brain rot? What if we kissed on the PRX bed? What the hell? That's what it said. That was the tweet. It was messed up. Oh my god. Oh man. It's going in circles. Yeah, that's what it's doing. This is friggin' Toronto. This is Toronto, and the PRX train is just friggin' rumbling. It's just rumbling all around Toronto. This is the train on its tracks. There you go. That's my depiction of the PRX train. Dude, 13-1ing both EMEA teams would actually be poetic. Team Liquid did have one of the better Lotuses. Granted, that was with Tejo. The Tejo deadlock was really good. This Waylay raise is not doing much. That very early timeout. Yeah, but I mean, if it was a mental timeout, you got to take it when you got to take it. I mean, it sucks, but it does suck. But if you were just like, if the comms were just breaking down, then I think you needed to call it. Looking like pistols are the biggest problem for the train. True. That is something they need to work on. Jing's 14-8. Who would pick PRX? I don't think you pick them as the first choice, though. You've got Sen and Wolves. Those are the weaker teams for sure. Wolves is a bit iffy, like I said, because we just don't know how much they can endure, but Kiko's at 4 HP, guys. Kiko's at 4 HP. How is he? Oh, stream audio. Sorry.
4-2 in that regard as they find their second round win.
God, that was nasty. Just gets a little bit of some friends too along the way.
Okay.
That one is
just off of audio.
That is crazy. At 4 HP here, you know, the PRX players are busy trying to clear out the encroaching players, and they never deal with them. Yeah, that's
Batman. Yeah.
Hell of a way to start off the second half.
Couple
More
sheriffs.
investment here.
Yeah, a couple sheriffs though for PRX.
The pistols are rough.
Certainly a chance to do some damage.
I mean, dude, the last kill on the Batman was not cool.
Here. Cam situated up but above from Nats.
Checking for some of that Cypher util. Just trying to clear out whatever they can, but Camera's going to be in a position where you're going to need a deeper smoke from PRX if you can figure out it's there to clear it safely. 2-2-1. PRX thinking about B. There's that trip.
I mean, they're just going to try to
Could get over it, but he's got a sheriff in hand.
Oh, I thought they were going to make more noise on C. Really? We're just going to walk into B? Really?
Spam from Penny. Rewarded with
Is that really the best idea that we could have come up with on a eco?
Spike down B.
Devi able to find one. Pain Shell not quite getting the full deep bounce that they were looking for to finish the job, but Penny's Guardian will certainly suffice. 3K for him to try to catch up towards that showstopper. Team Liquid cleanly close out the anti-eco.
Okay.
All right.
Start for Liquid.
Bye round.
Insane comeback. Don't want to give him too much energy here. PRX. The bonus would be massive. One round
Aww.
at a time. Absolutely.
That is good to see that they're just like taking it in stride.
PRX is just gonna
I like Lohan. Lohan's really grown on me as a coach, both like the way he presents himself and also the way he preps the team. Seems like a really solid coach, honestly. So they know he was in the smoke, but they don't know that he's holding close. That's very good. Very good from Jing.
On the cards. Team Liquid.
Okay, hold on.
Tied to the train track, and there is no
Hold on. Can we chill?
Coming to save them.
You think Waylay troll pick is the sole reason for what? No. Team Liquid was 100% with Waylay. Obviously a different comp, but they were 100% with the Waylay and EMEA.
It's just clear the trip and then let Jing do his thing. They love these judges.
I think PRX played it well, but I think PRX also prepped for the potential Waylay and its weaknesses pretty well. Without the Teho, you can't actually let the Waylay creep up and then go for powerful executes on the attacking side. So they needed to kind of use everything Raze and Waylay had for the early fights, and PRX just says, unless they do that, we win this fight. And then they just pressure them.
Just the Marshall in half armor here for Patty Tech. Shots are gonna have to be insane, but
oh, it's pretty over, chat.
Is swept aside. Camo able to find one. A backstab getting ready to come through over here at B main. Penny getting the read. Turns, finds it, clears it out. Showstopper value not going to be found.
What?
As the plant comes in, Jing down to 36 health. Forsaken catching a glimpse. We'll see Patty there as the shots go whizzing past.
Where are you?
No, it's all right. They have no idea about Jing, though. Look at this. Okay, well, you have paint shells. You have paint shells. Oh, no way. Oh, Jing. Oh, Jing, this is not what you had paint shells, man. That was, I mean, I get it, but like, oh. Him not getting tagged by the Prowler made him overthink it, man.
Hard to say without yeah, off the rip there. They're still able to fight back.
That's rough.
What a flick.
Yeah, he didn't get tagged, so he thought he could creep up, but like either way you had paint shells, you know?
It looked like maybe, but that angle by Camo not dealt with fast enough. Penny there. Just Forsaken trying to get away from Tech. Now you're onto a bit of a weaker buy. 4 PRX, 4 rifles, a sheriff. Have a showstopper now.
You gotta play this pretty smart. The econ can get out of control for PRX. I mean, like, you're at match point, but you know.
So just a little bit of a util dump. Jing dead. Camo, he's swung all the way out, and he's absolutely massacred them.
Back in a flash.
He's gonna go dashing forward. He wants this ace. Divide to try to deny it away. We'll be able to do so, but my goodness, Camo.
Penny was trying to set him up too.
What a round to so quickly
let me sleep.
Down to keep PRX still away from the playoffs.
Anticipating the rotate there from PRX, and they are not ready for it at all. And by the time they are, he's already scoped in. He's got the heads on lock, and he's ripping them off. All right. Starting to get it going.
Okay, so it's going to be 12-6. Double Bucky.
PRX getting close to a nightfall and a steel garden of their own.
A rare double Bucky round here for PRX. Cover going out.
Bucky over Stinger is kind of crazy, but
bouncing forward, dealt with immediately as the headshot comes in. Penny not.
And the showstopper keeps him at bay.
Sends it with a showstopper.
It's
Able to find a kill off the back of that one. Something. A nice sheriff shot. It's a tiny bit of value.
NT. If Devi got that kill, maybe, but
just go ahead and overwhelm, conquer these
no way. Oh, I saw a world. I saw a world.
Going to be taken down. Some decent damage dealt. But PRX still not getting the victory. 6 more chances. Team Liquid are building momentum, and Alex has had enough. A timeout's going to be called.
Yep.
I'm out. I mean, you ideally didn't want to have to use it because Team Liquid can regroup as well,
PRX
but
was happy to just try to take this game into their own hands. The reveal right as Jing was bouncing in. The timing. That's here.
I mean, what
With the
can
gun
I do?
advantage.
What can I say?
But yeah.
Shit out like GG.
All right. Well, let's see if he's gonna be able to get them to cut it out. It's gonna be another buy coming through here for PRX, but
to cut this shit out.
position, some half armors here on 4 of the players, one of them being regen.
oh
Do have a
my
Steel
gosh,
Garden as well as a Nightfall of their own.
so funny.
utilize
Such a
it to bring this
real
to an
thing
end.
to say.
Definitely have to start getting concerned about this run back for Team Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. It was fun for the first couple of rounds. Now you got to tighten up. Now you got to stop the waterfall here.
Okay, you have 3
They have an
ults.
opportunity. They've
2.5 really. You have Waylay ult on the other side, so you got to watch out for retakes.
That was the one round that went for them so far on this attacker's side. Maybe just spread the map a little bit. I wouldn't mind see them playing a little bit of ISO.
Honestly,
Start.
I'm okay with them, yeah,
They've been
spreading the
hot with
map
the
out
rifles.
and then
There is an
going
option for
C with the Nightfall, push the Cypher out, and then deep lurk
So,
B.
Something to consider here.
I'm okay with that.
Stairs angle doesn't convert.
Here's it immediately though as he takes a shot over at something. Now they know that it's in play.
Yeah, they heard the op.
Batman just poking and prodding. trying to see if he can
It's
find
still
anything.
here. Okay.
Now, trying to force Patatek off the angle. Will be able to do so. He's going to reroute. Spike, however, starting to be brought forward in towards B.
Yeah, they're trying to sell a fake at A, and it's seemingly working.
I'm okay
Team
with
Liquid
this.
is
That way they don't have to use ult.
Sinker.
Oh, they're still going to use ult.
Nearby enough that they can quickly try to get on top of this one, but Ching
He needed to stay alive.
conversion paths now about to be set Forsaken. Teleporting his way out to safety. Arrives now back over at Rubble.
Oh no.
Something's got caught up.
Oh no, this is a disaster. Dude, Kamo just got so much value off of that Waylay.
Correct, certainly. Not out of this yet. Forsaken just got to re-wrap through the baby door. Cut noise. Try to instill some doubt.
Now
here.
they know they have numbers, so they'll just play retake. And the B position can't be that good. Devi's got Vice ult though, Steel Garden.
Team Liquid sending 3
So that could come in handy.
down towards Forsaken here. He's going to be caught in transit. It cannot
He knew he needed to stay alive. I mean, I don't mind that jump back, but
multi-kill round.
do you use Steel Garden here as well? I don't think. It's iffy.
For the ace. Flash out to buy. Only going to be good
Oh
for
my
one.
God.
4K. Camo gets the ace.
Oh my
And
god.
Team Liquid continue to run this back. The timeout not resulting in the conclusion of this series.
That Waylay ult so impactful in this round. It forced PRX.
That's what I mean. Why do all that work to fake if you're still gonna use ult and then they can punish you? And they're on A, so they have Waylay ult, which can reach into B site. Like, why? The whole point is to get away from that Waylay ult. That was a little bit frustrating because they played the map so well, and then they just played it safe. But then it's like the other team had Waylay ult. I mean, if you're gonna just do that, just friggin' Nightfall onto C early and see what you get. You know, if they don't Waylay ult back immediately for the flood, then you go on a lurk. If they do, then you drew it out, then you rotate.
Be able to get the catch this time unless they get rerouted out of A, but they're not encountering any pressure here.
I'm not going to be ready for how fast he's lurking.
Sliggy's ashes are burning to try to sabotage the train.
About to be knifed out, dead to rights. Camo finds the kill.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Everybody from Liquid now getting
been
clustered
spotted.
up, ready to potentially go for a flood. Retake as Jing's head going to be spotted. TP up and over the top. The slide down. Jing does find one, but Penny with that paint shell. Wants to go ahead and trade it out.
Okay, real messy.
For one, Nats trading it back.
Ah,
and flushed out
NT.
and dropped the spike. Still not planted now. Dead at drop. This is again going to be some damage. The round win is not there.
No, PRX needs to chill, man.
They are continuing 5 rounds consecutively, and Alex has to be wondering when do I pull the trigger on that second timeout?
I think maybe you give him one more chance here with the ultimates. in cycle. Got 3 big ones available for PRX. But now Team Liquid is just matching PRX's intensity, matching their pace, matching their movements.
Hey, you got Showstopper, Steel Guard, and Euroworld. You have Euroworld. Surely they just used the Euroworld.
Got a wide open A site if they can suss this out.
Time to jump. Moving forward, something slides in along the door. Dimensional drift at the ready, sends it.
Okay, site is clear.
That this is completely
There's no big retake ults on the other side. You heard him. You heard him up top.
Really gonna dissuade too much. Zioro is able to clear things for them.
Showstopper? They don't have ults for the retake. Showstopper to push them away. There you go. It's too late. Showstopper to push them away. What? Oh my god.
Continuing to come off here. As Patman is only able to find one before
Oh
getting taken
god.
down. It's all on Devi.
Oh god.
Too many targets. All lined up, all pushing forward, looking to try to hunt him down. Finds the first. Can they allow him to divide and conquer? The defuse is being held and keep
Dude, that was so... You just need one. Why are you not ult dumping when the opponent has no ults and then you use them all anyway? That's actually so frustrating.
Is full steam ahead right
That's
now.
actually so frustrating.
And the destination they want
You heard the raise on the box. Why not just blast back into the site with the Showstopper and just hit the box? And if you don't get the kill, something can hold close. Like, why are we not? Oh my god.
Out here is PRX.
It's so frustrating.
You know, something's dimensional drift there doesn't really see much. He just guesses that they're going to be
It's
at the top of A,
ay.
and they're just not ready for Penny to be there. So just need to find
No, like they're playing. You know what it is? They play like they're at the 9. They play like they're at 9, so they have to maximize their win efficiency every round. And then they panic, and it's like, no, you literally just have to Hail Mary one round.
He's gonna be one away from another ult.
Like,
We've already seen that.
like what the hell?
Annoying. Penny's gonna have a showstopper. Things are going to be tricky here for the next couple rounds for PRX.
I always knew Lotus was defense sided.
That it is. I mean, the timeout call is coming through on.
Oh my gosh.
Close to a thrifty attempt.
I was about to say yes, so I was like, what do you mean, like, let me sleep? Aren't you already doomed? But it's a national holiday, or it's a public holiday, huh? I was about to say.
Builds up for a showstopper. PRX in all likelihood.
I still want to sleep? No, that's overrated. You know what you should do is you should join me after this match and figure out what to play for the Path of Exile 1 new season.
Right now, the tenacity that's
We can spend hours planning out starter builds.
Squad is absolutely astounding to
Your sleep schedule is already screwed anyway.
The kill found. Patman dead off the rip. Door being watched. Tap of the spike.
Oh, they're going into B. I love it. I love it when teams go into B.
Trying to close the gap. Paranoia, however, is a little bit too late.
I love teams playing B site with lower numbers, chat. It's my favorite thing to watch in Valorant.
And something's just dead. He's just standing there, offering himself up, and Penny says, yes, thank you very much. Fine, once again, to try to see if he can get it done. Finds the one, but nothing more. Team Liquid, here at 10.
If PRX doesn't win this next round, it's over. It's actually over.
2 more rounds for Team Liquid.
Their mental is so boomed if they can't figure out this next round.
In the bonus for PRX in this second half. Something trying to go for the setup, but
What was Forsaken doing there? You know what I mean? Like, what is... Oh my god.
Not realizing just how close Penny was going to be.
He should have heard the blast pack. Not sure what was going on. Maybe too much comms. Maybe
Waylay
too much
ult's
chatter.
back. That's trap play.
At the ready here. Just going to be clear on the tripwire for now.
Oh wow, we want to explore C now with no ultimate?
Flash out.
Oh, I love
spotted.
it. I love it, chat.
With this fully rotating close and Camo just inching wider and wider on the peak.
I mean, that one's good on Camo. That was a nasty choice from Camo.
Position from Forsaken. TP's out. The opposite side is
Oh,
conversion.
you
Max
actually
does
got Waylay
get
ult out for free,
Wait,
kind of.
finds one, tries to get the lineup there on the Penny, but cannot make it happen. He stays
Okay, but
alive,
you have Nightfall
maintains the
now.
player advantage for Team
But
Liquid.
you got to try to wait for another pick. You have 50 seconds. Use the clock. You used the clock so well against Heretics. What
reposition.
happened?
Clear
Use
on
it.
the haunt from Nats. Disguises
Okay.
this. And ultimately, it seems like PRX are going to be pushing into the site. This Prowler. is not
Prowler?
going to check the
Prowler?
angle.
Check? Hello?
Something he's looking up. He's looking for the camera. Hetman tucked in behind the box.
30 seconds left.
PRX. I think they have to just call to save these two weapons. There's not much more to be done, but Penny.
Something
take
is
it out of
so
their hands.
boomed. And you know what? I hate to say this,
With that negative
but
space they've
we
given
see
up.
this every
Hold
international
the line.
from something.
Right outside of C.
When the pressure time comes, he booms so hard. I hate to call it out, but it's
In a
actually
row,
so
10
true.
In the half, Team Liquid
Like, it's
are one round
bad.
away from
Oh,
doing
Anders,
the
that round? You know the A-site round when they had 3 ults and Liquid had 0?
One more
You know that round?
to take this
Where they got space and they knew the raise was on the box and they just didn't pull the showstopper early? Oh, that's when I really... Oh my god. Oh my god.
Absolutely insane.
We've lost the match. We've lost the match.
No, this one is on the Prowler. This one is on the Prowler. But also this one is on the Prowler, but also like no, you know what? Yeah, this one is kind of on the Prowler, but also you should be watching the minimap too, no? Seeing if the Prowler caught anything. Like
Just can't believe how this has gotten away from them. Nightfall across, able to find 2. TP into the corner here from Forsaken. Does manage to complete the ultimate safely. Follows the
I
trail,
love how
looks
Alex
for
also
Nats,
said
is able
we've
to
lost
flush
the
him out.
match. It would be the most PRX thing ever for Alex to say that and then they win and then they think they're okay and then they'll just always forever be a non-international trophy winning team.
Ends up getting picked off. Came out good for the kill. The haunt cleared out.
Ooh,
as Forsaken
that
turns.
was
He gets
really good
distracted
from Liquid.
And picked apart.
Holy.
Some shots
Oh.
in. A tag out. Camo still alive. Still standing.
Dude, how many kills does Camo have? Camo is going nuclear.
Completed the run back.
Switching sides.
12 to 12. We get OT once more.
Oh, I know. One of my worst attributes is overestimating opponents, expecting them to not suck. I have to watch these games to remind myself how free people.
The unthinkable happens.
Damn, Anders. We really going deep on the trash talk before playoffs, huh?
Found another chance. And PRX has thrown away what seemed like an unlosable match. It seemed like it was their game.
Yeah, exactly, Lightning. No, they're just not calming. Team Liquid's playing like as a real unit, and PRX just isn't. They're just not communicating.
It's a timeout call to try to get this round win on the attack.
Team Liquid call a timeout right away. I actually like this timeout for Team Liquid.
This one done. Right. The 14-12 is very possible.
I actually like this timeout from Team Liquid because they had to grind through that second half.
Once again, to talk to the players.
Mind Freak.
Oh, dude, Mind Freak's getting so. He's actually, yeah, he's actually getting like upset.
It's cold, but right now it is got
5 more subs. 5 more subs.
I can't believe that I'm asking this question once again, but Toronto, are you ready for another OT? Damn right you are. Let's get this started. This Team Liquid want to pull off the biggest heist that we have ever seen.
Dude, if they make this comeback,
on the defender side of Lotus, both of these teams.
holy.
We're doing all the damage. It's just mind-bending. The way that this all played out. And a chance here to do the unthinkable. Can they get it done? They've ran it back so far.
Odin playing here for Forsaken. Team Liquid looking very well aware of this and now having their suspicions confirmed. This Prowler's just going to be exchanged Here
Make
outside
up your
of B.
mind.
Sees Nate at the
Whoa,
ready.
it
One
was.
goes before the other, however. Catch.
I mean, it didn't matter anyway, but you know what I mean? Like, why? Where?
Catman tucked into the
It's the
corner.
little things like that where right now it didn't matter because Team Liquid was far away anyway. But like, that is what gets you killed or not.
Being very cautious.
That's inching
The
forward.
second guessing, the no comms, the panicking.
On the Jing as he's able to trade one back. Camo gonna be dead. Nats does get taken to 35. Thorns immediately popped. The wall still here on the C site. A double entry across this one, and Patitech wins the duel against Divide. Blind out something. Managing to find 2 quick kills as Penny and Kiko both going to be taken down. Forsaken arriving with the Yoden. Is now
Oh my god.
going to be playing all alone. Nightfall at the ready.
Okay, he knows it's too obvious, so he goes back. Patitech's just gonna check. That's a smart Nightfall. He knows it's a wraparound. So Forsaken's gonna go further, but this timing, if Patitech's playing up to level, oh, that smoke's actually not, yeah. So he actually pushes out. Patitech's playing this so well. Mentally, Patitech is way above Forsaken right now. Because you don't actually expect him to be in Waterfall. Oh,
Patitech down to 10.
He messed up.
Goes for the fight. And Forsaken will bail him out. He's on his feet before he even gets to the fuse.
Oh my god. I cannot believe PRX is being gifted that round for free.
Oh man, something was struggling on the defender.
Oh, he's mentally above.
But he comes up with 2 huge
No,
kills
that's a physical skill issue. That's a physical skill issue. Forsaken was not thinking about Waterfall. Don't even get no. You know what? You know what, PRX fans? This. If you're gonna tell me that wasn't Forsaken about to get outplayed, that's the type of cope that keeps PRX from winning a trophy. Okay? PRX was 100% about to get slammed by Patitech on that round. Yes, you won it, but you got gifted for free.
Catch him with the spam. Patitech not really bothered
He was
too
both
much there.
mentally above and
Back
below.
over
Okay,
to
we
A.
can settle for that.
Just an orb grab here.
He was
for
both
PRX.
mentally above and below.
Looking to see if they can maybe get Jing a couple kills and get him a showstopper to lock this series out.
Ammo tucked in. Just separated.
I'm not even a PRX fan. I'm having a heart attack.
Penny not scouted.
That's how you know it's bad.
Do get the clear on the tripwire.
And Liquid has such a good read. They know that C's the last choice for PRX. They know. Okay, the post plant setup's much better from PRX. Look at this. You got Razor Vines. You got a crossfire from main. Okay, something you just have to like. Ooh, this is, I'm a little concerned, but nobody's going stair from Liquid. Okay, Nats is now. He's gonna watch. He's gonna watch for the smoke. Okay, look at that. Using util 1 by 1. Look at that. Look at that.
And it's all on Kiko's shoulders.
They know.
The 1v3, not to be found.
Oh, look at that. Look at what can happen when you just use your util and play the clock. Oh my god. Jeez.
And Liquid cannot stay afloat. PRX are going to playoffs.
In one of the most unbelievable matches you will ever see in Valorant.
I mean, dude, Liquid.
Has sent another Pacific team to the playoffs.
The fact that they brought it back to overtime itself is crazy.
They were running low on coal, but I think Mini got some people back in the furnaces.
Yeah, GG, nice try, Autumn Buzz. Yeah, honestly, Patitech's gonna be kicking himself real hard for that.
The tenacity.
I mean, that sucks for Patitech, really. Because, like, I mean, them getting to overtime alone is impressive, but, like, you also can't help but think we lost because of me, because of that one round.
All the credit goes to them.
Oh my gosh.
What a step in he was for this event.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
PRX can breathe a sigh of
PRX
relief.
fans should not be happy with this win. No, you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. Same with Sen being in playoffs. You should be concerned. But I think the difference is that when PRX, you know, when the momentum's in their favor, they've shown that they are still like super dominant. It's just
Because the train ain't stopping. Now, Jing, I'm gonna need you for the interview. Oh my god. Oh my god.
But the thing is like against teams like G2, Fnatic, RQ, maybe even XLG.
I mean, Jason literally almost passed out.
I think PRX
I mean,
is in trouble.
It was like 11-1, so we kind of wanted to make it close, so the fans here have like a good show. So
Okay, okay. Honestly though,
even split.
I'll actually take that interview because that's like
even
the
on
best
Lotus,
answer Jing's ever given in an
tough,
interview.
Right?
Actually, the best answer he's ever given.
It's just amazing how you guys were able to pick things up and course correct, especially in that OT as well. So what allowed you guys to do that? You know, was it the experience? Was it the talks? Or, you know, was it the hunger to be number one?
I think it's like a little bit of everything, but I mean, we're all really experienced, so I think we know how to reset properly. So yeah, I think that was the main thing that helped us.
Speaking of experience, I mean, Team Liquid doubling down on aggression with Raze and Waylay. I mean, you guys have tried Waylay back in Pacific. Would you say that experience kind of helped you guys out today?
Wait, sorry, again?
Waylay, what was your reaction? And do you think your experience of running the Waylay back in Pacific for a little bit helped you guys?
I think not really, because that was really long ago, so we kind of like forgot how to play with Waylay. But yeah, I mean, we just adapted and yeah, that's it.
Right. 11-1.
I do
First
think
half, somehow OT. What was going on in the comms?
I do think the
I
fact
mean,
that
we told
like
each other,
no
like,
Viper, no
it's not over
Flash
yet, just focus, but
made
then
them
I think we
really
were just
succeed in the
having too much
first
fun,
half.
So we went into OT.
No, the Waylay
Right,
didn't get much
lastly
value.
now,
There was that
we're about
one
to draw
round.
for the playoffs.
Other than that, Waylay
We have
itself didn't get
coaches
much
from the
value.
first seed teams up on the stage. Is there
Their
anything
old
you would like to
EMEA
say
games, the
to
Waylay
any
gets a
of
lot
them?
of
You know,
value, but
please
that's with
pick us or
Teho as
please
well.
don't pick us.
And Deadlock.
I think it doesn't matter who picks us. We're just going to focus on our game and just improve from here. So
I have
I
flatlined.
think anyone that picks
Someone
us,
sent
we're
medical
gonna
emergency.
beat
YouTube's just all passed
Okay, you're
out.
gonna beat them. All right. Thank you very much, Jay. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, here we go, chat.
That was Jing with PRX in the playoffs. It's time to throw it over to the stage where Vanzilli is on standby.
Thank you so much, Jen. Toronto, one more time. Give it up for PRX and Team Liquid. What a game!
Oh, we got all coaches. Okay, I'm down with that. No managers, all coaches.
It's time to kick up the competition a notch.
Ooh.
We do have the first seed of each region.
It
now
is funny
having a
that
chance
fans
to
wear a
pick their
jacket here.
opponent for the
Why do you
first
put a jacket
opening
on? I
matches
like
of the
that shirt.
playoffs Between Sentinels, Genji, Wolves,
Dude,
and now
Milan is
PRX.
so tall.
So going through from my left to the right, we do have our number one seed representative from EMEA. It is Fnatic's Milan. And for Americas, we have Josh RT from G2. On my right, we have XLG Huya representing China. And finally, last but not least, for Pacific, we have Coach Ewok representing RRQ. And also,
I really hope we get to do the. Are you guys really gonna pick Sen if you guys get first? I think that would be so
In case
funny.
you forgot how he works.
You would be the only team to dare to do it too. I think.
This is a fun one. So I'm going to pick the order of the teams in which they're going to go, and they're literally going to pick their opponents off of this. So the fate is quite literally in your hands. We're going to start clean. I'm going to go with this top match. Second team.
Chat.
John
All
goes
I
here.
want
Third,
is
we're
all I
alternating.
want.
All right.
Is
And I think
RRQ
It's
last.
super simple, but again, it's all up to you guys.
So free for all, just to make sure regional matches are good.
Give me that.
There's no
Give me
riots.
that
Now it's in the
RQ
hands of the
Gen G.
coaches. So
Give me that
without further
RQ
ado,
Gen G.
Let's go ahead and pick up the first seed.
Give me
And
that
the first
RQ
team,
Gen
they'll get to
G.
choose.
Absolute cinema, chat.
We have
XLG.
Okay.
XLG.
Oh, XLG gets first pick.
All right, Hoya. Who do we have here? Who do we think we're gonna go for?
I take the boss of an A.
Do we want
Send for sure. For sure. Easy pick.
Okay, why Sentinels? You want the clout?
I think that's for the audience, definitely. I want everyone to see the
Dude, XOG first pick is actually insane.
I'm sure the Chinese fans and also the North
Get
American
wrecked,
fans will be
Anders.
looking forward to
No
that.
G2
Please,
send for
Victoria,
you.
Let's go ahead and pick our second team.
RRQ.
No! RRQ. Coach Ewok, by the way, Toronto, it is also Ewok's birthday, so let's wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ewok!
No, my favorite movie ruined.
So an early birthday gift, you get to choose your team. You weren't going to go for PRX?
No Pacific for us.
So who did you pick? Who did you pick? I didn't even look.
Wolves is ours.
Wolves!
Oh,
Okay.
RQ is cooking Wolves.
Are you confident about that one? Because remember, there's a lot of fans here that put. Remember in Bangkok?
Wait,
when we
actually,
played a team
Anders?
like T1 at the last seed, they ended up winning the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's not like I'm disrespecting them. I'm just saying I'm not playing Pacific right now. We came all this way.
That's true. That's also true. I guess he didn't really have much of a choice, Gen G or PRX.
Let's go on with now our last two.
Dude,
but
G-
before we do that,
dude.
I'll invite here Coach Milan to stand in front of me
G2,
on this
put
side
G2
and
up
Coach
here.
Josh
Get me
Martin.
G2
So
send.
do a showdown.
Yeah, you can stare into each other's eyes. All right, so third.
You guys have mics. You can banter at each other if you want to. So who do we have?
G2. Let's dude. Fnatic Gen G 2 years in a row.
Again? Josh RT, who are we going for here?
Oh
my god. I remember a conversation with Jonah P. He said that
No
if we wanted to
shot.
make this fun, it'll have to be PRX.
There's no way you pick Gen G.
PRX.
Yeah, of course you pick PRX.
Just for safety.
Toronto, do we want the G2 versus PRX? And Coach Milan, history repeats itself.
Yeah. we were talking about it. I think it's written in the stars. Gen G, Fnatic, first round of playoffs. But I know Colin's around here somewhere. I'm sure he's having flashbacks to last year in Shanghai. But all I'm gonna say is different Fnatic.
Yeah, different Fnatic.
Dude,
for sure. You guys came
definitely
with a lot of
different Fnatic
firepower.
though.
Let me just have you stand back with Josh RT here. I'm going to ask one final
That's-
question as we go down.
that's
Sorry about
so
that.
funny.
We want to go here with start things off with Huya. XLG, this is the first time here that you guys qualified for
Damn,
an
dude.
international stage. And you also went through the route of Ascension. Very similar to
Yo,
Josh
Anders,
RT
do you think
with
Sen's
the
gonna
Guard
beat
slash
XLG though?
Tell the fans over in China how your run
Sen
is going to
looked
be better than G2's
real
run in
bad.
the opening season.
I want to stay humble. At same time,
I'm trying to instigate here.
same time, we want to try our best to achieve the greatness, and we just come here to follow our goals. So, Josh is our goat. So we'll try to repeat whatever he done before.
So everybody's still so far between the coaches.
Fnatic Gen G is the best case matchup because all their deep branch protocols will get teased out.
Coach Ewok, I want to go here
True.
with RRQ. This is actually the first international that you've qualified as well outside of lock-in where you had the automatic invitation. So what does this mean for RRQ right now to step on the stage, and how and why will RRQ win everything here in Toronto?
For us, it's been a long journey, and we're just trying to improve a lot. I feel like we're really confident right now, and we're pretty confident to take on any team here. So we're just happy to be here, and also happy to compete, and hopefully we can win the whole thing.
This is awesome. Also, chat, I was expecting, and chat, because I am talking to the camera, I was expecting for this to be
Chat.
more of a trash talk, but everybody's so humble and nice. Is it because of Canada so far? Josh RT, do you have any bad words to say?
Not at all.
Not at all.
I think this is an insane matchup. I mean, obviously everyone knows that PRX picked us back in Shanghai, and that kind of kicked off our run in international. Hopefully, the story doesn't close there, and that we just keep it going.
So track by track, but it will stop with G2 to start in the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome. And Coach Milan, you just talked about it a little bit.
Yeah,
more,
I don't
but
think PRX can win that
talk me
chat.
through a little bit more about the Gen G matchup. Sorry.
Dude, Gen G
I
Fnatic's
mean,
insane.
I think some of the boys, they have history with this team in the first round, so I see it more as a fun challenge. I think if you want to be the best, you got to be able to beat everyone anyway. So I'm not too worried about it.
You know what's crazy is Sen is playing 3 Chinese teams in a row.
What's the schedule going to look like?
We don't know yet, but these two matches will be on the same day. These two matches will be on the same day to keep it competitively even. As far as which one's which day, that's going to be decided in the next little bit. So just keep out for socials, all that fun stuff. But either way,
Damn.
it's going to be 2 days of amazing matches.
Exactly. As Victoria was mentioning, make sure you follow here the Valorant Esports social, because the action will resume on Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th to start the playoffs. So make sure that if you're
Friday
here
the
in Toronto,
13th.
you are bringing your lucky charms to break all those 9-3 curses.
Right,
But until
tomorrow,
then,
so
enjoy
there's
the
no
day
matches
off,
tonight,
we'll
and then
see
it's the
you
next
on
night.
Friday.
How many times did you say that this year? Say what? That PRX can't win? I said it quite a few times, and I was right literally most of the time.
We've seen some of these matchups.
Hey, it's Forsaken.
Before I'm back on the desk here with Ender, Koala Noob, and joined by Forsaken from PRX. We're
Dude,
just
if
gonna jump
Sentinels
right into
beats-
this because Forsaken, no matter what happens,
If Sentinels beats XOG, people are not going to stop talking about the freest run ever.
I mean, I think I kind of expected to be G2 again, but this time they pick us, so maybe we're gonna revenge them, you know?
Yeah. Wait, so the last time it was
Last time we
whoever.
picked them,
Yeah, you picked
and
them
we
and then
lost.
they won. So now it's reversed.
Oh, reverse maybe?
Yeah. What did you make of some of these picks? Because you were saying that, you know, for teams like XOG.
You reckon Wolves beat RRQ? No, there's no shot. There's no shot, chat. I don't think so. I don't think so. PRX social media, they're always cooking. Liars, do not speak to me again. That's so funny. I think XOG actually has. I think XOG has a chance against Sentinels, but I don't think it's gonna be like Sentinels looked really weak in Swiss, so I think people are gonna think that XOG like should beat Sentinels, but I don't think that's true. But I think XOG has a chance. 아, PRX 젠지는 상하이 어게인 대진이군요. 아, 정말 죄송한데 PRX 젠지는 만날 수가 없어요. 그리고 PRX이 올라갈 게 아니어가지고 죄송하지만 젠지를 밑에서 만날 수는 있겠네요. Oh man, I think man, XOG Sentinels. XOG Sentinels is hard to call. I actually think this is like a 50-50. I'm sorry, but this is like an 80. It's not even an 80-20, really. This is like a 90-10. Sorry, PRX fans, but this is a 90-10. RQ Wolves, I would give this like a 70-30. And then, Fnatic Gen G. Fnatic Gen G. Oh man, I mean, I have Fnatic winning this event. But Gen G look real scary. But I do think Gen G also didn't get tested that much. Like I think Gen G's really strong. I think Gen G showed really solid gameplay regardless of opponent. But I think Fnatic will definitely have better prep than the two teams that Gen G's played so far. I mean, this might be another 50-50. I kind of rate it 60-40, but it's probably realistically a 50-50. 아, 페레카고 젠지 둘 다요. 맞아요. XOG Sentinels is the weird one. Is this 50-50? I don't know. This might actually be 60-40. This one's hard just because XOG has a roster change too. MKTN with the Prime sub. Thank you. Thanks for using your Prime of the channel. Appreciate the support. See, the thing is, Meaty's numbers are not that good, but I feel like he played his role really well when he was on Trace briefly. Granted, he was playing Tejo. Sen, I mean, I think, like, I give a lot of credit to Sen's potential X factor. That's why I would rate it 50-50. If I didn't consider that, I think I would 100% put this 60-40. But I think it's a 50-50. I think, like, I'm actually kind of, not big, but I somewhat believe in Meaty. But I think YOU was so crucial to XLG's game plans. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. Yeah, everyone needs some water after that. Dude, I can't believe PRX almost lost that. 그러니까요. Yeah, Sentinels meeting 3 Chinese teams in a row is actually insane work. Damn. Oh, man. Fnatic favored against Gen.G? Gen.G looking much better at the moment. I think Fnatic looked really good in EMEA playoffs. Granted, like, yeah, you're probably thinking like, well, EMEA looked bad in Toronto, so like, what does that really say? That's fine, but I mean, you put it that way, then technically Gen.G also played against a friggin' fizzling out MIBR and a PRX who forgot to shoot that day. So if you take that away from both of them and just look at how they were playing, Gen.G's looking really good, but I think Fnatic with the prep time plus, and also I think Fnatic's going to have a better pulse on the meta, to be honest. I'm still not convinced about Gen.G's read on the meta. Granted, their Sunset gave me some life, but there are 99 people in your Pickem leaderboard? What, on the Valorant one? Actually, we should look at that. Because we can do that too, right? Wait, no, not Valorant Fantasy League. Why? Damn, 99 people. Wow, a lot of people joined. I guess this hasn't updated yet. It opens on the 12th. But probably NA time? Damn. Dude, Heretics, man. Can't believe Heretics messed up. Yeah, I don't know. XLG Sentinels is tough. XLG Sentinels is tough, chat. I think these are easy picks. Let's just see. What does this look like? Dude, G2. Oh my god. Oh, that's tough too. This one's tough too, if it's Fnatic at all. If it's not Fnatic, it's Gen.G, which is also tough. Gen.G or RQ. Dude, RQ and Gen.G are going to meet no matter what, chat. I'm telling you right now. Can we go into match review of that game? Because that board's going to look funky. What, the match that just happened? I don't ever want to watch that match again. That match was infuriating. Ooh. Dude, no matter what, top 4 is going to look tight. And I think top 4, on paper, the top 4 should be G2, Fnatic, Gen G, RRQ, in my opinion. But I'm not going to lock this in yet. I'll probably do this separately later tonight. No, this side of the bracket is like much more free than this side. This side is stacked, dude. You got RQ, you got Fnatic, Gen G, and then you're looking like a freaking Dark Horse Wolves. This side is stacked. What's up, Yuzaki? I mean, I think Wolves... Listen, I think Wolves will play well. I just think you can ante them pretty hard. I don't know how much they'll be able to update and adapt in 2 days, potentially 3 days. And I think RQ is just... I think RQ is going to play really well. First seeds exuding so much R right now. True. This is going to be a tough pick'em. Juicy's going to read the hell out of his former IGL. I don't know about that. Juicy is fragging though. Juicy versus dude, Juicy was also part of the crew that shut down Jemkin. Juicy was also part of the crew that shut down Jemkin. Oh. Who would win, a crazy guy or a fat baby? I don't know if these are my final pick'ems. I don't know if this is just first pass. This is first pass, but Seth is 8-0. Seth has a perfect pick'em. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Dude, if Wolves gets... Oh, man. If Wolves even wins... Dude, if Wolves gets top 6, that'd be insane. Oh, this one's so tough. But no matter what, I think they rematch in the lowers. No matter what, I think this is my top 4. You have Gen G winning this and Wolves knocking out Fnatic? There's no way. There's no way. Top 4 is... I do think that there's a big gap between top 4 and the rest. We'll see, though. But this match, I think this match is going to be the highest quality match. They both have great IGLs, amazing duelists, and then they have really good, like, midline, like Chronicle and Charon. Not the same role, but... Damn. Trust me, PRX wins it all. After the match we just watched, you're going to tell me that PRX is going to win everything? There is zero shot. I'm not even saying this to hate. But if they do, then Valorant is doomed. Then Valorant's just doomed. Then nobody's actually good at Valorant. Then I should just make a team and go coach it. Wait, you can hear the birds outside? I do have my window open, but didn't T1 look like that? Yeah, but T1 had Carpe. We say that after our chat. T1 won. That was one tournament where a team did a turnaround. That was also against DRX. It was T1 versus DRX. I don't really know if... I don't think that's the same argument that you're making. Chat, first of all, PRX is losing to G2. I don't think they're making a lower bracket run. You had 3 ults. 3 powerful ults. The enemy had 0. You knew where they were, ready for the flood, and you didn't use your ults in time. Okay? I'm just... No. There's just... Nope. Nope. There's just no shot. G2 are going to make a lowers run. Who is G2 going to lose to on their side of the bracket? Yeah, but they'll learn from it. Maybe, I guess. Sentinels? After how Sen have been looking? I mean, XOG, I think XOG could beat him. XOG's not beating G2, though. Damn, if XOG beat, that makes it wonky, huh? But no matter what, it's just Gen G Fnatic. Like, no matter what, it's just... I mean, even if it's like... Oh, I guess then it's RRQ, actually. I think you're massively underrating Gen G. I don't think it's that close. What, Gen G Fnatic? Well, I could just tell you I think you're massively underrating Fnatic. We just don't know. I just think Fnatic played really well during the playoffs. I think they unlocked something new. And I think Gen G looked really good too. If Gen G did not look this good, I would say that this was like a 70-30 in favor of Fnatic. I mean, I have Gen G reaching the lower final in most of my simulations. It's literally just comes down to this first match. But I think this first match is probably the toughest for Gen G. And potentially for Fnatic, honestly. No, the thing is I think Gen G, like, yes, they did beat weaker teams, but the way they played, I think their own game, I think is, I think it transcends the weakness of their opponents. So I think I don't think it's that much bias to actually put that much weight into how Gen G played. I rate them really highly considering their performance in Swiss stage. But it just comes down to, I think no matter what, even if they get knocked down, no matter who comes down, I think they make the lower bracket run. But, and I think it's probably the same for Fnatic. So like, no matter what, I think you get a rematch between Gen G Fnatic. 이거 중에 제타는 쇼트 비웠으면 tweet했네요. Oh, apparently Zeta tweeted out that Shota is now on the bench. I mean, we all kind of saw it coming. Gen G Fnatic rematch in the grand finals. Damn. I do think actually Gen G G2, if it's Gen G G2, I think Gen G could actually win matchup wise. I think if it's Fnatic, I think G2 wins the first time. But if it's Gen G G2, I could see Gen G beating them. Yeah, that's a scenario. I could see that. Chat, I think a lot of you guys are underestimating Fnatic. Like, I get it. Like, Gen G's looking really good, but pretending like Fnatic's not going to be... I don't know. Is this updated? Give me my updates. They're just not going to update. Boring. I mean, chat, you can just cherry pick. Yeah, you can just cherry pick every pick'em that someone got wrong and like be like, well, how'd it go then? But it's also like the flawed argument there is you forget about all the times that people got their pick'ems correct. And I mean, also it's like, but it's like to argue that a miracle happened before, so I'm believing in the miracle is you still believing in a miracle. I'm not saying it's impossible, but to pretend that that is now the norm is, I think, crazy work. I think that's insane. You can believe in it, and I don't think it's far-fetched. I mean, first of all, I think Gen G making a run is not a miracle anyway, given how they're playing. But to be like, well, T1 made a miracle happen, turnaround happen at Bangkok, so like it could happen for PRX. It's like it could, but to argue like therefore logic dictates that PRX is favored in this bracket is actually insane work. I think it's boring to predict favorites. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you can do that. Me predding Fnatic is actually going with what I just believe. I don't actually necessarily think Fnatic is the favorites to win the tournament. I think I would put G2 above Fnatic, but I would have Fnatic beating G2 eventually. But also, like, I analyze this game for a living. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to put some balance here. I mean, if I just wanted to fool around, then this isn't what I would be doing. In fact, I actually, if anything, I would say out of most of like the casters and analysts and whatnot, I give like a lot of punts, chat. That's why my predictions are generally low, because I go off of vibes a lot compared to a lot of people. I go off of vibes a lot. I mean, why do you think I predded RQ for 2 years? But to come in and be like, well, you said we said the same thing last time and everyone was wrong, so therefore now it's like that's the law, is like what I'm saying is that's like a stupid argument to make. You're just like just say that you believe in a team and like that's fine. You know what I mean? You can just believe in a team without having to build logic around it and try to sound smart. You can just believe, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. Yo, Sideshow viewers, welcome. The egg raid. Welcome. Thank you for the raid, Sideshow. How's Sideshow's pick'ems looking? No, it's not just you, Thinking Woman. It's just like people in both chats are like constantly like, yeah, but we said this last time and we were wrong. And it's like, you can just say I believe in this team, and like you don't have to try to make it sound smart, because it's not. You just believe, and that's fine. You know. Yeah, no, I had the flu, so a little stuffy. Thank you, Green Kitten. Appreciate it. Delusional pick'ems. Mine or his? We're running all sorts of simulations here. How many? We've had like 4 different variations so far. From Sideshow, oh no. He has this, doesn't he? Oh no. Imagine though. Imagine if this happened. The universe would blow up, really. Yeah, G2 beating XOG. Oh, okay. So he had some consciousness to make sure that he respected G2. No, RQ, I think RQ. What did I say earlier? I said this was 70-30, chat. This is 90-10. This is 70-30. I actually think this is 50-50. And I actually think this is 50-50. Sideshow has RQ in the finals? Dude, after giving me absolute crap for 2 years, he's going to put RQ in the finals? There's no shot. After telling me that he just simply can't care about this team for 2 years, he's going to put them in the finals? That is crazy. I had to eat his shit for 2 years, and he's going to put RQ in the finals. That's actually crazy. That's nonsense. That is such an egg move. Wow. That's insane. In 2024, every team that beat Heretics and International ended third and first. Oh, I saw that post. Yeah, that it's third and first. So what is it, Wolves and PRX? That is funny if that's true. But there's a 10% chance PRX wins. So PRX would have to make the lower bracket run. Which would imply that Wolves have to go to the grand final through the upper bracket. Which is not happening. Still can't believe we had 11 chances and still almost lost it all. Dude, I was losing my mind during that PRX game. I'm huge on G2, but surely not 90-10. I think if you... I mean, 90-10 is pretty extreme because I think Bala's Law is actually pretty goated. I think 70-30 is... Especially in Valorant. I think Valorant's pretty high variance. So 70-30 is probably the actual realistic max. But the reason I say 90-10 is, one, did you just see that match that PRX almost didn't win? And then two, chat, I just have... I don't see enough talk about like Anders plus Josh as the coaching staff on G2. I think they are going to have some absolute Michelin 3-star course cooked up. To pretend that they're not going to come out with like a really solid comp and just drilled, I think is going to be insane. I think they will. So that's why I put a lot of faith into that. The recency bias would drop your PRX stocks. They also didn't shoot back at all to Gen G. What do you mean the recency bias? What recency bias? They almost didn't make it to playoffs in stage 1, and then they had a burst of hope to get to Toronto, and then they just almost threw 2 matches. What do you mean the recency bias is going to take away the stocks from PRX? PRX barely had a blip coming back up thanks to stage 1 playoffs. The delusion is crazy. I mean, listen, I'm a big believer of Mini, and so like Mini plus Alex, like yeah, that tracks too. But I didn't do them much good against Team Liquid. You even heard Alex. Alex literally said we lost the match after Liquid took it to OT. You had no faith in the train during the lower bracket too, man? Of course I didn't. What, did you see how they played against some of those teams in Pacific? It's a matchup of slow play style versus fast pace. How do you think it'll turn out? What, G2 PRX? No, I don't think that's true anymore, though. I mean, PRX is definitely faster than G2, but I don't think it's the like straight up just slow versus fast anymore. I think PRX has evolved past that for sure. I mean, if they haven't, then they're definitely losing. You have to remember, PRX was without their conductor. He was busy horseback riding. Wait, what? What? Why was he horseback riding? What? Oh, because he's under liquid. That's actually hilarious. I mean, listen, if a train can't stay on its tracks for one best of 3 because the conductor went horseback riding, that train is doomed, chat. Most trains can stay on their tracks for a little bit longer. They might not be able to, like, pump the brakes, but, like, they do generally stay on the tracks. No, but if you want to follow Bala's law, that's fine. But this is the chat. In fact, I know this sounds like crazy work, but this might, on paper, in theory, this might be the most one-sided matchup in terms of theory. It's a close one with RQ Wolves, but just because Wolves look like they actually play Team Valorant now. But if we're saying like 70-30, then as Bala's law, then this would be like 70-30, and this would be like 65-35, you know? But not enough tracks were being laid to go at a fast-paced speed because Sliggy wasn't there. I mean, what are you all doing on the train? You guys aren't laying down tracks? Why does Sliggy have to do everything, chat? You can't just blame Sliggy for everything. You're on the train. Take some responsibility. Be a responsible adult. Lay down some tracks. But Chobra, every PRX game is a 50-50. Either we win or we don't. I mean, true. You're not wrong. You're not up front. What is this, Snowpiercer? Sliggy's got you guys in the back eating, like, cockroach pudding or whatever? You guys can't get to the front to lay down the tracks? The train is too packed. It's hard to get everyone moving freely to lay the tracks as fast as we need. This is insane. Oh my god. The delusion is crazy. Everyone got tossed into the engine to beat Team Liquid in OT. That's probably true. That's probably true. Without abusing Teo, it's hard to see G2 as dominant as Stage 2. This narrative that they are only good because they abuse Teo is so crazy to me. G2's always been such a good team. I mean, like, as dominant, maybe? But that's also Stage 2. But, like... I almost threw Kami into the engine. You guys are just throwing each other into the engine now? That train is a menace. Yeah, go get your heart checked, PRX fans. That was brutal. I cannot believe that game went to OT. Still can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, I think stylistically G2's always been pretty good against PRX. I would argue that the current PRX is harder for G2 than the old PRX, but I would also argue that the current G2 is stronger than the old G2. Yeah, I think honestly, Night Journey, I think you're correct. I think G2 just know how to abuse the current meta, like, more than other teams. And now with Anders, like, they will double down on that even more. You know? They're just really good. G2, I think that's the thing. And I think that might be what people hate about G2. It's not just because they play slow. I think it's because they actually just play the given Valorant, but, like, in its optimal form. And I think people don't like that. Because either they're abusing or they're playing slow and strategic. Which good team have you seen dominating without Teo? What? MIBR's gone, Team Liquid's gone, Heretics. Well, Heretics wasn't really a Teo abuser. So that's also not true. I just feel like falling asleep whenever I watch G2. I mean, which is fair. I mean, I get that. I like the way they play, but obviously, you know, I enjoy watching the mini-map on Valorant, not the actual gameplay. So, you know, I'm always baffled at how people just recognize skins right away, because I could not tell you what skins people are using. Teo is a character where you complain when opponents use it when it's your team. Classic MOBA player mistake. Wow. That's actually kind of true. Actually kind of true. I mean, we'll see. I just have a lot of faith in G2, especially with now Anders joining them. Like, Josh was already really good. Josh and Valen and the whole team was already very good at finding what works for them and abusing that in the current meta, identifying the current meta, getting ahead of the curve. Now Anders full-time on the team. I think that's huge. And I think those players are so fundamentally drilled that they can adapt to different usages of different agents. And I think they'll be okay. And I think also, quite frankly, chat, the other thing, and this is like an intangible, but the other thing I would like to give credit to G2 is the fact that they took a tough loss to Sentinels and then they had to grind their way back up. And I think that was a big lesson learned for them. Because they didn't actually look that good. They didn't look as good during this playoff. G2 actually didn't look as good during this playoff. To the point where I was actually thinking like, I don't know. But then once they beat EG and they were back in comfort zone, I think, like especially in the grand finals, I think they looked a lot better. And I think that was a big learning lesson for them on like when to turn on the switch versus not. EG should have won low-key. I mean, EG absolutely could have won low-key. It would have been sick. How does... That wasn't my final pick of the chat. We were just joking about how crazy it would be if Wolves went all the way. You should give PRX at least 30. No, this is not the old PRX. I just had to watch 30 extra minutes of PRX not winning Paradox. I am not about to cut them slack. Okay? PRX literally just wasted 30 minutes of my life. I am not about to cut them slack. They do not get any slack after that. What did Mind Freak tweet? G2 PRX is a... on paper, I really think it is. I think Wolves RQ is close, but on paper, I think this is on paper. Again, on paper. You know, anything can happen, but... No, we're just messing around. I'll probably do the pickems later tonight. Well, I mean, Team Liquid played... I mean, Kamo went nuclear, that's for sure, but... I mean... As an Australian viewer, I appreciate the extra time and heart palpitations that gave me a chance to fully wake up. That's crazy. It's crazy. I really appreciate the... the friggin' CPR that PRX gives me every time. How good is RQ? I feel like in my mind they aren't that good. I think RQ is also pretty good at reading the meta. Their players used to struggle to catch up, I think, but given how they played in Pacific Stage 1, I think you have to give them some credit that they'll be better at it. I think Monet's feeling a lot more comfy now too, and I think that Monet was always the big question mark for me on the roster. I have a lot of faith for Ewok and Warbirds as well as a coaching duo. So I think RQ is pretty good. I think also like that their read on the meta plus their ability to ante, I think gives them a big edge in this matchup. Further down the bracket, who knows? But is there a swap of venues? I think Final Four is in a different venue. There's a second venue for Toronto, isn't there, chat? I actually don't know. What is this mind freak tweet? That was his face for most of it. This was the only time he was laughing. On the bright side, we can have 4 Asian teams in the upper semifinals. 4 Asian teams. Not possible. if there's chat. I mean, listen, I will eat my words. If PRX wins, like, good for them. I'll be thoroughly impressed. I just don't see it happening. I just don't see it happening. This could. We'll see. I'm very curious how they're going to look. You know, downtime, roster change. The Sentinels did not look that convincing in Swiss at all. It's possible if G2 decide to sleep in on that day. So, personally, Toasted Cookies, I rate Fnatic very highly, and I think people who watched the EMEA playoffs, at the very least closely, agree that they are very highly rated. XLG is a big question mark because they lost YOU, who was a very integral, like, kind of initiator / flex player for them. So they have Meaty who comes in. Meaty's numbers are not good, but I think he played his role quite well for Trace. But otherwise, Rarga is a standout duelist. My personal take, I don't think Rarga's numbers are as impressive as people make it seem to be. He's very good, but I don't think they're as big. People make it sound like he's putting up Jemkin numbers, and he's not. And I don't think that necessarily means that Rarga's worse. I just think that the way the team plays, etc. So that's the tough one to rate there. But XLG, I mean, they won China. They play really good team Valorant, though. They have really good plans. They have good protocols. And they have a couple other... They have Happyway as well, who's also a really good clutch player. So XLG is pretty good. But Fnatic, I would say, is like very highly rated so far. Victoria? Well, she probably tweeted that she died and got resurrected. Can't really die watching. There you go. That was Alex's mom. Are you doing VFL? Oh yeah, we can do transfers now, can't we? Chat, look at my glorious IGL giving me one singular point. That's after it's doubled, by the way. Jeez. Dude, Lysor actually freaking redeemed himself. 14 points? It was a clutch pickup. It's actually 2. It's not doubled yet. Oh, it's not doubled yet. Okay. Wow, he got me 2 points. That's twice as much as I thought he was going to give me. Devi went friggin' nuclear. 20 points. Holy. I have no idea why Josh is rating us. No, XOG plays... They have... I think their prep and... XOG plays... As far as I can tell, from everything that Sideshow has always said, XOG plays the Valorant that Sideshow likes. And then they're the underdog, and they're from China, and most Chinese teams don't play that Valorant. That's probably why he likes it. honestly, that's one of the reasons I had my eye on them as well during kickoff. They play a really good macro game. I don't think they play a good enough macro game to be a favorite, but 22 of those points is Forsaken. Forsaken was your IGL. Team Liquid have 2 players with 30 plus points. That's crazy. Dude, Spring had 34. Holy. 6.5 for 34 points is crazy. Dude, Spring believers freaking cashed out. Oh my god. Yeah, Kiko, not shocking. 33, that's crazy. Texture went huge so far this tournament. 15.5 PPG, that's crazy. And then Kamo with 30 as well. Damn. Zekin actually got quite a few points too. Anyone else like a huge steal? Munchkin Patman, yeah, I guess so. 7.5 for 20 early 20s. Divide for 20 as well. Yeah, Ash was good too. Dude, Artisan and Aspas both at the bottom of the list is rough. And Cortesia, holy. Damn, dude. Can we actually do transfers now? Oh, I guess not. The button disappeared. I guess it's not open yet. I guess I'll do it tomorrow. The plan always was, I shouldn't have made him my IGL. The plan always was, I thought MIBR was getting knocked out. I just thought Ospas was going to still farm kills. So the plan here is we're going to transfer him out. That was always part of the plan. So I get 12.5 to work with. And then I'll transfer him out. Dude, I'm getting so many creds to work with. It's insane. 21 points. Do I trade out anybody else? Maybe Lysor, actually. So I probably get a Jemkin or Kayak here. Sentinel? Who am I getting as a Sentinel? Oh, Leaf? So I have what, like 27.5 points, right? Alpha Year for 9.5 versus Leaf for 10.5. Yeah, Xpharaoh could be okay. Xpharaoh for 7 is probably a good balance. For Sentinel, Foxy 9. Yeah, I mean, Foxy 9 generally does get good frags. Okay, the real question is do I get Kayak or Jemkin? Dude, they rated Kayak higher than Jemkin? What? But this is because they think they'll get more points. It's how the points work. Which actually I kind of believe. Well, no, I don't really. But if I have 27 points and I need 3 players, if I get Kayak, that's 12.5. That's already down to 15 because I had 27.5. Oof. So I can't get Alpha Air as well. I could get Xpharaoh though. And then I would have 8 points for a wild card. Oh, I could get Chronicle or Cushy or Foxy 9. Oh, it's looking pretty good. Oh, Spring's mad legit. Spring, I mean, the thing is there was always a lot of hype around Spring, but I was generally quite disappointed with him in China, which I don't think is wrong. He was disappointing in China, but I think, but he's had to like role swap, etc. And now he's freaking killing it. Obviously, we don't get the full stats, but not even a 1.0. 0.96. Barely 1.0 KD. It's just all very middling. Considering the hype around a player, all very middling stats. Not bad, but nowhere near like a higher tier. 아, 경기 일찍 끝났어야 되는데 페릭이 망쳐가지고 오래 질질 끌다가 이겼습니다. Wolves have just Spring though? Oh no, Juicy's fragging out right now. Well, Lyser went big this match, but I would argue that Wolves overall, I would argue, like, I would say that like Spring and Juicy are like the big stars. YU, I would say, I guess that's what we're calling him now. YU is like the X factor. And then CFAT BB, I think, is just like a solid IGL, you know? And then Lyser is like he's the dice. You never know what you're going to get. Yeah, CFAT BB is good for clutches too. What I meant with YU being like the X factor isn't so much that he's like the clutch player, but like he can really pop off and hard carry a game, especially if he's playing something like Chambers or such. CFAT BB is generally pretty good in clutches. CFAT BB is overall solid. I think CFAT BB's calling has improved a lot, but I think Spring has made like the biggest improvement in his role. How would you rate them in the CN League? Which one? Wolves? This was the worst Ospas performance ever? Oh, 100%. 100%. It was worse than Tokyo. Because in Tokyo, his numbers were fine. They just weren't great. Yeah, I actually wondered if Juicy would be able to perform at an international tier 1 level. But he did that just fine. I'm very disappointed with Heretics, but I kind of expected it. Oh, I'm done with Heretics. I had faith that they would not do that. Whatever that was. Wolves? I mean, Wolves in China. The thing is Wolves didn't play like this in China. Wolves in China they were a really good like team fight team. They were a really good scrappy team. They did not have good macro at all within China. Then they woke up a little bit during playoffs, which is obviously how they got here. But then they got shut down promptly by Billy and XLG. But the current Wolves, I would say, looks very different. Now we know the problems with Juicy as a duelist was the bleed coaching structure. Honestly, you know what? I wasn't thinking about that. But yeah, I used to have problems with Juicy on duelist. You're right. I used to have problems with that because I feel like he wasn't flexible enough in his Asian pool. I feel like he also wasn't flexible enough in how he played duelist. But you are correct. He and Wolves have proven me wrong. Yeah? Woot's not able to see Nara Samchon? Yeah, that's true. Woot not able to hang out with his favorite uncle. Texture. But Juicy's looking good. What are the overall stats right now in Masters? Damn, dude, 1.43. Oh, I mean, you farmed 2 matches, but still. Dude, 0.3 first kills per round is actually... That is an insane number. He has 22 first kills across 4 maps. Dude is averaging more than 5 first kills per map. That's actually crazy. Holy. Texture is on one. Foxy 9 is shortly out. I actually didn't think Foxy 9 was popping off that much. He did pop off on the deadlock. That probably helps us a lot. 57%. Dude, he won 4 out of 7 clutches. That's also insane. That's actually a crazy stat. Holy. Spring. 72 rounds. 131 rounds. Charon Ash. Dude, that's... Yeah, top 5 is 4 Gen G and 1 Spring. That's crazy. Zekken... I mean, Zekken was doing work to keep Sentinels going. Verno was doing absolute work to make MIBR look like a team at all. G2 versus PRX is the first game in playoffs. Did they just announce the full schedule? Jing's been popping off. And then Munchkin. This is actually really high for Munchkin. Munchkin, like, he has a lot of clutches and stuff, but Munchkin actually doesn't rate, like, top 10 very often, I think. John QT as well. Forsaken. Putting up numbers. I can't believe Wisey has better stats than Juicy. That's nonsense. Penny showed up this tournament, though. I wonder if they really are going to stick... Now we'll find out soon enough, chat, if Penny actually stays with Team Liquid or not. They announced the schedule? Damn. G2 PRX on Saturday. Holy. Saturday morning, Friday night. Damn. Damn. Dude, Rian's had a rough tournament too. I mean, everyone on Heretics. It's just there was definitely something in the water with the team play of Heretics and MIBR both. It was rough. Wow, I thought CFAT was actually fragging quite a bit this tournament, just in general, but maybe not. I mean, he still had a tremendous impact. Same with something, actually. He just clutches. That's true. The prophecy, it's going to be Shanghai all over again? Well, we'll see. The Shanghai script, will it be used? I mean, if Gen.G wins the first match, I could see them making it all the way. If Gen.G beats Fnatic, I could see them making it all the way. I think Gen.G has a better chance against G2 than Fnatic, quite frankly speaking. I could see this happen. Penny said that in the press conference, that to his knowledge that he's still playing with YFP for the rest of the season. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I actually think out of all the teams, Gen.G probably has the best shot on paper against G2. G2's not unbeatable, but just like stylistically, I think Gen.G is probably the best bet against G2. So yeah, if they beat Fnatic, I could see this. Like there's almost a 0 chance that G2 doesn't make it to the upper final. In fact, PRX is their toughest opponent out of these 3, I think. So we'll see though. Sentinels might wake up. They didn't look that good in Swiss, but this might, you know, a couple extra days break. Beat XLG, come in with a confidence boost. I could see Gen.G. Gen.G might go for a 2nd trophy. That would be sick. That would be sick. Although this is not easy either. This is, I would say this is still, depending on how these games look, this could be a 50-50 too. But I think if Gen.G beats Fnatic, that they're feeling good enough to beat RQ. You think PRX has a higher chance than Sen against G2? Kind of, but Sentinels is, like Sentinels has beaten G2 before, etc. But I was just very disappointed with how Sentinels looked during Swiss. Another G2 versus PRX and Fnatic versus Gen.G instead of Gen.G, G2, PRX, Fnatic. No, chat. What we needed was RQ to be last. So we could get the RQ Gen.G matchup. The movie, the masterpiece in the making. We got robbed, chat. What is Sentinels tweeting out? Shanghai, but this year with a W crowd. Just add us to the league. That's so good. Actually so funny. Dude, I can't believe they're playing 3 Chinese teams in a row. That's so funny. Oh my god. It is crazy that they are getting to play 3 Chinese teams in a row. No, Sentinel's Twitter is generally pretty solid. I think now and then they cross line a bit, but generally, but that's like preference. Sentinel's Twitter is very good. PRX Twitter is also very good. That's so good. XLG will steamroll Sen? I mean, I think XLG could win, but I don't know. Oh, they steamroll. Did you feel the meta change affected teams in Swiss? 100%. 100%. Mostly for the better. I don't know. I actually don't think, like, Heretics definitely not, but I think even for MIBR, the Teo nerf is not actually what caused them to suddenly look bad. I think just in, well, actually from MIBR, maybe a little bit. Because they did look not that great if you go back and watch their VODs. They looked very one-dimensional. So I guess Teo could have helped enable that. But I think for the most part, we're seeing teams like do better and have like better reads on the meta, etc. with the patch. Did you see the Huya tweet about picking Sen? No. Can someone link it? Huya's the XLG coach. I mean, he can say what he wants, but we all know Sentinels looked the most free. I feel like MIBR was very reliant on pre-prepared plans by the coach and against very good teams. That could, honestly, that could be part of it. Would go along with the one-dimensional thing. I also love that his handle is Leet. A true unk. Even before stage 1 finished, the only one team I really wanted to play against is Sen. There's nothing behind it. It's just something that came up in my head one day when I was thinking whom I wish to play against someday. What? Dude, what is this delusion? You are guilty on hiding something. Why did you tweet something like this? I know Riot is doing match for giving easy China teams to Sentinels. Oh my god. I mean, I think Sentinels is, I think for, especially for like an underdog team, Sentinels is probably a team you want to play against, and they didn't look that scary, so. Good old rage bait. I hate the internet chat. I hate rage bait. I hate it. because Teo made the game too easy. I think that's true. I think Teo enabled one-dimensional play. I think Teo definitely enabled one-dimensional play. So I agree with that. So anyway, yeah, we'll figure out our pickems later tonight. I will probably stream again tonight, even if there's no matches. We'll just hang out. Maybe we'll finally get to play some actual Hitman. I was originally thinking I'll start Liza P today during the dark day, but then we'd go right back to watching matches. So maybe we'll just like play some Hitman. Maybe we'll do Path of Exile planning. Anyone in chat playing the new Path of Exile patch? It's gonna be my first league start ever. I'm excited. Any PoEers? Any exiles? There's no way G2 PRX is the opening match. Oh, there is. Are you starting Pies of Lee? What? Is DLC or from the beginning? We're gonna start a fresh playthrough. I've played through it before, but I played it on Game Pass, so I needed to buy it anyway. So I just bought it on. I actually just bought it on my PS5, just so that way I wouldn't have any issues streaming it, like with my PC, with my graphics card. So we'll do a fresh playthrough and then go through DLC. Yeah, apparently it's so hard that they're considering nerfing it, which I hope they don't, because I want to try it. I want to know how hard it actually is, but But I don't know what to do if I hate rage bait while saying another Genji RQ match would be nice. That's not rage bait, though. That's a little different, because I actually mean it. I actually would enjoy that. Just because I'm a little different doesn't mean I'm rage baiting. Wait, why is Fade mad? I mean, he's not that mad. He's not mad. He's just talking, you know. They freaking proved everyone wrong, so they did it. I mean, I think this is totally fine. I think also because if he was actually mad, I think this would be different. Also, because Fade doesn't hold back. Also, I think he knows why they were ranked lowest. Obviously, he also believed in his team and what they could do, which is totally valid, as a coach should. But that's one of the more tame Fade tweets I've seen. Fade definitely stirs the pot more than I would personally like, but that one's just like a E1, you know. It's like T1 Autumn tweeting after they win, you know? But anyway, with the Liza P DLC, I don't, because it's supposedly unlocked in the middle of the story, so I don't know if you're supposed to, if you do a fresh playthrough, if you're meant to do the DLC in the middle or at the end. But we'll do that after Masters, because I don't want to like break it up. I don't want to play it one day and then not play it for another week and then come back to it. So probably what we'll do is we'll do that after Masters. You're meant to play it in the middle? Maybe we'll just experience it on the way. Thank you for not jinxing Pacific teams. What? I had all of them going out into the playoffs. What do you mean? But yeah, so tomorrow maybe we'll hang out with some Hitman. Maybe we'll play some Path of Exile. Prep for the new league. Tomorrow is the 13th, so it's the next day that Path of Exile would open. So on the first day of playoffs after the matches, we'll be playing Path of Exile. But that'll be that. I think I'm going to try an Elementalist. Never really played mages a lot before. I'm cooking up a build. Chat, honestly, I now get it, by the way, with Path of Exile. Because I used to think this was the barrier. This was the barrier for Path of Exile. But I now get it. This is actually the drug. This is what keeps you playing. The theory crafting goes insane. It's so fun to just stare at this in theory craft. Tomorrow's a rest day for Pacific streamers, yeah. Everyone can sleep in tomorrow. You thought Champs 2023 was bad. This one would have cooked us. What, you mean PRX potentially losing? Dude, it would have been real bad. But for if anyone else plays Path of Exile, if you never have, I think it's a worthy time to jump in. Path of Exile 1 is free. It's not early access. Planning on playing Scorching Ray, CWC Firestorm. Just fire everywhere, and that's the plan. Briefly played 2. Yeah, 2, I mean, it's obviously early access. There's like a lot of changes, and updates are kind of sporadic. So it can be a little intermittent. But if you have 2 cosmetics from, free cosmetics from 1 carryover as well. So good reason for you to try it. And if you're new, you can just like follow a build. I have fun like experimenting with builds, but it's worth checking out. Oof. Cough's coming back. All right, the beginning of 1 is rough. It's interesting because I've played through the campaign like twice now. I didn't play 1 much. I think the beginning of the campaign is actually easier. But it's the middle of the campaign that gets hard because you're not really sure when to because you don't know when to build what resistances. But the guides for 1 are much more thorough as well. Like both the leveling guide and build guides. And there's proven league starters no matter the patch and the season and things like that. So it's pretty worth checking in. I don't know. If you like ARPGs, I would check it out. I don't think you can always respec as well, obviously with an in-game gold cost. So seems like the community prefers. It's funny because I actually prefer 2 over 1 in terms of core gameplay. But 1 has its own charm. I get why 1 is fun. I prefer 2, but 2 also just needs more time to cook for sure. For sure. All right, fam. I think that's going to be it for us. We are going to send you guys over to Baby Bay, playing some ranked. Send you over to somebody who's not living a vampire time schedule. So go say hi to Baby Bay for me. See if he keeps winning. He's been grinding ranked. Yeah, I gotta hop off and take my flu meds and whatnot and recover a bit. So thanks so much for hanging out. Thank you for everyone who joined over from Sideshow Stream. We will be back for the stream tonight, even if there's no matches. So if you want to come hang out, maybe do pickems, etc., then join us. But if you're going to sleep, definitely get some good sleep, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good one. And everyone on YouTube as well.